and we mean to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Big mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass.
Honorable members, I declare this 40th sitting of the National Assembly of the 12th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to be duly constituted and in session. The clerk will lead us in prayers.
Almighty God, we who are here gathered together, do most humbly beseech thee to guide us in all our consultations, so that we may together build a land where knowledge is free, where the mind is without fear, and the head is held high, and where words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, thy needed guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us, laying aside all private interest, prejudices, and personal preferences, so that the results of our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, and the peace and prosperity of Guyana. Grant us, O God, a vision so to lead that all the people of this fair land may enter that state of brotherly unity, where the mind is empowered by thee in the ever-widening thought and action.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, yesterday there was a very horrific accident in Mahaika. On your behalf, or on my behalf, I extend our condolences to those who have lost their lives and who were our concern to those who were injured. But I raise this because Ms. Sharita Prasad, who lost her life in that accident in 2021 Youth Parliament, she was the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs. So we extend to her family our condolences also. And ironically, her motion was on road usage. Honorable members, today, on a more pleasant note, I know I have your support in extending birthday salutations to our former clerk, Mr. Frank Narain, who today is 90 years of age. Happy birthday, Frank. And a reminder to the Committee of Supply, we have the consideration of the time for the allocation of consideration for the estimates at the first suspension. Honorable members, our first speaker today, sorry, go ahead, Sherlock.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, etc. Reports from committees, oral questions without notice, questions on notice, statements by ministers including policy statements, personal explanation, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by a minister, introduction of bills, public business, government's business.
Honorable members, we will now resume the debate on the budget speech for 2022. Our first speaker today is the dashing Duncan, the Honorable Member, Sherrod Duncan.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues all, thank you for a very elegant introduction, Mr. Speaker. You know, I had meant to refer to Shakespeare a little later on in my presentation, but as the Speaker offered such generous words, I think I must be very careful when I'm quoting Shakespeare in the National Assembly. I think a passage from one of those literary texts says that these couchings and lowly courtesies might fire the blood of an ordinary man. Be not fond that Caesar bears such rebels' blood. Mr. Speaker, I am appreciative of the opportunity to add my voice to this great debate. I wish to recognize the sterling contributions of the members of the parliamentary opposition, the depth and breadth and the sheer substance they each added to their presentation. We are the better for it, Mr. Speaker. I wish to recognize as well the efforts of our colleagues on the other side of the House for their contributions to what the Honourable Member within the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashni Singh, was courageous enough to call a national budget.
Mr. Speaker, I look across this arena of the National Assembly at the 33 MPs on the government side, and I feel, I confess, a little bit underwhelmed. It is only symptomatic of getting accustomed to looking out into the void and having thousands of persons looking back at me. Yet, all our colleagues on the other side of this House are honorable men. Knowing the honorable member Charles Ramson's love of Shakespeare, again, I must choose my allusion to Shakespeare, honorable men with care. Reading this budget, Mr. Speaker, reading the consternation of the public in reaction to it, one knows all too well, feeling the pain of the small man, that when sorrows come, they come not as single spies, but as battalions. Yep. Mr. Speaker, allow me to extend a metaphor. There's a passage in Shakespeare's great literary text, Julius Caesar, that reminds me of this great scene before us. For there he was, noble Mark Antony, given leave by Brutus to eulogize the murdered Caesar. I rehearse Antony's words. Did this Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor did cry, Caesar wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious. And Brutus was an honorable man. You all did see on that leprechaun, I thrice presented him with a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious. And sure, he, Brutus, was an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause which holds you to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. When one reads Budget 2022, O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. I came here to the National Assembly to speak what I know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bishop Juan Edgell is an honorable man, and an honorable member who will no doubt regale us with thunderous sermonizing that this is the biggest budget ever, the biggest for his sector part, pinned at $76.7 billion for roads and bridges. Based on the track record of the two previous budgets and the dreams deferred, there is little hope this will be done. The PPP has demonstrated their skill set in solving the problems that persist and prevail in this society. A pothole, Mr. Speaker, on the Rumbelt public road demonstrates the PPP problem-solving abilities. The PPP encountered this pothole on the Rumbelt public road. Instead of fixing the problem with last year's biggest budget ever and the year before that biggest budget ever, they drew a line around it, ensuring that others will follow and not go into the pothole. In typical PPP fashion, when the obvious was pointed out, Minister Sonia Parag, the honorable member, was perhaps called in and attempted to Photoshop out the white line drawn around the problem. And when only enough public pressure was brought to bear on the issue, did the PPP choose to do the right thing and attempt to fix the problem. In my best crabman voice, pressure, bust pipe. Hence, Mr. Speaker, the PPP three-stage solution of problem solving. You draw a line around the problem. You Photoshop the problem, and only when public pressure is applied, you fix the problem. And yet, Mr. Speaker, these are all honorable men. Mr. Speaker, budget 2022, the biggest budget ever, is the PPP at stage 1. The budget 2022 is trying to draw a line around the problems that beset us as a country. Mr. Speaker, the minister within the office of the president with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashley Singh, is perhaps the only person I know on the other side of the house who has not rehearsed this refrain with regularity. The biggest budget ever. We are certain that his accounting of things he has argued, size like height, doesn't matter, Mr. Speaker. I could hear Minister, the Honorable Onich Waldron, hurrying in to chime in, Mr. Speaker. Yes, yes, Comrade Ashley, a little Dutch axe can sabotage a whole ministry. But, Mr. Speaker, our colleagues are all honorable men. All honorable men. Mr. Speaker, the 2020 budget is the biggest ever. Carried the theme, our plan for prosperity, protecting the people. This is 2020 budget. A plan for prosperity, protecting the people in a COVID environment, strengthening democracy and the rule of law, incentivizing economic growth and job creation, and enhancing welfare. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the budget theme, a path to recovery, economic dynamism, and resilience. And by the time we get to 2022, steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building our Guyana. Mr. Speaker, by 2022, the economic growth of the 2021 theme and the economic dynamism of the 2020 theme were all abandoned. But if I had to project, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, a non-oil growth of 6.1 and only achieve 4.6 after throwing two biggest budgets ever at that problem, I might abandon economic growth and economic dynamism as well. Mr. Speaker, Shakespeare reminds us, ambition should be made of sterner stuff. We cannot just abandon our budget's aim like that, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the honorable member with responsibility for finance within the office of the president is an honorable man. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the lofty aim of protecting our people in a COVID-19 environment, that was the lofty aim. But we guess, Mr. Speaker, after 45,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and the current COVID surge, Mr. Speaker, 1,100 deaths plus, right? We will ease a little bit on protecting people in a COVID-19. So that has been abandoned as well as we get to 2022 in this budget. And how can we miss in that 2020 budget theme, creating jobs, Mr. Speaker, when according to the Guyana Bureau of Statistics, youth employment rate, the youth unemployment rate for the third quarter of 2021 was a recorded 31.9%, Mr. Speaker. We understand why the minister within the office of the president with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashley Singh, would at this point just be drinking water and minding your own business. Stabrook News editorial of December 4th, 2021 perhaps captures the pervading situation with the header for both budgets, 2020 and 2021, failure to launch. But then we come to 2022. This brings us frontally to the 2022 budget and the PPP's supposed new direction for the economy. Steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building one Guyana. Steadfast against all challenges could easily be the mantra of the masterminds behind the 3 freight of containers of arms and ammunition, Guyana bound and intercepted in Senegal. We steadfast against those challenges of being intercepted. We can see them saying to that other ship spotted in the South China Sea flying the Guyanese flag and illegally dealing in crude oil with Iran, we're steadfast against all challenges. The private sector commission had a so-called election observer deep in its rank who the American authorities were observing and later apprehended, he too was steadfast against all challenges. Mr. Speaker, Rahm Emanuel, the former mayor of Chicago, chief of staff of the Obama administration, he says you never let a crisis go to waste. And when one looks at the COVID governance of the PPP, it's a crisis that went to waste. Some of the things we could have been thinking about, Mr. Speaker, instead of lugging around suitcases of money to village after village, we could have been thinking about going against paperless cash, distributing bank cards so people could go to a bank ATM and putting a card and receive perhaps the monies that we're transferring to them in this COVID cash grant. But perhaps, Mr. Speaker, that would not lend to the kinds of corruption that goes along with this kind of COVID cash grant that is infamous. This crisis that COVID-19 has offered us could have had us planning, Mr. Speaker, planning to go to higher ground, sitting down with national planners, city planners, and planning for this nation. These are the experts of climate change, and we know what climate change is doing to higher sea levels. And we could have been sitting down collectively in this period and thinking about going to higher ground. And the whole idea of cash grants, Mr. Speaker, in the 2022 budget, one would have thought if the caring government that the PPP is would have really and truly relegated us to the opposition seat, they would have been giving monies to the people through this 2020 budget, through cash grants, again, in a very systematic way. But that has not been had. So the people of Guyana should understand that we're coming back. We are coming back. Instead, what is the picture before us? With the biggest budget ever. A little boy walking from Great Diamond to Diamond, looking for food. How does this biggest budget ever affect his life? 6 years old, and he's walking from Little Diamond to Great Diamond, hunting for food, bare feet, in an economy that produced 3 biggest budgets ever, yet none has touched his life thus far. The Mabaruma father, craving for a healthcare system that functions, who had to lift his son on his shoulder and walk through the streets of Mamarula because the health system, 3 biggest budgets later, continue to fail him. Continue to fail him. Young Jesus Hernandez, Mr. Speaker, lost his life because a colleague of his hit him in his head with a steel rod in this country. Hit him in his head with a steel rod. He approaches the police, and the police says to him, "This is a private matter. We cannot deal with it." Young Jesus Hernandez has lost his life, 13 years old, 3 biggest budgets ever, has never touched him, has never touched his family. We cannot forget the other aspects of this budget theme. Resolute in building one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret Guyana has struggled over the years with a national airline and a flag carrier. But Resolute is the national cocaine carrier since August 2020, if the headlines in the local newspapers are to be believed. The national cocaine carrier, Resolute, are there. How can we forget, Mr. Speaker? 2 planes were found in September 15, 2020, with cocaine on board them in Region 7 at Isano, Cuyuni, Mazaruni. We cannot forget, Mr. Speaker, the Belgian police seized 11.5 tons of coke, 23,000 pounds of cocaine in a shipment from Guyana, November 5th, 2020. And yet in this government, they're all honorable men. We cannot forget a boat with dead people, with no engine, about about 83 nautical miles off Guyana shore, drifting at 2.9 knots, moving in a westerly direction. February 15, 2020, the honorable member, Juan Ejil, still chasing that boat. And yet, the honorable member, Juan Ejil, is an honorable man. There was a foreign aircraft, Mr. Speaker, with over 1,000 pounds of cocaine that crash landed at Oriala, Region 6, East Berbice Quarantine, May 21st, 2021. That's the national flag carrier, Cocaine Airlines. A burnt-out place was found on the trail of the Siruni area in Kokwani, believed to be involved in illegal activities. June 15, 2020, Caribbean Airlines plane intercepted in Miami with cocaine weighing approximately 3 kilograms. That flight started in Guyana. 2 foreign men, a Colombian and a Venezuelan, they were nabbed from a small plane that made an emergency landing at Madia, also carrying cocaine, November 4th, 2021. And then law enforcement in the Netherlands, intercepted a shipment of rum and coke. Jafar Ali will have a different meaning for the honorable member of this rum and coke, but it wasn't the same rum and coke that went to the Netherlands. 1,100 pounds of coke in rum. As I have mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the Guyana flag ship carrying 3 containers of arms and ammunition worth $5 million was intercepted in Dakar, January 20, 2020. A Guyana flagship again spotted in the South China Sea dealing with illegal crude oil from Iran. These guys, Mr. Speaker, seem very, very resolute. The only product, Mr. Speaker, the only sector, the only industry in this country soaring under the PPP is cocaine. And yet the noble Brutus, Mr. Speaker, according to the noble Brutus, all our colleagues here are honorable men. Mr. Speaker, even when you look at the big projects that are presented in Budget 2022, one wonders, if they're so good, why aren't they subjected to the same due diligence? Perhaps bringing in international investors as against having our own oil money funding those projects. If they're so good, why not submit them to the due diligence, to the gamut of due diligence? For instance, like an environmental impact assessment. It seems the reverse, that all projects do not need environmental impact assessments unless deemed otherwise. The New Harbor Bridge, they said, no EIA is needed. The oil exploration in the Kanji block, no EIA is needed. The oil to gas treatment facility at Corbeden, no EIA needed. The proposed Marriott branded hotel at Gutfawaktin, no EIA needed. The 12 well exploration campaign of the offshore Kaichor block, rather, Mr. Speaker, no EIA needed. Superior Concrete, Mr. Speaker, company, no EIA needed. The government folks in the Tiger Rentals, Guyana waste treatment facility at Houston, no EIA needed. If all these projects are so good for Guyanese, why can't they be submitted to the same rigorous due diligence procedures, Mr. Speaker? If they're so good, it is the Canadian High Commission, the High Commissioner, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Mark Berman, who stressed the importance of these environmental impact assessments to this nation. He said, failure to undertake this type of due diligence could result in costly and harmful effects down the road. The importance, he went on, of understanding this legal framework which governs the environmental impact assessments cannot be overstated, and it is important that we continue to engage in improving our processes in keeping with the Environmental Protection Act. More so in the light of Guyana's new and developing petroleum sector, which brought with it the concerns about new and potential significant impacts on the environment. The EIAs should be done, but again, Mr. Speaker, the EIAs seem to be the contrary thing. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's a Turkish proverb that suggests when a clown moves into a palace, he doesn't become a king. The place just simply becomes a circus. Guyana has become that circus since August 2nd, 2020. It was under the David Granger-led administration and coalition that Guyana achieved its best ratings on the Transparency International Index. And yet these are all honorable men before us, Mr. Speaker. We were removed from the European Union and the Commonwealth blacklist for money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism, Mr. Speaker. And yet all these men before us are honorable men. We achieved our Tier 1 status, Mr. Speaker, for our fight against trafficking in persons, Mr. Speaker, under the David Granger-led administration. And it was under that administration the DA was allowed to return here after decades of efforts. Mr. Speaker, when International Anti-Corruption Day was held late last year, Sarah Ann Lynch, the American ambassador to Guyana, put out a press statement which serves as an indictment on this country and where we are, and which perhaps foreshadow things to come with our 2 points down on the International Corruption Perception Index. This was a foreshadower of things to come. In that press statement, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ambassador Sarah Ann Lynch said to this government, the Biden administration is holding a virtual summit for democracy at which President Ali has confirmed his attendance. The United States is asking participating governments to announce meaningful commitments and initiatives to engage with civil society and the private and philanthropic sectors, since they play a critical role in supporting democracy, fighting corruption, and protecting human rights. The Honorable Minister went on to suggest she looked far back as 23 years before 2015. She couldn't find any measures put out there to fight corruption. And so she was forced to look between 2015 and 2020. And she found some. She said in 2018, the Guyana Public Service Commission was reconstituted after a 13-year hiatus, Mr. Speaker. This was a step towards ensuring fairness and transparency in the public service system. She went on to say, the Honorable Ambassador, that the government of Guyana also passed the Protected Disclosures Whistleblowers Act of 2018, which seeks to protect persons making disclosures from retributions and others, including within the public service. The Honorable Minister went on to say these kinds of legislative reforms are necessary parts of a successful plan to fight corruption. And yet sometimes we hear that Mr. Granger was ambitious. And from who? All of these honorable men. The Honorable Ambassador went on to state, Guyana and institutions around the globe cannot allow corruption to flourish. Cannot. And I hope my honorable colleague Onish Walter is listening carefully, because she was the one who, the honorable member, suggested that there was no evidence of corruption, no evidence of racism. But listen to Ambassador Sarah Lynch in this correspondence. Constructing a legislative framework that deters corrupt practices and promotes transparency is an essential step in addressing corruption. Enhancing the capabilities of criminal justice institutions to investigate and prosecute corruption is also crucial to exposing malign influence. And so we all watch, Mr. Speaker, the PS of the Amrinian Affairs Ministry, and what becomes of that matter. We all watch with bated breath, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Ambassador says government operations should be transparent such that citizens and the media can provide oversight and hold officials accountable. In this country, we are very concerned about who is called what and what as against holding officials accountable. In addition, Mr. Speaker, John Rebel Ambassador went on to say procurement processes that comply with international anti-corruption standards will ensure a level playing field for investors. Private sector actors must also answer for any role that they play in corrupt practices. And when choosing private sector partners, it is advisable to choose the reputable over the most convenient. Most importantly, a robust civil society and free press are critical in holding leaders responsible. And she ends by saying this: we continue to look forward, as we do on the opposition side, we continue to look forward to the government's initiative to combat corruption, including the National Resource Fund legislation that offers both transparency and clear oversight to be a meaningful and inclusive process of stakeholder engagement. These are the words of the American ambassador, Mr. Speaker. And finally, the Honorable Ambassador says, a strong anti-corruption stance will show Guyanese citizens, I would insert here, with the largest budget ever yet again, will show Guyanese citizens and the rest of the world that the government is committed to transparent institutions that utilize the country's resources to the long-term benefit of all Guyanese, Mr. Speaker. But yet, Mr. Speaker, as one reads and interrogates the national budget that the Honorable Member Dr. Ashley Singh was courageous enough to bring to this House, one cannot help but to admit that all judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason, Mr. Speaker. But yet, all my colleagues on the other side are honorable men. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I just want to first ask the Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan, to lay over the documents that he quoted the Excellencies as saying. Yeah. Thank you very much. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Public Works, the Honorable Bishop Juan Edgehill, to make his presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember growing up as a young boy in a village, Cummins Lodge, just across the road, in the days before television. We used to listen to radio. And there was one series, and I'm sure you will remember that, sir, My Bones and My Flute. My Bones and My Flute, that radio serial. And oftentimes, the radio announcer will come on and say, we will now take a short commercial break. And after the commercial break, he will come back on and say, we now return to regular programming. We have just had the commercial break. Let's go back to regular programming. Mr. Speaker, before I present my presentation to this August House today, the Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan, went at length, using the media to report the activities of law enforcement in combating the trafficking of illegal guns and illegal drugs, to pin it on the government. What a sad thing to do. Because I am sure any primary school student could take all of the reports under the APNU AFC and they could also pin it. But what is more important, during the period of the APNU AFC, the brother of a sitting minister who was also responsible for the airport, his brother was found in a foreign jurisdiction trafficking drugs. That is not a lie. But you're trying to pin the illegal activities of the underworld on a government, and you had a government minister whose brother was convicted. Mr. Speaker, I've also heard the honorable member going to length about quoting from this person, that person about corruption. Mr. Speaker, the ultimate test of anti-corruption measures in Guyana and in this National Assembly is your declaration to the Integrity Commission. I call on the honorable members to publish on their Facebook page the receipt of their Integrity Commission's declaration 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018. If you weren't corrupt, declare it. Declare it. Publish it. Mr. Ramjitan likes to talk about publishing on the website. You know what? They came into government without making a declaration, so there was no baseline that people could judge them on. So now their wealth that they're now talking about, there was no baseline to see how it grew from where they came in to where they are now. Every member of the PPPC consistently every year made their declaration to the Integrity Commission. And you coming here to lecture us about corruption? You coming here to lecture us about corruption? Every year. Mr. Speaker, the Bible has admonished me as a student of theology, you don't answer fools. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate, like I would have done year after year, my brother and friend who I enjoy working with, the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, for a job well done in presenting Budget 2022. I take the opportunity as well to thank the hardworking and dedicated staff at the Ministry of Finance and all of our technical staff throughout the various ministries for the hard work, the consultations, their participation in the very many consultations to get us to where we are today. And today, we are debating this budget. Mr. Speaker, a budget is not just about numbers. It has a context. A budget must be discussed in a particular context. And Dr. Ashley Singh, when he presented this budget, highlighted for us that context. And I'd like to remind the House. I read from the budget document. Over the 18 months that have elapsed since democracy prevailed, pessimism has been replaced with optimism. Lethargy has made way for energy. Superficiality has made way for substance. And pomp and pageantry have made way for humility and hard work. The policy void that existed then has been replaced with vision and clear direction. Institutional inertia has been replaced with dynamism, and empty rhetoric has been replaced with concrete actions. Today, investors who had walked away are returning, and projects that had stalled have resumed. Where there was once economic contraction, there is now economic expansion. And where there was once job losses, there is now job creation. These developments are clear for all to see, and they illustrate simply the indisputable relationship between democratic and economic outcomes. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 is altruistic, it's realistic, and it's futuristic. The plans, the projects, the programs, and the policies outlined is as a result of forward thinking. It is undergirded and supported by visionary planning. It could best be described as imaginative and strategic, and will be remembered as the budget that laid the foundation for the Guyana that is being built. A Guyana that is the brightest spot in this hemisphere and globally. And development that is coming to this Guyana, I dare say, is not for one of us, it's not for some of us, it's not even for the best of us. It is for all of us, one Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this budget that we are debating addresses the welfare of the working class. It speaks to bread and butter issues. It addresses the plight that the Honorable Mr. Duncan just spoke about this 6-year-old boy. I did read a story who was walking, begging, and the policeman who met him and bought him food. But, Mr. Speaker, that boy is in that plight because his parents, over the 5-year period that the APNU AFC were in office, they were unable to take care of themselves. They were unable to take care of their children. They were unable to get a job. They were unable to have savings. This budget restores hope to Guyanese people and will bring them out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, when we speak about the cash grant for children, the school feeding program, we speak about increasing pensions and providing public assistance, when we speak about programs to empower women, and when we think about taking care of the vulnerable groups in our society, this budget addresses all of that. But Mr. Speaker, you would know as a very experienced man in the field of economics as well, you cannot develop a country if you're not growing the middle class. This budget, with the measures that have been put in place, is designed to grow the middle class. You know what evidence of the middle class growing? The Guyana Revenue Authority has just announced that the PAD series has been exhausted in 6 months and they're about to go into PAC. In 6 months. You know what that means? The dreams of our young people. Public servants are no longer in poverty with bicycles. They're buying their own cars. They're owning their own homes. This budget speaks about ensuring the viability of young people and their families, benefits for their mortgage, ensuring medical and insurance. Mr. Speaker, we have to grow the middle class. We have to reduce the bottom and grow the middle. We have to eliminate poverty. And the measures and the policies and the programs that are in this budget help to do that. I heard someone, I guess it's because of lack of understanding, said in these debates, you can't eat roads. But listen to this, Mr. Duncan, you should listen to this and put it in the ring. Roads make people eat. And I will explain to you how people eat when we put in roads just now. You can't eat roads, but without roads you can't eat. So I'll come to that just now. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, this budget lays the foundation and provides the framework for the modernization, transformation, and sustainable prosperity of Guyana. The projects, the infrastructural development, it's not just for the now. When we talk about the gas to shore and the gas to energy project, this is not just a now thing, this is about sustainable prosperity. When we reduce the cost of electricity, more investors will come to Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about this, but I'll say it again. In Guyana, we have IC, drink, soft drink. We have Buster, and we got Trill. Trill, I think, comes from Trinidad. Buster comes from Suriname, and we produce IC here. Trill and Buster sells cheaper in Guyana than IC. I guess Mr. Duncan and his group.
I just don't want to be unfair to the other local manufacturer, Soka.
Speaker. There's also Soka. Mr. Speaker, the group of journeymen who are myopic in their outlook, they will never understand that Guyana must be able to compete. You could imagine, we have wood in Guyana, wood, and we are buying furniture overseas. And you know that is why, Mr. Speaker, the cost to produce the value added here. This, what we are doing when we invest in electricity, is to ensure Guyana's sustainable prosperity. Mr. Speaker, our investments in the infrastructure to accommodate agriculture. So this budget provides $5 billion to support sea and river defenses. But it's not just boulders and riprap sea defenses we are thinking about. We're thinking about the thousands of farmers who plant cash crops, rice, sugar, the poultry farmers, the cattle farmers. They have to be able to carry on their trade, so we have to keep the sea out. So we are making the investment to secure agriculture. So bricks, though, you can't eat the stone on the sea defense, but because we put it there, people can eat. Mr. Speaker, we all know, because we travel in the Caribbean, tourism is one of the sectors that creates employment in large scale. We have to put in place the infrastructure to support tourism. It means the tourists, when they come here, they have to be able to get to land safely at the airstrips in the interior, go to the eco lodges, get back out. We have to be able to put in place the infrastructure to ensure that the tourist who is coming here to rent a car, to drive and see the country, there's proper road safety and there are proper roads to encourage that. So the investment in infrastructure supports tourism. When we invest, sir, and we put the roads, whether they are hinterland roads or whether they are urban roads or farm to market access roads, or we opening up super highways, these are not roads that are leading to just a destination. For example, there will be a new superhighway from Schoonard to Parika. While the road starts at Schoonard and ends at Parika, It opens up opportunities. It is not just leading to Parika, but it's leading to prosperity. Opportunities for housing, opportunities for farming. We have given incentives for large-scale plantation agriculture. Those roads open up those opportunities. Mr. Speaker, when we build all of the 32 bridges from Kurupakari to Letem, we're not just pouring concrete and steel and putting it on earth. We are making a corridor open to move to the next leg of linking Linden with Letem, which essentially is opening up tens of millions of people in a new market in northern Brazil. The road is leading so that people can eat. Mr. Speaker, when we invest in the number 58 road that is linking the Quarantine Highway with the Kanji Creek and possibly be able to get over the Kanji Creek, you know what we're doing, sir? The sons of the farmers could now get their own lands. The grandsons of those who farm there could get their own lands. We're opening up new lands. So the infrastructure program of Guyana and the investments that we are making in infrastructure is not just brick, loom, sand, concrete, and asphalt. It's opportunities to lead for prosperity for the people of Guyana. And I'm proud to be part of such a project. Mr. Speaker, this budget provides for affordable housing. It provides for world-class healthcare facilities. It provides accessible education for all, from nursery and more realistically now, university or tertiary, including technical and vocational training. It provides opportunities for young people. It provides opportunities for the small businesses. It provides opportunities for improving the business competitiveness for the private sector. This budget, and I would like the honorable members in the opposition to hear, provides dignity for our men and women in uniform. It provides dignity for them. Mr. Speaker, this budget addresses the health and wellness issues of our public servants. It provides for the development of their careers, and it also provides for their well-being. The president has been speaking over and over again. One thing to do is to give salary increases. And everybody wants to talk about salary increases, but this budget also provides for non-salary benefits, housing, health care, scholarships, free. So go and tell the people in the ring that this budget is not doing nothing for them. They are listening to Bishop Hedgel this morning. Mr. Speaker, this budget provides for the economic advancement of Amerindians. Last year's budget, we bought tractors and harrows and the machinery for harvesting and the plows and the trailers to transport people. I'm proud to report to this House that in Region 8, we were able to give contracts to all of the communities to build the roads, because you just can't have the tractor, but you must be able to link the communities. You know what that means? They must be able to move between villages. And Mr. Speaker, we didn't only confine them to Region 8, we are building the road from Region 9 to Region 8 so they could get out to Letem, and once they get out to Letem, they could get to any other part of this country. That's what we are doing with our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC is not afraid of big things. We're not afraid of doing mega projects. You know, there are different kinds of phobias. There is acrophobia, people who are afraid of heights. There's aerophobia, people who are afraid of flying. But then there's another phobia, megalophobia. People are afraid of big things. This aptly describes that section of the house that I'm looking at. They are afraid of doing big things. So, Mr. Speaker, every time something big is discussed, they get scared. Amalia, the one project that would have already been benefiting Guyana, they scuttled it. It is too big for them to understand. So now they hear gas to shore, too big for them to understand. You hear $88 billion in infrastructure, too big for them to understand. You hear a budget of $552.9 billion, too big for them to understand. Mr. Speaker, and let me take the time to correct, because an honorable member stood in this house and said, up until now, they don't understand how much money from the Natural Resources Fund will be spent and where. Now, I know we have comprehension issues, and Minister of Education, I've appealed to you over and over again to address this issue of comprehension. In the opposition. But Mr. Speaker, you know why we are in this house? Because every cent from the Natural Resources Fund that will be spent to support budget 2022 will be transferred to the consolidated fund. And money could only leave the consolidated fund by an appropriation act. An appropriation act is something that takes place in this house. Next week, every member over there who has the capacity to understand, they will be able to ask questions. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, there are no foolish questions, so they could ask any question. Answers will be given, and at the end of it, a vote will be made. When that is done, that bill is signed into an act, and that's where the money is spent. Oil money, gold money, rice money, sugar money, taxes money, all in one fund, and it is financing a development plan. So that is a simple explanation. Mr. Speaker, but I have a message. I have a message for Guyana. And I have a message to all of the 31 members. Well, 30 right now, waiting on one. Waiting, I have a message. They like to quote from the Bible. So I will help them with a scripture. Proverbs chapter 10 and verse 4. Hear what Proverbs says. Lazy hands bring poverty. Diligent hands bring prosperity. That is the definition of what took place 2015, 2020. Lazy hands. Institutional inertia. Doing nothing. Hear what verse 5 says. A wise man harvests in summer. Mr. Speaker, summer is that favorable season. You make use of the opportunity. You seize the moment. Make hay while the sun shines. And since many of them are biblically oriented, it is what is called the Kairos moment or a prophetic moment. A wise man sows in summer. But listen to this. Minister Singh, thank you. Because he who sleeps in summer is a disgrace. You expect the Irfan Ali-led administration to be sleeping in this summer season? The answer is a big no. President Ali and his team, Guyana will not sleep in this summer moment. We will work with diligent hands to implement, to ensure that prosperity come to the people of Guyana. The contributions of this APNU AFC shows that they lack foresight or they're having difficulties with intellectual insight. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you about some of the achievements of the Ministry of Public Works since we came to office. Mr. Speaker, I want to start with the Chedi Jagan International Airport. I went there for several festivities and the Guyanese coming back home. I don't need to listen to people who are anti-development and anti-progress. I listen to people who, when they land here, they say, wow, you guys are doing a good job. I was here 3 years ago, I was here 4 years ago. The 1,500 issues that had to be fixed, we fixed it. Mr. Speaker, we opened a new runway. And besides that, we have been able to put in the instrument landing system as well as the ADSB system. You know what that means? When the pilots are for the planes, Minister Singh, that when Qatar Airways or all of the flights, transatlantic flights coming here, they want predictability that they must be able to land and not to be diverted to another airport because they can't see the runway. We have been able to address those issues. We have been able to work with the Chinese contractor with all of the difficulties and the problems of a project that was plagued by mismanagement under the APNU AFC. And we're now getting them to put in what was always required, additional air bridges, the facade. We're getting them to put in the curtain wall. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Duncan spoke about one pothole that a contractor that we give to paint the road paint. One pothole. But I would like to report to this National Assembly, in 2021, through the Special Projects Unit of the Ministry, we have rehabilitated and maintained 517 kilometers of road in Georgetown, in Tamari, on Berbice. 517 kilometers. So if you want judges on one pothole, let the other drivers tell you what we have fixed, and they have seen the visibility of what was done. Mr. Speaker, we have done in excess of 300 kilometers of community roads. We have had to respond to emergencies. The bridge that collapsed at Hawk Street, the Eastern Highway leading to Congress Place, we fixed it. We were trying to get it fixed before Congress. We wanted to do that, but we couldn't get it done in time because they weren't sure if they were having or not having. We fixed the bridge in New Amsterdam at Glasgow. We fixed the bridge at Dennis Street. All emergency works. And we went on to fix a number of community bridges. We've installed more than 700 street lights covering a 30 kilometers area in terms of infrastructural development. We have provided for walkways, pedestrian walkways at Port Drawing, at Anna Regina, at Tushin, at Albert Street, and Vicinjan Road. We have done the construction of all-weather roads at Molson Creek to El Dorado. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Minister. You need an extension to continue.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that the honourable member have as much time as he'd like, but I'm confined to ask you for 5 minutes to conclude his excellent presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Teixeira. Honorable Member, you may continue to your conclusion in 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. We have fixed those farm to market access roads, and the road from Sand Hills to Tamiri is no longer a dream, Honorable Member Mr. Ramchatan. You will join me in one of those new pickups that we are taking off the VAT and excise tax off so we can be able to get to those roads and we will enjoy it. The alignment from Parika to Goshen. And I heard somebody out in Makawara asking if the road reaching Makawara, we reaching Goshen. You got past Makawara to get to Goshen. So we're building the road, the alignment is being cut. Mr. Speaker, we are continuing to those city fences. We have been able to get the MV Kanawaima back in service. The MV Kanawaima was down since 2019. As a matter of fact, the APNU AFC didn't have the capacity to engage the Surinamis. It looks like they couldn't get nothing done with Suriname. Because of the interventions at the highest level and dialogue between Guyana and Suriname and friendly relations, the Kanawaima is back in service. Mr. Speaker, in terms of what is happening in the maritime sector, we have already bought a new pilot boat, not one that's going 6 knots and 12 knots, because you'll never get where you're going with the 52 ships that you have to bring into Port Georgetown every week with a 6 knots and a 12 knots. But we are building a better boat and a bigger boat. Mr. Speaker, the Transport and Harbors Department, which was an entity that all of us had great concern for because of its liabilities and its inability to finance itself, last year earned revenues of over $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, and by the way, ask the users of the Parika Supernam service the satisfaction that they now enjoy because of the additional service that was put in place. People, during the Christmas period, people commended the Transport and Harbors Department for the service they were able to get to Georgetown, get back home on the same day because of visionary interventions there. Mr. Speaker, the Government Electrical Inspectorate Department have adopted 31 new electrical standards, and they are now implemented across the country to ensure safety in homes and the prevention of electrical fires. We now have a register of contractors, and everything there is digitized, computerized. Mr. Speaker, in terms of our report card, the International Civil Aviation Organization ranked Guyana as #1 on the Safety Oversight Index in the area of operations. This is a testament of the country's robust safety oversight capabilities when compared to all 35 states in South America, Latin America, Caribbean, and North America. Guyana was ranked #1. Additionally, Guyana has ranked #2 on the Safety Oversight Index in the area of air navigation services in all 35 states. So including America, Canada, and the whole South American side, we're #1 where safety is concerned, and we're #2 in terms of our air navigational services. Mr. Speaker, we are not boasting that we have done well and we have done everything perfect. We are basically saying we have repaired the damage, and this budget is laying the platform for us to take it to the next level. The Demerara Harbor Bridge, we've been able to make the necessary interventions. And Mr. Speaker, isn't it strange that for the whole period that we are in, we didn't have one sea defense breach? You know why? Because we are maintaining and inspecting. Isn't it strange, Mr. Speaker, that the bridge didn't collapse and people had to wait for days to pass? Because we are maintaining and fixing. Mr. Speaker, the $88+ billion made available to us this year in Budget 2022 will be used prudently. And I use this opportunity to call upon all stakeholders, contractors, engineers, consultants, as well as the beneficiaries, the people of Guyana, for us to work together to ensure that every project that is being implemented in your community is done correctly. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is gone, but let me just close and say, when the story of Guyana's economic transformation and modernization is recorded in the annals of history, Budget 2022 will be annotated as the critical point in that journey. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Public Works, the Honorable Member Bishop Juan Edgel. We will now have the contribution of the Honorable Member, Mr. David Patterson. Starting at 11:48 and 20 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I note how precise you are with my times. I do hope that not when I start, when I finish, I'm given the same latitude as you give the former member, the other member just now. Mr. Speaker, as is customary, I rise to make my contribution to Budget 2022. Allow me to extend thanks to the committed staff of the Ministry of Finance and all other ministries for the hard work that is involved in crafting the budget. The nation is fully aware that you provided only the technical support, and the inequitable measures included in this budget were not your doing, but that of a clueless government. Mr. Speaker, allow me to offer some general comments on Budget 2022 before examining specific areas under my remit. It would appear that the Finance Minister wants Guyana to become a nation of truck drivers with all the tax breaks he has granted to those businesses who want to get into the oil and gas sector, whereby heightening the sucking sound as our economy glides into the vortex of a sector, which this year will contribute 90% of total exports, disregarding the much-touted diversification of our economy. This 2022 budget should really be entitled Santa Claus for the Rich and Scrooge for the working poor. The latter has been granted a misery maximum of $2,800 increase in their disposable income, compliments of the minister and his new tax threshold. Mr. Speaker, instead of addressing the disposable income of the poor, the PPPC would rather send their ministers out with suitcases of cash into the regions and have poor mothers go before the cameras and kiss the royal hand in deep appreciation of the Because We Care grant. That, sir, is the indignities of charity. Mr. Speaker, the government's answers to high market prices, the spiraling cost of living. They're blaming the middlemen, their friends, for price gouging. Instead of addressing the root causes of these problems, their response is farmers' markets. As for the rollback on freight charges for importers, which the Minister of Finance has stated will save some $6 billion, last year, GRA was compelled to beg these importers to pass on any savings to the consumers. Despite all the government claims of removing more than 200 taxes, thus reducing the burden on the working poor, that has not happened in the last 18 months. Nothing has decreased. Mr. Speaker, another one of the PPP tax breaks that has backfired is that what was given to the gold sector. Recall how the miners begged and cried for concessions, yet in 2021, this sector recorded 11.3 lower decorations, even though gold prices was at its highest level. Mr. Speaker, this budget prioritizes the private over the public, the rich over the poor, individual wealth over common national prosperity. Note the measures for private health and life insurance, yet glaringly absent are measures to help the national insurance scheme meet the needs of the working citizens, or public hospitals and schools to keep their qualified and experienced staff. Nothing aimed at even helping the working poor getting to work, not a single word on the public ground transportation. Just a mention, sir, of more roads. Mr. Speaker, there's more money for prison cells and magistrate courts. For those who dare to stand up against this heartless regime, however, nothing they can do will stifle the growing voices of discontent in the population. Mr. Speaker, the emptying of the full amount of savings from the National Resource Fund is beyond reckless. Hillbillies type disregard for a country's economic stability. This is a budget for the rich and crumbs for the poor. Mr. Speaker, in my previous budget speeches, I had cause to state that the return of the PPVC signals the return of money for the boys. An examination of the 2021 procurement only highlights what the nation has always known. This government is about projects for family and friends. Here, sir, is a few examples. In 2021, last year, sir, based on public records and disclosures in the health sector, the new GPC received $13.8 billion in contracts, sir, 70 million US. And so we're all aware who's the best friend of the owner of that company. Western Scientific Company, sir, the company that was blacklisted by the IDB in 2016 for fraudulent practices, received $5.6 billion, 28 million US dollars from the Ministry of Health, sir. In fact, an analysis of the 2021 expenditures for the Ministry of Health shows that these two companies were awarded 85% of the total budget allocated for the ministry, a whooping $17.9 billion, sir, 98 million US dollars in contracts. Sir, another procurement detail of interest. In May 2021, a company, Health International Inc., was awarded a contract for $236 million for the rental of a warehouse for the storage of pharmaceuticals and medical supplies. $236 for 2020. The Speaker, Mr. Speaker, no guess for the location of the company. Queens Atlantic Industrial Site Rumvelt, Georgetown, sir. And they speak about, sir, about the money. $236 million was rented, sir. No public disclosure, nothing at all, sir. Mr. Speaker, here's another one. The Public Procurement Commission issued the following letters to all agencies, sir, in 2019. And this is a letter, I know you like it. And it's addressed to all permanent secretaries, regional executive officers, head of agencies, and head of departments, sir. And I just quote the last part of it. Procuring agencies are advised that no contracts are, the subject is procurement, suspension and debarment regulations 2019. Procuring entities are advised that no contract shall be awarded to an entity that has been debarred by the Commission. The list of debarred contractors is maintained by the Commission's website, sir, and I checked up to yesterday, sir, they're still there. And should be checked prior to the award of any contract. Please see attached a list of contractors debarred by the Commission effective October the 26th and 27th, 2019. Sir, and I have a list. Let's read some, sir. Mohammed Yunus, sir. Mohammed Faisal Yunus, trading as Yunus Civil and Building Construction Services. China Railway Forest Group Guyana Inc. VDalip Enterprises, sir, VDalip Enterprises, sir, it has some other names. Sabrina Wilson and a few companies and individuals. Sir, that is the Public Procurement Commission. Debarred this was a legally sitting constitutional body. Sir, despite being banned by the Public Procurement Commission, two contracts were awarded by the Central Housing and Planning Authorities, one of $890 million, sir, and one, sir, from Region 9 of $30 million, sir, to VDalip. They're a blacklisted company, VDalip. Constitution. Additionally, sir, contracts were awarded, sir, and I see the Prime Minister just ups and runs, sir, because they just awarded a contract for Myla. And Myla falls to China Railway Forest Group. Blacklisted companies are blacklisted for fraudulent practices. Sir, and of course, sir, there were like several contracts awarded to humans. Sir, the PPPC cannot even obey our laws. Mr. Speaker, what is of interest is not what's included in the budget of the Ministry of Public Works, sir, but what has not been included. In Budget 2021, the sum of $105 million was included for the studies and works to transform Lethem Airport to a regional hub, sir. You can remember, you can recall that they regaled that. A new bridge at Wisma and the construction of a new stelling at Perica, sir. The honorable member just regaled us about the Perica to Supernam crossing. Sir, after spending $102 million in 2021, these projects have vanished from budget 2022. Without a single word, sir, from the minister or anyone, sir. Sir, the government will be expending $2.6 billion, they're saying, to upgrade the Linden to Dyke Highway. And another $6 billion, sir, to upgrade the Linden to Mabura Road. Yet they lack the foresight to make a better bridge, which are linking these $2 billion roads, sir. And the honorable member just came and said, oh, that is forward thinking. Sir, if that is forward thinking, sir, don't ever let us go backwards, sir. Mr. Speaker, I like to get to my remit. Sir. Oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, Guyana has been tremendously blessed with huge oil and gas resources. We're grateful to the international oil companies that have helped us unlock our potential in this area, thus providing increased financial resources to our country. However, our governance systems must improve to prevent much wastage of these resources through inefficiencies and corruption. Without an upgrade in our present governance system, our non-oil economy will see little, if any, growth, at least not in keeping with our oil-rich economy. Mr. Speaker, we see the deficiencies in our political and economic governance systems glaringly exposed in Budget 2022. We see a few mega projects described to be very important and transformative. The government says that they are so important and so transformative that we don't need time to study them properly. Let information guide our decision-making process. We see little emphasis on our primary tertiary education institution, the University of Guyana, to build capacity among our citizens. We see little investment in research and development activities, which investment will provide the opportunity for our highly trained professionals to work in Guyana on our major technical problems and challenges, the solutions of which will drive national development. Our lack of intention to research, for instance, is manifestly obvious in our ignorance to the cause of low fish catch. More so, the lack of appropriate research and technology will likely cause the 200 million solution in the budget allocated for fish cages to fail, thus condemning another group of hard-working Guyanese to the breadline. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 is filled with throwing money at issues without proper analysis. Just last week, the government refused to do a proper analysis on the pipeline proposal for bringing gas to shore, to allow the Parliamentary Natural Resource Committee to assess its viability, which is another glaring example of poor governance. Mr. Speaker, a detailed study of this project would show that the pipeline solution proposed is simply not the best to utilize our natural gases resources. The pipeline, the gas to shore solution, is much too expensive. It is transporting gas for electricity generation at a cost of $4.50 per million BTU, a cost for transportation that exceeds the average market price of gas worldwide over the past year. This cannot and will not result in cheaper electricity for our nation. Mr. Speaker, to illustrate further what a study would have revealed is that only recently the proposed 1,800 kilometer pipeline designated to transport 1.2 billion cubic feet of gas per day between Israel and the EU has been put on hold. Pause partly because of concerns of the lack of financial feasibility expressed both by the Israeli and the US government. This concern about feasibility for the pipeline project should have raised a red flag for our Guyana pipeline project, since the EU pipeline would have been transporting gas at more than 30% less cost than our pipeline project. Mr. Speaker, if the government had agreed to further studies into this project, they would have been aware that in some scenarios, transporting gas in the form of compressed natural gas, CNG, to shore in ISO containers is much more cost effective than a pipeline. A study would have likely brought to light that transporting gas to shore by ISO containers would have been almost 75% cheaper than a pipeline. Further studies would have likely brought to light that ISO container method of transporting gas has the possibility of opening up huge export markets for Guyana into CARICOM and Brazil. Mr. Speaker, if the government were willing to conduct more detailed analysis, they would have discovered that the private sector company has a take-or-pay contract with a power generating company in Central America to supply CNG by ISO containers for electricity generation, and has applied to the U.S. Department of Energy for approval to ship CNG to Central America and the Caribbean by this method, using its technology and experience in the use of this method of gas transportation. Mr. Speaker, the opportunities to utilize our gas resources are enormous, and as we have stated before, the opposition will lend our support to the government in negotiations with the Stabroek Block operators in getting a better oil contract, lower prices for our gas, and better conditions for the Guyanese public. Mr. Speaker, on the vexing matter of flaring, Mr. Speaker, flaring is the disposal of waste gas produced with the oil into the atmosphere. This gas is known to contain over 250 identified toxins, including benzene, metals such as mercury and arsenic, sour gas with hydrogen sulfide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides. These form acids in the atmosphere and fall back onto the earth and in our waters as acid rain. SUR also produce carbon dioxide and methane, which are the two main contributors to greenhouse gases and climate change, a danger that the entire world is fighting against. Mr. Speaker, the law of the land is very clear when it comes to flaring. First, Clause 3.6 of the EPA permits expressly prohibits flaring, with exceptions being made for flaring during startup of the FPSO, emergencies, or periods of maintenance. The unexpected failure of Exxon's equipment at the beginning of operation prompted the coalition government to take action to stop flaring, including severely reducing oil production and revisions of the EPA permits to ensure compliance with our laws. Mr. Speaker, the PPP callously reversed the zero flaring mandate. With this reversal, the PPP now gives Exxon the license to flare any amount if they pay a fee of $45 per ton of carbon dioxide flare. The PPP declaration that the fine of $45 per ton of carbon dioxide equivalent emitted is an improvement. It's nothing but a laughable sham, giving Exxon the license to flare. Money talks, sir, and our environment suffers. Mr. Speaker, the most worrying was the most recent statement by Exxon that it has still not fixed the flaring problem, which has been ongoing since the start of operations 2 years ago. The government has total disregard for the nation's health, safety, and environment, which was made clear, sir, when the government ministers continue parroting Exxon's position that Guyana is carbon sink, so that it has the capacity to take in more pollutants. This, sir, is coming from a government that is also pushing a green agenda. Mr. Speaker, the foregoing also highlights that the current PPPC administration is more interested in prioritizing monetary gains over the protection of the environment, safety, and health, which is an unnecessary and dangerous choice, since today's technology makes it commonplace for both environmental protection and monetary gain to be achieved at the same time, especially considering that Exxon is comfortably and willingly achieving these targets in other countries, such as the United States. Mr. Speaker, on assumption of office, the PPPC has reversed the position that Guyana should be financially covered for any and all spills. The little or no coverage at all. When they reversed the agreement between the coalition and Exxon for the company to obtain the maximum insurance coverage on the market, with the remainder being covered by the three parent companies of EEPGL, thus all adding to full unlimited liability coverage. Mr. Speaker, the limited insurance coverage against all risks poses a severe risk to Guyana, leaving us vulnerable to financial bankruptcy without the means to clean up any oil spill, not to mention the nation's exposure to lawsuits from bordering countries. Sir, the BP oil spill in the Gulf cost approximately $70 billion US, and the environmental damages persist. It is rather stunning, with the proposed increase in production, that the government is now talking about having Exxon obtain insurance to the value of only $2 billion. Sir, it begs the following question. Did Exxon cancel the $2.5 billion in private insurance that was put in place under the coalition government? Why would the government feel satisfied at only $2 billion US worth of liability coverage when the BP spill in the Gulf of Mexico cost more than $70 billion US? Sir, and if the government is satisfied with only $2 billion US insurance coverage, how would any cost over and above that will be covered? Mr. Speaker, in similar fashion as they have addressed flaring, sir, the PPPC they've reversed every single progressive measure that we have put in place in dealing with oil production. The PPPC, upon taking office, immediately reversed the coalition's zero dumping of produced water mandate that was developed by the EPA, GGMC, the Department of Energy, and independent international consultants. This mandate was consistent with the World Bank's international standards that require re-injection and not dumping of this water that is 3 times hotter than the ocean and contains oil, radioactive elements, mercury, lead, arsenic, and other toxic chemicals. There is now a serious question surrounding the cause on the drop of fishing quantities offshore in Guyana as it relates to this dumping of produced water. Mr. Speaker, no one with any inkling of common sense would think that throwing all of those billions of gallons of hot, radioactive and toxic water into our clean oceans would not impact our fish life. And most egregious is the government's nonchalant attitude towards a study that would find out what the impact is on our fishing environment. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in September, sir, of 2020, the Commissioner of GRA, sir, reported that the audit of Exxon's pre-production costs, reportedly some US $460 million, was completed and handed over to the government. Mr. Speaker, the nation was stunned to learn 2 weeks ago that this is not the case. Further, 15 months later, after not making a single public comment, now the government now wants us to believe that the process undertaken by the international auditors and supervised by GRA was defective. 15 months after, sir, not a single word. Mr. Speaker, even if, and we give them the benefit of the doubt, even if that was the case, why wait 15 months to inform the public? Why has this not been a matter of urgency for the government? After all, sir, an audit of the claimed pre-production costs would have provided an invaluable insight to the billing practices of the operator. Mr. Speaker, the government continued failure to audit Exxon's $9.5 billion spent is tantamount to the government aiding and abetting the fleecing of the Guyana resources. The PPP's excuse that the process has been stymied because of the absence of strong local groups to do audits is quite frankly, sir, unacceptable. Sir, Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that an audit of Exxon's expensive claim can garner savings of up to US $1 billion, far more than the US 604 being removed from the NRF fund.
Honorable member, at 19:07, I'll have to ask that you get an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip, for the opposition. Honorable member, you have 5 minutes to continue, so you can conclude.
So failure to do these audits is a commission of wrongdoing and malfeasance in office. No excuse or political grandstanding can absolve the government of this grave sin against this nation. Mr. Speaker, no one buys a bottle of water that is not full because you can see through the container. No one buys fruits from our local vendors if the product is visibly damaged. However, sir, if you buy a bottle of cooking gas, you cannot see if you're getting value unless the bottle is weighed on a standard scale, or unless you believe the seal has been properly set and not been tampered with. This is what the government is asking our nation to accept. A product from a supplier without verification. Mr. Speaker, there have been repeated public requests for the Minister of Natural Resources to provide daily production information for the oil we are paying Exxon to explore for us, to drill for, to store, and mostly to sell for us. To date, there has been no information. There have been no figures to perform analysis on, no production data which can be tabulated with the corresponding oil prices and ensure that we are receiving value for our oil. So, the Guyanese citizens, the main stakeholder in all of this remain in ignorance and cannot check what we have been told. Mr. Speaker, this lack of transparency dominates the PPP activities in the oil and gas sector, and quite frankly, characterizes the PPP activity in general, and should be concerning to all stakeholders, wherever they may be. Mr. Speaker, there was a disturbing report in our local newspapers about Guyanese workers complaining that they were forced to eat leftovers on the FPSOs. This was disturbing on several fronts. However, what was the most glaring was that the Ministry of Labor summoned the recruiting firm, held discussions with the recruiting firm, and were pleased with the outcome of these discussions. Clearly, this is a case of a meeting between friends and not a concern of regulatory oversight and non-compliance. Further, Mr. Speaker, the recruitment firm reported that due to the company's protocols, the clients, SBM, would normally eat first and then the service staff. Nowhere in the response by the Ministry of Labor was it reported that this practice was addressed. Mr. Speaker, the segregation of eating places was discontinued with apartheid and Jim Crow laws of the South. It is sad that in the 21st century, our government is allowing such practices to resurface, causing Guyanese to be treated as second-class citizens in our own country. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we have stated before that the opposition will support the government in defining constitutional reform provisions that will result in a bipartisan approach to addressing our national challenges and opportunities. We will support new systems of governance which will facilitate world-class management of all areas of our economy and society. Guyana has been extremely blessed by the Almighty. Let us use our blessings not just to calculate averages that look good on paper, while the standard of living of our people is declining, but rather with wisdom to improve the lives of all our citizens while positively impacting our region. I close with a reminder of the saying that we are as strong as our weakest link. Mr. Speaker, too many links are getting weaker. The time to fix them, sir, is now. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, the Honorable Vikram Bharat, to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to start my presentation by reading a paragraph from a letter that was published today in the Times newspaper. You should listen to the rebuttal to some of your comments, Honorable Member Patterson, because it was a lot of misrepresentation of the facts and what the APNU AFC actually did. Well, Mr. Speaker, permit me to start by reading the first paragraph of a letter that was published in today's Times newspaper that summarizes the position of the APNU AFC and their comments on Budget 2022. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, "Whatever the real or imagined ills of our economy or plight of the poor are, the APNU AFC whether in government or as the political opposition, lack the intellectual fortitude, integrity, and moral standing to chastise Budget 2022 as was presented by the Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. Mr. Speaker, when the APNU AFC was in government, we said that they locked themselves in a bubble, that they are functioning in a bubble. They've isolated themselves from the people and the realities of the situation on the ground. And you would have expected this to change after the electorates burst that bubble. Unfortunately, in opposition, they're still exhibiting the same kind of behavior of being stuck in that bubble and are not in tune with what the reality is, are not in tune with the plight of our people in the country, and are not in tune as to where Guyana is going, as to what Budget 2022 will do for our economy and the transformation of the lives of our people. That is what they would have not realized, Mr. Speaker. And we have heard so many comments and so many fancy descriptions of Budget 2022 by members of the APNU AFC. We have heard that Budget 2022 is a long waste of time. We have heard that it is a joke. We have heard that it is disrespectful. But Mr. Speaker, how can Budget 2022 be disrespectful when Budget 2022 is offering $30,000 to every single school child in this country, regardless whether they're from Oriala, whether they're from Itika, whether they're from the Rupununi, whether they're from the quarantine course? Every single school child will get $30,000, Mr. Speaker. Government and private schools. Mr. Speaker, we have heard so many comments from speakers on the opposition benches. We heard the Honorable MP from Region 5 saying that the roads in number 28 and Itika and Belladrum and Seafield and Hope Town are in terrible conditions. Mr. Speaker, that is a result of the APNU AFC failing their supporters. They failed their supporters, Mr. Speaker. This same APNU AFC government opposition, Mr. Speaker, they were in government from 2015 to 2020. From 2015 to 2020, even though they were illegally squatting in government, they failed their supporters in Region 5. Because if you come to the National Assembly and say that the roads in Hope Town, and the roads in Itika, and the roads in Belladrum are in terrible state, what did you do for your supporters in those 5 years? And even if you did something, it was substandard work. How can it be in a deplorable state so quickly? It means that you did shoddy work in your support base. Shoddy work in your support base, Mr. Speaker. So to come to the National Assembly, we must actually think before we make certain comments. Mr. Speaker, we heard the other MP from Region 5 using the deaths of innocent people to gain cheap political points in this August House. Mr. Speaker, those are comments that should never ever be used. We should not use the deaths of people to gain political points in the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, we heard the Honorable MP from Maka, saying that there is nothing in this budget for the working class people. There is nothing in this budget for the women in this country. There is nothing in this budget for the people of Maka. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the honorable member and our children, She did mention that she have 5 children. Mr. Speaker, that honorable member will be collecting $150,000 because of the PPP civic government. Because of the PPP civic government. An increase, Mr. Speaker, an increase of $55,000 from a few months ago. From a few months ago. Last year she collected $95,000. And in 2022, she will collect $150,000, Mr. Speaker. $150,000. And what did she receive when her government was in power? Nothing, Mr. Speaker. Nothing, Mr. Speaker. Nothing. Mr. Speaker, it pains you. It pains you to sit and listen to an individual who was a former Minister of Education, who was a former minister, I'm not sure if she's still a member of Parliament or not, who was a former Minister of Education coming to this house and say that the 5B program is better than the cash grant. Mr. Speaker, she is speaking to sensible people. Guyanese are sensible people. If you have 30 buses by 30 students, how much can you transport on a given day? How much can you transport on a given day? And then the honorable member is speaking about handouts. Like if the bicycle and the slippers and the boots and the breakfast wasn't handouts. Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy that the honorable member, Mr. Ramjitan, is here. And awake, fully awake. Because, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, Mr. Ramjitan, seems to have an obsession with taxes. There is some kind of obsession with Mr. Ramjitan, the honorable member, and taxes and sugar workers. Taxes and sugar workers. When he was in government, and now when he's in opposition, there is still the same obsession with taxing the poor people. And yet they come and say, we are taking disposable income away from people. We got to be sure of what we are saying. We can't be contradicting each other and being all over the place. Because one member is saying that we are taking away disposable income. The other member is saying that we need to tax the population. We need to ensure that we tax them and tax them more. So there got to be some kind of synergy. They got to be sure of what they really want, Mr. Speaker. It's the same attitude. It is the same attitude that have them in the opposition benches today. It is the same attitude that have them in the opposition benches today. And their dislike for sugar workers. And the honorable member, being a Barbician himself, would think that he loves sugar workers. But this is the very member that every single time we make allocation for Gaisuku, he has a problem. What is the problem with Gaisuku and sugar workers and this honorable member? Because they voted you out. Because they voted you out, honorable member. They put you back in the opposition benches where you will stay for a very long time. Because obviously, there is no leadership, there is no sense of direction, there is even no opposition leader. Mr. Speaker, there is this obsession. The honorable member, Mr. Speaker, I'll get to that. I have 35 minutes. Mr. Speaker, there's an article, I think it was Kaicho News, quoting the honorable member to say, Guyana on path of resource course. Ramjitan says budget 2022 destroying the non-oil sectors. It is obvious, Mr. Speaker, that the honorable member did not listen to when Minister Ashini was reading the budget, or he did not take the time to read it properly. Or he was probably not awake when the government members were explaining all the measures in the budget, Mr. Speaker. How can you actually say that budget 2022 is killing the non-oil sectors? When the money from the Natural Resource Fund that flowed into the budget is to incentivize the very non-oil sector like sugar, like sugar, honorable member, like fishing, honorable member, like logging, like mining, like tourism, like manufacturing. You examine the budget, Mr. Speaker. If you examine the budget, Mr. Speaker, you will see that the money from the Natural Resources Fund is flowing into those sectors. It is flowing into agriculture. It is flowing into health. It is flowing into education. It is flowing into tourism and manufacturing. It is flowing into our security. That is what it is being used for, Mr. Speaker. So when they come to the National Assembly and say, oh, the PPP is wasting the oil money, and there is no evidence of how the oil money will be spent, Mr. Speaker, we are saying to the people of Guyana, that is how the money will be spent in 2022, on education, on health, on agriculture, on tourism, on security, on training our young people, and building back our sugar industry. That is where the money will be spent, Mr. Speaker, because majority of our Guyanese brothers and sisters are employed in those sectors. Not in the oil and gas sector, they are employed in those sectors. And that is why we are committed as a government to ensure that we continue to grow the non-oil sector, because the non-oil sector are important in terms of job opportunities. And that is why we brought to the National Assembly the local content bill, which is a legislation now. It is to ensure that those very sectors benefit from the oil and gas sector. That is the purpose of the local content legislation, Mr. Speaker. The main purpose of the local content legislation is to ensure that the other sectors benefit, that tourism benefit, that agriculture benefit, that the training by education allow our people to enjoy the opportunities that are presenting itself in the oil and gas sector. So, Mr. Speaker, it pains you to listen for the last 3 days to people who should have known better come in and make these remarks. Mr. Speaker, I have not heard on this budget debate what we should have heard from the opposition. Should have been recommendations. Should have been, what do you think we should put into the budget? And I want to accept, Mr. Speaker, that there is no budget in this world, in any country in the world, that can solve all the ills of a country, that can solve all the problems in a country. No budget can do that. A one-year budget cycle cannot solve all the problems. And we know and we accept that budget 2022, even though we know that it is the best budget ever presented in the history of this country, that it will not solve all our problems. We will come again in 2023 and 2024 until 2030 and 2040. We will keep coming in order to make the lives of people in this country better. Mr. Speaker, one of my colleagues reminded me this morning that Norway is seen as a model oil and gas country. And everybody wants to model their framework, their management architecture framework of Norway. Well, Mr. Speaker, Norway found oil a long time ago. A long time ago, Mr. Speaker. Guyana found oil in 2015. In 2015, Mr. Speaker. Look at the infrastructure in those countries. How did they build that infrastructure? It is the oil proceeds that we use to build the infrastructure in that country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and then there is this usual talk. I don't want to touch on the many comments that we had on racism and ethnicity and one group. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a person to touch on things like that. But it pains me to have people who are elected leaders coming to this National Assembly and saying that the PPP is only doing things for one section of the population. It pains me, Mr. Speaker, because it is not true. It is not true. Is it that only one set of children will get a cash grant? Is it only one set of people will go to the 6 new hospitals that we are going to build? Mr. Speaker, is it one set of people that will benefit from the local content legislation? Mr. Speaker, all Guyana will benefit. All Guyana will benefit. And there is this perception, and I wanted to say this a long time. There is this perception by the APNU AFC that it is only one ethnic group that works at Gaisuku. But that is a figment of the imagination, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the workforce in Gaisuku, it is very diverse. It is very diverse. Sugar workers is not one race only. Every Guyanese of all races work with Gaisuku. But there is this perception in their heads that only one set of people work with Gaisuku, and that is why the PUP is putting money in Gaisuku. Mr. Speaker, they need to go and check the order lines. They need to go and check the order lines. It is Guyanese of all walks of life that works with Gaisuku, and that are sugar workers. And that is why we are building back sugar, because it is benefiting Guyana and Guyanese, and not one section of the population. So it pains me to hear elected leaders coming to this house and talking about open racism. Mr. Speaker, I thought we gone past that those days. You don't use it. You don't use it to gain. You don't use that to gain political points in these days, Mr. Speaker. The days for that is long gone. The days for that is long gone. Mr. Speaker, and then the talks of corruption. There are so many talks of corruption. And the honorable member that spoke before me mentioned a few things. And one such claim or allegation of corruption is some drug bond story, Mr. Speaker. Some GPC drug bond story. But why the honorable member did not talk about the Sussex Street drugs bond? The bottom house drug bond that we were paying $14 million a month for, that we were storing condoms and lubricants. Because I can remember on that night when a team of parliamentarians went to check, including the Honorable Bishop Edghill. And that is what they found. That is what they found. A bottom house that was rented from a party supporter. A party supporter, but you don't say that. You don't say that. And he was given an advance in rent, almost a whole year advance in rent, so that he can buy the same building. So that he can purchase the same building with the people money. The people money. That is corruption. That is corruption. The member spoke so glowingly about oil and gas. But the APNU AFC, Mr. Speaker, committed probably the worst crime against Guyanese people in history. I think this is even worse than Jim Jones, the PSC. That's the worst crime against Guyana and Guyanese. And then you come to the National Assembly and you talk about oil and gas so glowingly. Mr. Speaker, we discovered oil and gas in 2015. The APNU AFC took office, I think, 5 or 7 days after that. After that, when we took over in August 2020, the oil and gas, it was floating. It was floating, Mr. Speaker. I say that because there was no proper framework, management model framework to manage the oil and gas sector. Nothing at all, other than a one-man show. Other than a one-man show and the management of the sector moving from ministry to ministry. That is what we had. We had no local content legislation in place. We brought that to the National Assembly so that people can benefit from the sector. Mr. Speaker, talking about corruption again. The honorable member did not mention a word about the 18 million bonus. No, we have to remind people. We have to keep reminding people that you collected 18 million US dollars as signing bonus, and you never tell the people of Guyana that you collected the money. We have to remind them. You don't like when we remind the people of your misdeeds and your corrupt active. You don't like when we remind the people of this country of that. That is the problem. But you collected. I was in the National Assembly at that time when a question was asked of the then Minister Jordan, and he said that he has no knowledge of this. Then when we asked again, he said that he thought it was a gift. 1.5 years after, then we heard that, oh, we received 18 million and it is in a special account, and that is to fight the case with Venezuela. Why didn't they tell us when you collected it? Why didn't they tell us when you collected it? So when you talk about corruption, Mr. Speaker, we got to talk about these things too. We got to talk about the demurrage costs. We got to talk, since we're talking island gas, we got to talk about the demurrage costs under the APNU AFC and under the PUP civic government. Mr. Speaker, when we took office, 3 lifts were completed. 3 lifts were completed, and we collected an invoice for 567,000 US dollars. Demurrage costs. Demurrage costs. We had to pay. We had to pay that. The people of Guyana had to pay that. Mr. Speaker, for the next 6 lifts under the PUP Civic Administration, the next 6 lifts, we have not paid more than $100,000 demurrage costs. And that is proper management. That is proper management, Mr. Speaker. And that is the fact. That is the fact. Mr. Speaker, there was another comment which I wish to address before I go more into island gas, and for us to speak about some of the opportunities that lies ahead, and that is of gold production. The Honorable Member Patterson mentioned it. I think the Honorable Member, Ms. Fernandes, also mentioned gold production. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member mentioned that in 2016, we had the highest gold declaration in Guyana. And that is a fact. That is true. But if the Honorable Member understands how the industry works, she would have realized that it was because of the work of the PUP Civic Administration prior to 2015 resulted in the high declaration of gold. And worse to that, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member boasts of a high declaration under the administration. Unfortunately, when we took over government, Mr. Speaker, it was not reflected in GGMC accounts. It was not reflected in GGMC accounts. It was not reflected in the figures of the Guyana Gold Board. That was in arrears. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, when we left, GGMC had over $20 billion. Over $20 billion. Just like the Forestry Commission had over $1 billion, GGMC had over $20 billion. When we took over, Mr. Speaker, GGMC had $7 billion. $7 billion, Mr. Speaker. 13 billion almost unaccounted for. And then yet, the members are boasting about high gold declaration during that period, but it did not translate into revenue going into GGMC or the Guyana Gold Board So, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of questions to be asked, and that's the right question you asked. Where is it? Where is it? And we will, Honorable Member. Mr. Speaker, indeed, in 2021 we recorded a decline in gold declaration. But we cannot be divorced from reality all the time and not take into consideration the massive flooding that we had in 2021. And the flood, Mr. Speaker, is not an excuse. It happened. All of us are Guyanese. We knew what happened during the flooding. The Honorable Member is from a mining town. She would know the honorable member would know that mining camps were floating away, that excavators were underwater, that AGM, the biggest pit in the country, is still being dewatered as we speak here, Mr. Speaker. So this is not excuse, Mr. Speaker. It's the reality of what happened. It is the reality of what happened in 2021. Added to that, Mr. Speaker, one of our big mining companies was hit with COVID. Added plus the death of their CEO. These are things that people need to take into consideration before we start to be critical. But the honorable member did not mention the massive increase in the diamond trade from 19,000 carats to 44,000 carats. The honorable member did not mention the massive increase in quarryable materials, stone and aggregates from 650,000 tons to 857,000 tons. The honorable member stopped short from mentioning that. She did not mention the increase from 600,000 tons of sand to 1.2 million tons of sand. Mr. Speaker, these are the increases that we would have had in 2021. And in the quarrying sector, we will continue to increase our production with the issuance of license to people who have the capacity and the resources to develop those operations. Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak substantively now on our oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to welcome on behalf of the government of Guyana the announcement made by CGX in the quarantine block. I say that with some amount of satisfaction and pride, Mr. Speaker, because I'm a Borbisian too. And I know the difference that this will make to the people and the opportunities that will come to Borbis and the people of Borbis. Mr. Speaker, we have had now close to 30 discoveries in our oil and gas sector. Close to 30 discoveries in our oil and gas sector, Mr. Speaker. Very soon, as a matter of fact, weeks from now, our new FPSO Unity will start producing at 220,000 barrels of oil per day, taking our total to 340,000 barrels per day, Mr. Speaker. And our third FPSO Prosperity should be in Guyana by 2024, taking our production to 560,000 barrels per day. And Mr. Speaker, we are in the process of reviewing the field development plan for the fourth development, the Yellowtail development. And I want to say that we are not taking things lightly. As a government, we have already engaged 2 different sets of international consultants to ensure that they review the field development plan for Yellowtail and to ensure that when a license, once approved, is granted, that it brings additional benefits to the people of Guyana. And there are safeguards in the license to ensure that our environment is protected and to ensure that people actually benefit from the oil and gas sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Patterson spoke about the environmental hazards of oil and gas. But Mr. Speaker, the lease permit that was signed by the AP and UAFC government, there was no provision as to how Exxon should deal with produced water. Nothing. Nothing, Mr. Speaker. But the Honorable Member said that we are dumping water into the ocean. Mr. Speaker, we changed the lease permit and we upgraded the Payara permit to ensure that the water is treated to international standard before it is dumped. That it is treated to international standard and that the EPA will monitor this along with other agencies to ensure that the water is treated to international standard before it is dumped.
Honorable Minister, we want to treat you to the parliamentary standard, so we will have to get you 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask that my colleague be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, you may continue to your conclusion in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will use some of my 5 minutes just to speak on the gas to energy project, which was also mentioned by the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, the government of Guyana decided that we will pursue with the gas to energy project because we see it as a project that will transform the landscape of our country, as a project that will reduce the cost of living of our people in this country, as a project that will bring significant opportunities and employment in this country. Mr. Speaker, this is a project that will raise the standard of living of our people. This single project. And we have always said, Mr. Speaker, that whenever we develop the oil and gas sector, it must benefit every single Guyanese. It must benefit every single Guyanese. And in the same way, the 126.7 billion is transferred to this budget, which we are scrutinizing right now. So this big hullabaloo, Mr. Speaker, about scrutiny of the oil money, that is what we're doing here. We are scrutinizing how that money will be spent. And next week, the opposition will be given the opportunities to ask questions, be it sensible or not. They will be given the opportunity to ask questions and to scrutinize the budget and how the oil money will be spent and who it will be spent on, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about transparency and accountability, that is what we're doing. We made a pledge when we were campaigning that we will ensure that there is transparency and accountability, and that when the money is used, it will be used to benefit every single Guyanese. And that is why we budgeted over $20 billion for the gas to energy project. Because our biggest problem in this country, Mr. Speaker, is the cost of power generation and the reliability of the power generation as well too, Mr. Speaker. And in the context of climate change now, the cutting emission is important. And that is what the gas to energy project would deliver to Guyana and to Guyanese. It will reduce our electricity costs by 50%. We will have reliable electricity, and we will have cleaner electricity. And we will have clean electricity, Mr. Speaker. Most important. Mr. Speaker, we have always had a problem in this country of us exporting raw materials. And we have always worked with industries, we have always encouraged industry, we have always put out incentives so that industries can go into value-added products. But Mr. Speaker, the gas to energy project is the game changer. It is the game changer. And it will ensure that our manufacturing sector is boosted. It will ensure that our industrial sector is boosted because you have cheap, reliable electricity, Mr. Speaker. And when we have local manufacturing, Mr. Speaker, we cannot discount the opportunities that will be presented to our local private sector, even though they accuse us of crafting a budget for the private sector. We cannot discount the opportunities of employment by our people. We cannot discount the opportunities that our people will get in purchasing cheaper quality goods and services, and also lowering our importation bill, which is important in saving foreign currency, Mr. Speaker, valuable foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, so we are going to move ahead, Mr. Speaker, with the gas energy project and the Wales development area, because that will benefit the lives of every single Guyanese, be it on the opposition side or any side. It will benefit every single Guyanese, Mr. Speaker. And we are not stopping there. That project will provide 250 megawatts net. Soon our consumption will be higher than that at the pace at which we are developing this country, Mr. Speaker. With the new housing schemes, with the new hotels, with the new industries, we will soon exhaust that capacity. And that is why we are venturing into the Milo Falls Hydro project to add another 165 megawatts to that, another 50 megawatts solar, and all the mini hydros that we're investing in, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this project will help all sectors, Mr. Speaker. And we ask, Mr. Speaker, that this project be supported by all Guyanese, because a project that will change the lives of all of us. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you and I wish to commend Budget 2022 for passage in the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to take the suspension. A reminder to the members of the Business Subcommittee.
We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please be seated. Honorable members, my apologies. We've had the meeting of the Business Subcommittee. That meeting has not concluded as yet. And so we are running a little bit behind today. And it seems that we will have a very long day and night on February the 3rd. But before I call on the next speaker, we have a standing order which refers to persons, legal entities that can't represent itself in the House. And the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson, listed a number of companies that were debarred by the Public Procurement Commission. I allowed it, knowing that the Honorable Member and Honorable Members are responsible. And as he was speaking, I was still wondering if these companies were still listed as debarred. One company has actually sent me a letter dated the 26th of October 2020, signed by Carl Corbin, the chairperson of the Public Procurement Commission. And that person was taken off the list as of the 25th of October 2020. So I'm going to have to stop now. The first time I allowed it to happen, and we now have to correct ourselves. So I'm asking honorable members, when you're going to list company names and persons who are not here, I'm going to stop you. So the entire assembly has been embarrassed by this particular listing, which the honorable member, Mr. Patterson, read out. I don't know if other companies will send me similar letters. Our next speaker is the honorable member, Mr. Vincent Henry. Honorable member, you may proceed. And we are starting at 3:19 and 19 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Guyana Action Party, a member of the APNU AFC coalition, to do some examination of the national budget for 2022. Mr. Speaker, for the past few days, we have listened to members of the government talk about rigging of the last election and more. But outside of Parliament, we have seen the mortal fear from the top to the bottom of the PPP's hierarchy as they try their utmost to derail the election petitions process. Mr. Speaker, if the PPP is so confident that it is the APNU-AFC that did the malpractice in the elections, then why not allow the proceedings to go forward, where the PPP will prove to the world that they are right and the APNU-AFC are wrong and are guilty. Instead, Mr. Speaker, the PPP, by their actions, have shown their slip. Mr. Speaker, action speaks louder than words. And by its actions, the PPP is showing that it has a lot to hide and that it is indeed an installed government. Mr. Speaker, we listened to the Honorable Joseph Hamilton, who did not take long to show his inability to take his nose out of the gutter by showing disrespect to our female parliamentarians. He has also shown disrespect to the PPP's female parliamentarians and all of our Guyanese women. It is not a hidden truth that the PPP has no respect for the women of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, it was fitting that the youthful Honorable Jorita Fernandes lectured the Honorable Ashley Singh on the many failures of his budget and his miserable performance as a minister with responsibility for finance within the office of the President. Mr. Speaker, if there is one thing that one can compliment the PPP on, is their ability to tell untruths, and come hell or high water, keep repeating the untruths with a straight face. One example that comes readily to mind is a constant repetition that APNU AFC fired some 2,000 indigenous CSOs in 2015. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that in March 2015, the check to pay the indigenous CSOs was cancelled by the permanent secretary acting. I wouldn't call her name. The instruction to cancel the check was given by the People's Progressive Party's cabinet, and the instruction was signed. The letter instructing the cancelling of the check was signed by the PPP's cabinet secretary, who happens to be in this honorable house at this moment. I will not call her name, but I will look at her. Mr. Speaker, it was not the APNU AFC that fired the 2,000 CSOs. I repeat, it was not the APNU AFC that fired the indigenous CSOs. It was the PPP that fired the indigenous CSOs. Yet the PPP would look the indigenous peoples and Guyanese in their eyes and tell them this untruth. Just imagine the amount of untruths that the PPP sprays on the indigenous people and the people of Guyana. They keep spraying it, using a spray. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC, because we care, allocated funds after the elections to pay the stipends of the CSOs and invited them to be part of the Far Better Haze program. Mr. Speaker, the indigenous people are a quiet people, but our quietness must not be taken for granted. One example of this is that at the last Tushau's elections, the indigenous communities in Region 9 quietly went against the strong-handed attempts, including threats, to force the indigenous people to vote for leaders chosen by the PPP. Mr. Speaker, generally, the people of Region 9 rebelled against the PPP's bullyism and voted for leaders of their choice. It must be noted that most of the Tushaus currently elected, especially in the larger communities, were friendly to or supporters of the APNU AFC and the Guyana Action Party, or are apolitical in their beliefs. Amid all the disasters of the floods, the PPP faced its own disaster when it was soundly rejected by the people of Region 9. Let this be a lesson that the indigenous peoples are a proud people and will not be bullied by the PPP or anyone. Mr. Speaker, the indigenous people of Guyana are waiting on the PPP to facilitate the elections and activation of the National Tushaus Council. If the PPP cannot do this because of excuses such as COVID-19, then do as proposed by the former Member of Parliament, Honorable Mervyn Williams, when he suggested that the last elected NTC body continue to serve another term of office. Mr. Speaker, the indigenous peoples of Guyana had requested that the Amerindian Act of 2006 be revised. They are waiting to hear when the PPP will continue this process started by APNU AFC. Mr. Speaker, what about the promised increases for Tushaus and the honorariums for indigenous village councillors? We are waiting on the minister to tell us if this is in the budget. Maybe it's hidden somewhere. Mr. Speaker, I wish to propose that a comprehensive development strategy for the hinterland be developed. It is in the hinterland that we have the people who have, for thousands of years, kept the environment intact, and to date, it remains a valuable asset to Guyana and the world at large. Mr. Speaker, I ask this because although there is a provision in the Amerindian Act of 2006 that states in Section 51(3), and I quote, "The Guyana Geology and Mines Commission shall transfer 20% of the royalties from the mining activities to a fund designated by the Minister for the benefit of Amerindian villages." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, the indigenous peoples have not heard a squeak from this installed government about the status of this fund. However, on doing the research on the benefits for the indigenous peoples from mining activities, I came upon a part of the Auditor General's report of 2014, which states inter alia, the sum of 11.314 million was received in 2012, that is into the fund, but not acknowledged by the ministry until 2013. The reason for the late acknowledgement could not be ascertained. Further, receipts totaling 1.105 billion, not million, billion, applicable to year 2013 were traced to the bank account but were not recorded in the cash book during 2013. A similar situation existed in 2014, I'm still quoting, where amounts totaling 27.793 million, for which no receipts were seen, were deposited into the bank account, but the amounts were not recorded in the cash book. In addition, receipts were written for amounts totaling 1.278 million and deposited in the bank account, but were not entered in the cash book. Payment vouchers which were presented for audit were not numbered and examined by the competent officer. Further, the cash book was not properly maintained in all payments, in that all payments were not recorded therein. As a result, the balance on the fund at any given time could not be ascertained from the records. This situation continued in 2014. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, it would have been a great help to the people of the hinterland if the Amerindian Purpose Fund, now known as the Amerindian Development Fund, was a financial vehicle to facilitate the transfer of funds from the oil and gas industry to the first peoples of Guyana for their accelerated development. Unfortunately, from looking at the Auditor General's report of 2014, the fund seems to have been more of a slush fund for persons unknown. I wish to bring to this House that the custodians that were involved in this, what I call a catastrophe, are currently in the House. I would not call name, but Mr. Speaker, they are here. One was the PS before and a minister, and the PS is now a minister. And I will have to look at them. Oh, I watch you wrong. Mr. Speaker, how can the Guyanese people trust the PPP government in the management of the Natural Resources Fund? How can anyone trust to put a cat to watch over milk? Mr. Speaker, so when one examines the budget and sees the large sums of monies that are there for broad areas such as community development, without any further explanation, one is forced to ask questions. Knowing the nature of the animal, the nature of the PPP, some questions that flash through your mind are, how much of this amount will be spent on bloated contracts? How much will be siphoned off? How much will actually reach and benefit the beneficiaries? Mr. Speaker, the natural resource sector of Guyana, which includes the oil and gas industry, is a very important facet of our country's future development. But it is sad to note that the parliamentary subcommittee known as the Natural Resource Committee has not convened a single meeting since the advent of this 12th Parliament. One can ask the PPP government, what are they trying to hide from the people of Guyana? Mr. Speaker, I note that one of the so-called transformational projects that is touted to be a savior to Guyana is the Amelia Falls Hydro Project. Mr. Speaker, according to the Guyanese Organization of Indigenous Peoples on their Facebook page, The indigenous peoples who reside in the area and would be directly affected by the current hydro project have not been granted the common courtesy of being told about the project, much less being allowed to give their free, prior informed consent. Yet, we come to Parliament to hear glowing words about it, and the indigenous people are still in the dark. Mr. Speaker, an article with subject Amelia Falls Hydro Dam threatens the territory, livelihood, and forests of the Patamona people by Lawrence Anselmo and Ola Almas states that the indigenous communities that will be affected by this project directly are Kopanang, Chenapau, and Kaburi, and together with others who would have been indirectly affected in 2014 had a population amounting to some 6,000 inhabitants. It is estimated that roughly 26 square miles of forested area will be flooded because of this project. Mr. Speaker, as part of the conclusion of the article, the following points are made, and I quote, "A review of the World Commission on the Dam's criteria and guidelines for a right-based approach to decision-making shows that the government of Guyana has not conducted consultations in line with international norms and obligations and has failed to respect indigenous peoples' rights, including the right to free, prior, and informed consent." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, although a recent Facebook post by Mr. Michael McCarroll of Region 8 displayed a recent picture of the Amelia Falls and states, and I quote, "This is the Amelia Falls in Region 8, 4 days ago. The river is currently high and is where the hydro project is going to be built. When the river is low during the dry season, the fall trickles." I repeat that part. When the river is low during the dry season, the fall trickles. I will share a photo of that in time. To supply enough power to turn the turbines, it means a dam will have to be built that will flood hectares upon hectares of forest. The covered forests over time will rot, producing methane. This is when green energy really is not green energy. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, I noticed a headline in the news that suggests that this government is in a great hurry to start and complete the project. Mr. Speaker, before any commencement of the first phase of this project, I do request on behalf of the indigenous people that an environmental and social impact assessment that is in line with international standards be conducted. Mr. Speaker, just imagine anyone building a major hydro plant using a waterfall that at times only provides a trickle of water. Mr. Speaker, this Amelia Falls project is heading to give Guyana another white elephant. But Mr. Speaker, the difference here would be that the white elephant will also have a large hydro attached to his derriere. Mr. Speaker, the arrogant PPP installed government continues to run roughshod over the indigenous people of Guyana. Quite recently, a mining agreement was signed between miners and the government of Guyana for mining in the Marudi Mountains in South Guyana. The Marudi Mountains and the surrounding areas are traditionally occupied by the Wapishana people. It is also interlinked with the headwaters of the Essequibo and Rupinoni rivers. Although the Wapishanas are the original right holders of the area and will suffer the effects of the destruction of the environment in the area, the Ministry of Natural Resources, and by extension, the government of Guyana, has deliberately ignored and bypassed them.
Honorable member, talking about extensions, you will need an extension. But before you need, let me remind you, you quoted some document talking about a mile as a trickle. Please provide a copy of that for the records. And Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. I move that the Honorable Member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Honorable Member, you have 5 minutes to continue to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Wapishana people have even been denied the common courtesy of receiving a copy of this agreement. Mr. Speaker, one speaker on the government side mentioned that the first step in development is building infrastructure. However, when there was a massive spate of infrastructural development by the APNO AFC, I can recall the PPP saying in the villages that people do not eat roads and buildings. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC is in a short time of 3.5 years, not only made massive political positive strides in infrastructural development all over Guyana, including the hinterland, but concomitantly looked after the welfare of the Guyanese people. It must be noted that the amount of people-centered developments that APNU AFC did in 3.5 years was far more than what the PPP did in its 23 years of office. Mr. Speaker, the hinterland people of Guyana demand that the hinterland youths be given opportunities to get specialized training so they can participate and get benefits from the oil and gas industry. Mr. Speaker, leading up to the presentation of the largest budget in the history of Guyana, one would have hoped that the majority of Guyanese would have been included in getting a reasonable piece of the pie. Mr. Speaker, after examining the budget, one can safely say that most Guyanese indeed got a piece of a win the pie. Perhaps we were even treated to some sky juice. Mr. Speaker, I heard members of the installed government seeking to justify the inadequacies of this gastric budget by itemizing what the APNO AFC accomplished in 3.5 years in government. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the APNO AFC did not have funds from the oil industry at its disposal. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the APNO AFC during its 3.5 years increased public servant salaries by roughly 75%. Mr. Speaker, the APNO AFC without the oil money caringly increased the take-home pay on a monthly basis. Mr. Speaker, only someone with limited cognitive capacity would tell Guyanese that a one-off month salary at Christmas time is better than monthly take-home of 75 increase in their salaries. Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that although the APNU AFC did not have oil monies at their disposal, they raised the pension for old people from $13,000 to $20,000 in 3 years. The caring APNU AFC would have raised the pension further, but the PPP's facilitated no confidence motion did not allow the convening of Parliament to allow budgets to happen. Today, the PPP has riches from our oil fund left by APNU AFC for the people of Guyana, but the PPP can only offer the pensioners of Guyana a whopping $100 Guyana dollars per day increase in their pensions. But the Honorable Yvonne Pearson, was she who said that numbers don't lie, and she called this a blessing. One wonders what she can buy with the 100 Guyana dollars every month. According to one pensioner, they said they take the eyes and pass we. I am now asking the pensioners of Guyana to remember that the PPP promised them that they would have increased the old age pensions to $40,000 per month. According to the Wapishanas of South Rupununi, the PPP is a corrupt government. And according to the Makushis of the North Rupununi, the PPP pension increase can best be described by the term achung. Mr. Speaker, the PPP promised Guyanese an amount of $50,000 per child, but because they do not care, they have only granted the sum of $25,000 per child. This amounts to roughly $68 a day. In that time, under the caring APNO AFC, students were transported to and from school using the David Granger bus. But today, students have to pay at least $1,000 per day for taxi hire to attend school every day, while the David Granger bus is parked and allowed to rot in a compound. So much for a PPP that cares. Mr. Speaker, we are told that only 500 more CSOs will be added to the existing amount of the program. I want to let the young people know that if it had been the APNU AFC, we would have increased this amount to 2,000 youths. Further, we would have activated the first hinterland training technical institute at Bina Hill in Anai Region 9. Mr. Speaker, the budget of 2022 is said to be transformational, but what the government seems to miss It is only transformational for the pockets of the PPP and their close supporters. Mr. Speaker, recently reports came from affected persons that the Latin Public Hospital ran out of beds, space in the male and female wards. Mr. Speaker, I recommend that a two-story regional hospital be built and equipped to cater for eventualities, bearing in mind that Latam is now a growing border town. And we must also start thinking out of the box and start stocking antivenom in the dispensaries across the region. Also, Mr. Speaker, the people of Region 9 are waiting on the announcement that there will be a new secondary school in Morona and Karasabay. If these announcements cannot be made this year, and it is not a transformational budget, but a dysfunctional one. Also,
Before you could go to also, you need to conclude. You're already 2 minutes over the 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this budget has lost its way. It has lost connection with the majority of the people of Guyana. It is a budget for the Dubai boys and girls. It is a budget for those who utilize taxpayers' money to take their wives and girlfriends and boyfriends to Dubai. It is not a budget for the majority of Guyanese. I rest my case. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And now I call on the Honorable Minister of Armenian Affairs, the Honorable Member Ms. Pauline Sukai, to make her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my utmost pleasure under the PPP Civic-led government to present my contribution to the 2022 budget debate. First of all, I wish to congratulate the Senior Minister of Finance within the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashley Singh, and his dedicated team for the thorough work done leading to the successful presentation of Budget 2022, the largest budget in Guyana, intended to benefit every Guyanese across our beautiful nation. A budget which will continue to strengthen the PPP civic efforts since we arrived back at the helm of leadership of this country, and a budget that will position our nation to build a prosperous Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the budget theme is appropriate, steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana. The PPP civic-led government continues to display resilience against all challenges, evidenced by a tough response to every action which seeks to undermine the democratic culture and norms required for a safe and secure future for our people. Recalling, Mr. Speaker, the PPP Civic collaborated with the smaller political parties and the majority of the electorate in a coordinated joint action in defense of democracy, in defense of the rule of law, and in defense of barefaced rigging of the elections. Mr. Speaker, it is this government who now leads our beautiful country, taking a tough stand for over 5 months in 2020 to wrestle away victory, which the APNU AFC was unwilling to relinquish amidst the court's ruling, in full view of respected CARICOM leaders and the international community, all of whom were fully convinced that the PPP Civic was the rightful winner of the March 2nd, 2020 elections. Mr. Speaker, so I want to say to the presenter before me that the PPP Civic was not an installed government. It is an elected government by the electorate of this country. It was the APNU AFC, of which GAP is associated with, which held tight a victory that they thought that they were going to keep forever. Mr. Speaker, it is laughable as you sit and listen to the debate contribution of the honorable members on the APNU AFC side, in which they describe the budget, and only yesterday it was described as deceitful and disrespectful and not people-centered. They leveled criticism by labeling the PPP Civic government as a corrupt government, when in fact the shoe is on the other foot. As not so long ago, the APNU AFC presided over a failed state. And I say again, a failed state, a failed economy, a failed education sector, a failed agricultural sector, a failed attempt to address holistically the COVID-19 pandemic, and failed to ensure the security and prosperity of the Guyanese population. And Mr. Speaker, that is why the APNU AFC sits in the opposition, because they have failed to convince the electorate that they are good quality leaders and that they deserve to lead this country. But the electorate had all the evidences, and what did they do? They voted the honorable members out of office. Mr. Speaker, in less than 16 months, I just want to remind this House that the APNU AFC was in office after 2015. And less than 16 months, there were a whole host, a long list of corrupt cases that were exposed. I will just mention a few which comes to mind. The drug bond, do you all remember that? The drug bond scandal, where even the parliamentary members or parliamentarians had to suspend Parliament to go down to the drug bond to examine what was actually in that bond. Unbelievable. What did they find? They found that the issue was they were storing unserviceable medical equipment in there, and not what they had said to the Honorable House, that they were storing medical supplies and drugs, medical drugs for the nation. In fact, one of my colleagues has just mentioned, in addition to the unserviceable pieces of equipment found there, they were storing boxes of expired condoms. Shame. Mr. Speaker, and then...
Honorable Member, the use of shame, and Honorable Member Mr. Maipol, I hear you shouting lie, lie across the room. I'll find the record.
My apologies to the House, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw the word shame. Just to remind them again that the Durban Park project, one of the biggest scandals in 2016, no accountability on private donation to that project, a non-disclosure of the spendings of the company that was in charge of ensuring the construction was going apace. Mr. Speaker, the amount of money expended on one of the APNU AFC most ugliest legacy in this country was 1.5 billion Guyana dollars, which we had to force out of them during parliamentary debate to disclose. However, that is not the true cost of the stadium, well, the ugliest stadium that we have in this country, but the scandal surrounding there is recent in the minds of all Guyanese, and living, and the evidence is every day in the face of this nation. Mr. Speaker, the new Demerara Harbor Bridge, that study too was a big scandal, and I say no more. So this allegation, this trying to taint the PPP civic government as a corrupt government should once and for all be laid to rest. Because as far as we know that this is not the maximum or the expansive number of scandals that were exposed. These are just a few to remind those on the opposite side that when they bark, we can bark back as hard and harder than they. Mr. Speaker, and they want to hear more, but we can also talk about the COVID-19 hospital at Liliendal. That too was an enormous scandal just recently, and Guyanese people are not short-minded. They will remember, Mr. Speaker, the inability of the APNU AFC to execute projects was a complete disaster, and they tend to want to criticize the budget. It was a complete disaster. They were a government of park relic projects. In the past, when it was the PNC, it was white elephants. Now it is parked projects. Mr. Speaker, just to remind them, they parked the deep water project. The PPP Civic will do it. Mr. Speaker, they parked the Amalia Falls project that was just being criticized here in this house. The PPP Civic will look, examine, and I can assure you we will address that too. They parked the Linden to Lethem Road project. This PPP Civic government will establish that road for that critical link that will ensure that it contributes to the development and the prosperity of this nation. They parked the Kurpakari Bridge project. I remember sitting 4 budget speeches when we were in office before 2015 and 5 budget debates during the APNU AFC period in 2015 to 2020. And the former Minister of Indigenous Peoples Affairs in every single budget speech said that his government was going to build the Kurpakari Crossing Bridge. Today, I want to assure you that it will be the PPP Civic government who will remain in office for a very long time that will realize that project. Mr. Speaker, another park project. The Specialty Hospital was another park project. We will assure you that this budget is laying the foundation to bring to this nation state-of-the-art medical facility that will maybe even rival future specialty hospitals. It will be done by the PPP Civic. Mr. Speaker, another park project was the Amarin land titling project. That project was parked. The former, Mr. Speaker, not a single land title was approved by the APNU AFC government in 5 years, sitting at the helm of government, did not approve a single piece of land to be allocated as an extension for villages who have applied. Mr. Speaker, it will be the PPP civic government that will take that park project and make it into reality and once and for all deal with land matters for the indigenous people. We have a track record of doing that, and we just have been in office for 1 year and a couple of months, and we have re-established the ALT project unit, and we have already approved Kapui's extension, and their title will be handed out shortly. Mr. Speaker, and beyond that, they sat there doing nothing for 5 years. And in 1 year, the PPP civic government has demarcated 5 Amerindian villages. Mr. Speaker, 5. You could have done 1 every year, and we would have matched up and equalized. But you sat there doing nothing and has the gall to come to this house and speak about our government is not people-centered, that we are not fair, that we discriminate, that we are not doing anything for the Guyanese population. More so, you are moving to tell us that we don't do anything for the indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, the budget is one of Guyana's largest budgets. It will not be only one. Bigger budgets will come, I can expect. But Mr. Speaker, this budget is a budget that provides a platform, it provides a foundation for the improvement of all sectors in this country. And improving every sector is ensuring that the Guyanese people can rest assured that their security, their livelihoods, that their lives will be taken care by this government. It is setting the foundation. And I want to say to you on the other side, you better get your act in order to contribute to development and not to continue to attempt to destroy this country. It is too beautiful. Mr. Speaker, I now want to turn to the Amerindian Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, our government has provided to this fund a total of $1,880 billion. Mr. Speaker, let me correct myself before I am quoted. We are allocating a total of $1,835 million towards the Amerindian Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, I want to say clearly that assertions were made by the speaker before me. He even quoted from the Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell this House, I do not have the Auditor General report before me, but I could recall reading it, and I could recall reading in the media that the APNU AFC, Indigenous Peoples Ministry, could not account in 1 year for the entire Amerindian Development Fund, and a figure was printed. Mr. President, I'm saying I don't have the book before me, but I read it, and I read it in the media, and I spoke about it in previous budget debate when I held the evidence up, and I provided the evidence then. Mr. Speaker, more than $860+ million could not be accounted for by the then government and the ministry that was responsible for indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that under the Amerindian Development Fund, we can expect a number of things that will remedy the neglect and remedy the marginalization and remedy the fact that we are delivering, that we are now delivering in a period when in the past 5 years there was no delivery. And if you want, Mr. Speaker, I can give you one single example. For 3 years under the APNU AFC, no school uniform was delivered to the hinterland students. None whatsoever. I was campaigning in Paramakatoy when an aircraft landed, and if you see bolts of cloth, bolts of uniform materials coming for the first time just about 4 days before elections, that is how they treated indigenous students. And you can have leaders from the other side of this house under the APNU AFC coalition speaking about the PPP civic government don't care for the Guyanese people or care for the indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, that is a fact. I saw it with my own eyes. The officers who deliver it probably were so ashamed they didn't even want to acknowledge Pauline Sukai at that time. I'm telling you, it happened right before my eyes. So I can speak about it because I felt it for the Amerindian students who I was campaigning, working among for so many years, 5 years, and they did not receive school uniform. I want to say that the PPP civic government did not only deliver, but now we have increased it two times fold. They are getting $5,000 as an assistance for school uniform, including the Because We Care grant, which is now moved to $25,000. And let me again correct the perception that the earlier speaker held, that we were expecting to pay $50,000 per student. He needs to go back to read our manifesto, and he needs to go back to the time when we were campaigning, because there's lots of writings about it. We said that in our first term, at the end of our first term, children registered in the school system will receive a total of $50,000. Mr. Speaker, agricultural support for Amerindians. We agree that Amerindians are the breadbasket in their own villages. They depend a lot on agriculture. But I can assure you that in this budget, agricultural support from the Ministry of Agriculture will be forthcoming. And in fact, in 1 year of our government, they have been able to provide funding for a number of Amerindian communities throughout the hinterland to augment and strengthen their capacity to cultivate and to grow more food. The Amerindian Affairs Ministry has also complemented those support from the Ministry of Agriculture. And we have delivered to Amerindian communities 112 tractors, complete with trailers. And we are in the process of completing the delivery of the implements to those areas that are logistically difficult to meet in a short period. Mr. Speaker, there was no time in Guyana's history that the Amerindian people have received such staunch and strong support for agriculture. Mr. Speaker, those tractors will be increased in number to another 71 this year, whereby other communities who are eagerly awaiting their allocation will have their allocation delivered before the end of 2022. That piece of machinery, Mr. Speaker, is multi-purpose. They can use it for a number of activities. They can use it in the forestry because they are engaged in forest production. They can use it for transportation, where they are taking bulk materials and supplies to their village. They can use it for maintaining roads, etc. Mr. Speaker, that is the vision of our country, where we will give substantive support, make substantive intervention to the Amerindian villages so that they too can be able to progress and increase their opportunities of having a better life. Mr. Speaker, economic projects. Our government continue to provide presidential grants to Amerindian communities. 300 million will be provided this year, and an additional 25 million will add to looking at economic and productive projects in those communities. Mr. Speaker, let me give you the scenario of the 5 years on the APNU AFC as it relates to the Presidential Grant Fund. The first year, did you know what they did? They took away that grant and termed it a Jubilee grant and told the villagers that they have to spend this Jubilee grant to celebrate. Mr. Speaker, the only Jubilee grant project that I have seen is in Kako. They've made a little park and they have their Jubilee Park. That is the only evidence. Mr. Speaker, in the 5 years, they allowed villages to put away or to lose the presidential grant and send it back to Consult Fund. Mr. Speaker, if they had any interest in the development of Amerindians, they would have done better to ensure that the total sum allocated under the presidential grant every year of their tenure in office for those 5 years, that those funds should have reached the fund or the village fund to do projects and to benefit the people. Mr. Speaker, I've heard umpteen times in this house, they speak about the Granger 5Bs, as if the hinterland or the hinterland communities benefited from those 5Bs. In fact, there are numerous, in fact, almost every single Amerindian community in the hinterland, 1, 7, 8, and 9 regions, have not benefited from the Granger Bees. In fact, when we go to communities during their time, they said all they got was a stung from a bee. They didn't get anything. I was at a village called Kumu, the satellite of St. Ignatius, right in the village, in the region where the Honorable Duncan come from. And there, they were excited to receive the Granger bicycles. And when they turned up with their parents, they were told, no, you can't get it. It came for special assigned students. And those children from Kumu who comes to the St. Ignatius Primary School continue to walk. Mr. Speaker, I will tell you, it is under the PPP civic government that the service and the distribution of modes of transport, both water and land, began. And the David Granger G never had an impact in the hinterland. Likewise, they spoke about the school feeding program. If they are truthful, they will know that that school feeding program started under the PPP civic government. And what the statistics that was given by the Honorable Minister of Education yesterday tells a story that their support for the school feeding program was concentrated in specific regions on the coast and not in large amounts, but in a handful of areas. And she listed the areas and the region in which, coastal region in which their school feeding program was established. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak and put to rest this issue again about the CSOs. Mr. Speaker, the CSO program began under the PPP civic government, and we are very proud of it. And we were very disappointed when the APNU AFC unceremoniously disbanded that program. They disbanded it and they took away from young Amerindians, both male and female, income that was so useful. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, because my time is short, I want to say that we are proud to be back, to have been elected in the majority by the Amerindian electorate, and that we have fulfilled our manifesto promises to them by re-establishing the CSO program, where today this budget is providing $1.05 billion in the pockets of young people. Mr. Speaker, and that $1 billion and $50 million is not going to remain in paper form in the pocket, but it will be circulated in the villages. The entrepreneurs, village entrepreneurs will benefit, and it will stimulate development as it relates to economic ventures, and business will once more begin to survive in those communities. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak about land titling. I know I said a word, but I wanted to assure this House that under the budget, we will have 15 villages titled, and we will have 20 villages demarcated in the year 2022. Imagine comparing this to 5 years where nothing was done.
Honorable member, 5 is a good number to introduce someone to ask you for 5 minutes to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the honorable member give him 5 minutes to conclude our presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you have 5 minutes to continue and conclude.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn my attention now to the region that I have some responsibility for as an MP. I want to say that over the last 5 years, we've been championing support for that region, and there was none forthcoming. There are very many sad stories in Region 8, particularly in the North Pacaraimans. And I continue as a Member of Parliament to challenge the terrain and also to bring hope to those communities. And all those communities will be treated in similar fashion as any other community across this country under the budget. They will receive presidential grant, they receive investment fund, they will receive tractors, they were able to, for once in 5 years, be able to maintain and look after their road with an injection of $100 million last year. And today, they are able to not comfortably, but to be able to use the road in a much more improved state. Mr. Speaker, we have been able to also improve some of the conditions of the schools and the hospital in the last year. In this year, Mr. Speaker, Region 8 will expect the extension of the Cato Secondary School. We will be looking at the Wiper and Sandhills, which is found in the Wiper community, their health center. We have completed in Carisparo the the medical workers' quarters, and also upgraded their health center. In the last year, we have been able to provide water, safe water supplies to Chiang Mau and some other communities. And in this year, we expect an even more robust attention in terms of water for Region 8. Mr. Speaker, Region 8 also will be seeing improvement in the facilities for health. In fact, at the Parmakatoy, spanking new medical facility, which is referred to as a smart hospital, will be provided to that population. And we will also continue to support the building of bridges over Monkey Creek, both at Karasparo and at Kaibarupai. Those are areas that are very difficult to meet. But what I'm demonstrating here, Mr. President, that the APNU AFC government had 5 years to do similar work. And in 1 year, we have been able to bring back comfort and hope to that once forgotten region by the APNU AFC, the former government. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I heard that we are misleading or we don't tell the facts to the Amerindian people. Mr. Speaker, our government has a track record of engaging the Amerindian people. And one example, or more than one example of that, is our consultative nature as a government. Mr. Speaker, we have consulted on the revision of the Amerindian Act and modernized it in 2016. We have consulted on the low carbon development strategy. We will continue to consult on the low carbon development strategy for 2030. And of course, we will also begin the process to examine rights issues for Amerindians. We have 4 more years, or 3.5 more, or 4 more years in this term, and I can tell you, you will expect even more from this government. And we expect that we will be in here for a long time, Mr. Speaker, as a government, and I hope that all of us will be around to see this budget and all the other budget coming from the PPP civic government that will lead Guyana into a prosperous state. And I therefore commend Dr. Ashni Singh, Honorable Minister of Finance, and his team, and our government for being a bold, aggressive, effective, and impactful government to the people of this nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And now I call on the Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond, to make her presentation.
Can I proceed, sir? I was elected. I was elected. Can I proceed, sir? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to respond to the highly politicized budget speech presented by the Honorable Dr. Ashni Singh. Before I proceed to address the disrespect meted out to the Guyanese people, decency and cordiality demand that I make a few initial acknowledgements. I stand here firmly on the shoulders of the support I continue to receive from my family and those who continue to encourage me to keep up the good work, and those who have reposed confidence in me to execute this noble duty. Mr. Speaker, it is not lost upon us that we are still in the middle of a deadly pandemic. In recognition of this sad reality, I hereby extend my sincerest condolences to all Guyanese families which have lost loved ones to COVID-19. In that same breath, Mr. Speaker, I extend special recognition to the men and women who protect us every day. I extend great appreciation to the public servants who have worked tirelessly to complete the technical work that produces a budget. Your efforts are hereby recognized and appreciated. To our soldiers, our police officers, our firefighters, our policemen and women, and all of the honorable professionals within the security sector, and all the frontline workers, I say to you, hold firm. The coalition will be back to deliver the good life. Mr. Speaker, the commitment of these workers, their sacrifices, their constant daily struggles are not acknowledged, let alone be rewarded by this very uncaring government. It is quite regrettable that the first oil budget has failed to deliver something to them that will make them feel as if they are working in sectors that reside in an oil and gas republic. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 has not made any recognition of the kind of heroism that is on display daily by the men and women in the security sector, but they can rest assured that the coalition will not stop until we are returned to government to continue the good work to deliver a good life. We will be returning to government very soon, and I say that with absolute conviction once there is a clean voters list. Mr. Speaker, this nation has had the displeasure to be subjected to 5 long hours of verbal assault on the poor and working class of this nation. Budget 2022 should have been a technical presentation by a technocrat minister with the best interests of the nation at heart. But, Mr. Speaker, instead, what was delivered was a political tirade rooted in misinformation and revisionist history, with a callous disregard for facts and truth. Mr. Speaker, I specifically allude to the opening section of this budget, and I specifically allude to paragraphs 2, 3, and 4. In this section of the honorable member's presentation, there was a blatant disregard for reality, and the verbal stench should not be allowed to linger for another second in these honorable halls. The honorable member stated, democracy prevailed and pessimism replaced optimism. But, Mr. Speaker, no amount of political rhetoric can wash away facts. Democracy did not prevail, sir, and installation prevailed. Our Constitution was disrespected, and the optimism which the honorable member speaks of shall remain a fleeting illusion. The will of the people, I will maintain, was dashed and it was smashed. Wake up, Honorable Member Ben. But, Mr. Speaker, the great thing about a democracy is that you can run, but you can't hide. An election awaits you. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the public security sector. It is well established that there can be no security if the people cannot afford to eat. There can be no security if endemic poverty persists. We cannot feel secured in our homes if a bag of tennis roll with 5 in a bag is almost $500, Mr. Speaker. And the price of a pound of plantain remain outside the reach of the poor. Mr. Speaker, we cannot boast of public security when the elites and those in government circles are the only ones sipping on champagne while the rest of the population cannot find lunch to put in the lunch kits of their children. If the intellectual artists had considered the aforesaid, they would have not produced this budget. There can be no security if a small section of the society is the only beneficiary of the wealth available in an average country. Mr. Speaker, public security begins and it ends with addressing the everyday survival needs of the people. In this regard, sir, the allocation of $47.9 billion towards public safety in budget 2022 will mean little if we do not address the starvation, suffering, and economic carnage which has been brought about by the mismanagement of the economy of the PPPC administration. Mr. Speaker, you cannot achieve public security only with guns, dogs, barbed wire fence, drones, helicopter, and personnel. These efforts must be coupled with strenuous efforts to deal with endemic poverty and the suffering of the people. And the studies have shown, sir, and I would lay over everything that I quote today, and the studies have shown that as much as 50% of the prison population are typically from the bottom 20% of the income ladder. This is why we have recommended that there be an increase in the income tax threshold from 75,000 to 125,000. Are you listening to me, Honorable Ben?
Honorable member, you should quote the source, then you can quote the particular and lay over, because I'm quite familiar with quite a few of the studies. And the other thing is, I'm getting a bit confused. The honorable member, Don Hastings, said 100,000. Now the proposal is 125.
This is my recommendation,
Okay.
sir.
Oh, it's your recommendation.
And I'm quoting from the
Thanks.
Brookings Institute.
Thank you.
And like I said, everything that I quote today, I have it here to lay over this afternoon. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to fight rising cost of living and to fight the bitter poverty that so many Guyanese face. Sir, I say this, the security apparatus of a nation represents that basic working definition of security, but it also includes those sections which are not necessarily seen as primary security mechanisms. For example, we may consider the Ministry of Agriculture to be an essential part of Guyana's security apparatus. But when we think of it, one thinks of food security as a part of the concept of security. That view would automatically change. So what I'm saying, sir, And I quote here, and like I've said, I'm going to lay over everything that I quote from. The Center for Strategic and International Studies note that national security is food security. And they have also noted, which I quote, sharp increases in global food prices in 2007 and 2008 has jolted global political leaders out of any sort of complacency they might have had regarding the future of food and agriculture. Street demonstrations and food riots broke out in more than 40 countries across the world, provoking unrest and violence in several places. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a deep understanding of what public security constitutes. If we don't deal with the high food prices, we cannot boast about public security. And I've seen, sir, and I've had a read of the budget over the last couple of days, and I will say that I'm not seeing anything from the Ministry of Home Affairs which suggests that the government has reimagined the public security sector in the age of oil. Mr. Speaker, Guyana continues to witness the importation of death trap vehicles, some more than 20 years old. And they're fitted with used tires, which this uncaring government has allowed. These vehicles are not only a drain on our foreign exchange to import parts, but they also bring significant safety concerns to our citizens. And I see my honorable friend is acknowledging this. So, Mr. Speaker, Guyanese have also witnessed the deterioration in road safety. And there must be a national approach and the engagement of all stakeholders in an effort to combat this situation. And I don't think that the Honorable Minister Ben gets anything of what I'm saying. So, Mr. Speaker, it is often said that the opposition only criticizes and they offer no alternative options. And we are well aware of the ploy to steal our ideas and learn to govern from us. Nonetheless, oftentimes we must propose ideas, especially if they are taken on board in the interest of the people of Guyana. So, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of that service, here is a proposal coming from the government in waiting. There should be an immediate formation of an inter-ministerial committee on public security. This committee, Mr. Speaker, should include the Minister of Finance, Minister of Social Protection, the Minister of Home Affairs, the Minister of Agriculture, among so many others. This committee, sir, will signal the recognition that public security needs a multi-dimensional intervention in these unprecedented times of relentless crimes. Sir, there has to be an acknowledgement that public security is not restricted to heavy-handed enforcement, but it involves a very holistic approach. So, Mr. Speaker, please note that according to the World Population Review in 2021, Guyana was in the top 10 in the world for crime. And I say that this is totally unacceptable. Further, public security in the age of an oil and gas economy has to be reimagined and reflect our newfound reality. Sir, it cannot be limited to same old, same old. The times are different. We are on the big stage, and we must recognize that this will not exempt us from security threats. Mr. Speaker, as a result, Guyana must modernize its security apparatus We must, sir, we must protect the nation's emerging oil and gas industry from threats which have the potential to disrupt the value chains of industry and thus the economic base of the country. Mr. Speaker, I am not convinced that Budget 2022 understands this. I am not convinced that the ministry nor the Minister of Home Affairs has the basic appreciation for these facts. This is the reason that I propose an interministerial committee on public security. It is that serious. Don't hold your head in shame, Mr. Ben. Mr. Speaker, public security also constitutes human rights. Dr. Bertrand Ramcharan, and I will circulate the article, put the issue this way, and I quote, "The link between security and human rights is important. This link is reinforced if we consider that human rights define human security." What the learned gentleman is saying, Mr. Speaker, is that you cannot have the execution of husbands in their beds while they sleep and young boys decapitated without any justice and boast of the achievement of public security. Mr. Speaker, justice for the Henry boys are in Boston, and all those who have been subjected to extrajudicial killings under this government must be of highest priority if public security will be achieved. Mr. Speaker, I have, over the last 18 months, I've visited depressed communities, and I've walked among the poor and the powerless. And they have told me very harrowing stories about how their basic rights were denied. And I spoke with several young men and women who have described how the police use their powers to arrest them without any cause. And they also violate their constitutional protection of the 72 hours limit. And they've also spoke about being beaten for no reason. Mr. Speaker, these developments stir insecurity. When this seething anger reaches to its boiling point, no one is safe. The continuing series of intimidatory actions and violence against powerless women and unlawful seizure of their personal belongings by errant members, and I emphasize the word errant members of the Guyana Police Force, leaves very, very much to be desired. Mr. Speaker, no government can crack down on the freedom of speech and use the entire security apparatus to chase down its cartoon character and expect a secure society. Since August 2nd, 2022, Guyanese have lost the basic fun indulgence of speaking their minds on social media. We cannot, even I cannot post on Facebook in peace because the government's cybersecurity teams are scouting our page. They're scouting the page of ordinary Guyanese to abuse the Cybercrime Act. And we're well aware of the argument which suggests that this act was introduced by the APNU AFC. And this is a fact. And what I say, sir, is that this is a fact. This act was introduced by the APNU AFC, but it was not intended to chase down Mudwater and others. It was intended to stop child pornography, the sharing of nudes without permission, and the use of electronic devices for terrorist activities. It was never envisaged to be used to protect thin-skinned snowflakes in the government from emotional abuse and trauma because they are subject to public critique and ridicule. We call on the government to stop abusing the Cybercrime Act. We want to return to the simple pleasure of posting our views, our candid views on social media in a very candid way and in a very responsible way also. So as I speak, Mr. Speaker, if we are to take a look at social media, nobody is posting about these debates in a manner in which they did during the 2015-2020 era. They are fearful that they might emotionally abuse a member of the government, and this is a fact. During the administration of Granger, social media was a buzz. Freedom of speech was alive and it was well. I know people, and I know close family friends, they have signed off of Facebook for fear of being arrested for some posts. And some of my colleagues here have also signaled to me that they intend to sign off. But sir, what I'm saying here is that we now live in an Orwellian society. Big Brother is watching every post, every status, and every social media upload. The only solution, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that you have your ID cards waiting and ready to return the APNU AFC government to power so that we can return to the glory days of freedom of speech. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, you simply cannot trample on the human rights of your political opponents by denying them their basic rights to counsel. And you stand here and you talk about public security and you preach about public security. If for the 4.7 billion allocated in this budget is not spent to resolve what I've just mentioned, sir, we are simply throwing this money in the winds. Guyanese are living in fear and their human rights are not being honored by the government. And this is your legacy. When you leave very shortly, this will be your legacy. Thus, Mr. Speaker, we are severely affected where security is concerned. One must recognize that if the oil and gas sector does not operate in a manner that protects or consider the environment or the impact of climate change, this could present a threat to the security of the citizens of Guyana. Hence, Mr. Speaker, there is a need for the security apparatus to be prepared for any eventuality. And like I've said earlier, sir, we just simply have to reimagine our security sector. We live in a country where about 80% of our population, we live on 10% of land. And it is for this reason that when we were in government, the APNU AFC government, we embarked on the regionalization of the country by creating several capital towns. Why this was done? This was done to make other regions livable and to decrease the dependency on strictly life on the coast. This is a grand vision. This is what distinguishes us from our colleagues on the other side. Budget 2022 did not envision these things in the context of public security. What they think about is the next hustle. But what we on this side think about is of long-term benefits to the nation. Public security, sir, is not about bells and buttons and whistles. And we ask, stop using the security apparatus to chase down mudwater and get down to serious business. Somebody was showing me an article there that there is a prison break. Is that what you've said to me, colleague? There is a prison break. Get down to that. Stop chasing mudwater. And I call on you, like I've done 3 times ago, to reimagine our public security. Importantly, if the oil and gas economy does not result in equitable distribution of resources, this could spark social unrest and, by extension, provide a major risk to the security of the country. Professor Lawrence cautioned, and I quote, "A concern for ruling classes throughout the world must be the potentially destabilizing effects of inequality, resulting in more than simply their governing parties losing election. Civil wars, revolutions, and terrorist incidents are possible outcomes of inequalities." End of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, the literature on this subject is abundantly clear as it relates to the issue of security. It is much more than guns, uniforms, and troops. Insofar as this is concerned, the literature is very extensive. As early as the 1990s, theories and theses have noted the great benefits and the results of black gold. Terms such as oil curse, paradox of plenty, and the Dutch disease have been made popular because they have been proven to be true over and over again. And Mr. Speaker, Guyana we cannot escape proving these theories to be true if the security apparatus does not modernize to deal with the challenges of this industry. I now turn my attention to the police force, fire service, and prison services. And Mr. Speaker, I say that all efforts to restore and preserve law and order at all levels of the society will be rendered useless if the government continues on the destructive path of wanton politicization of the security services. And I say this, sir, and I say this to my most honorable colleague on the other side of the House. My personal research has uncovered massive disaffection among the disciplined services. Some have pleaded with me, and some that you see walking across there that looks at you in the eye, they have pleaded with me to use this budget speech to highlight their plight. And I give my word to them, and I hereby honor my commitment to them because I'm raising this issue here. The men and women in uniform, they have complained that their rank no longer matters, Mr. Speaker. Junior ranks are refusing to heed instructions because they boast about having connections to the big politicos. Ranks are being accused of being sympathetic towards the opposition, and they're being sidelined for this. Professional officers are not seeing the point of furthering their studies or going beyond the call of duty. And promotion is no longer based on merit. Promotion is based on perceived loyalties. The structure of the Guyana police force have been dashed, and this is a reality. No amount of heckling can change this fact. The members of the Guyana police force are demoralized. If they were not demoralized, they would not have reached out to me. They would not have reached out to any of us on the members of the opposition side, crying, calling for help. The $4.9 billion allocated to Guyana police force will mean little if the political interference remains. The $120 million allocated to ranks for training will enter the political fray, and ranks will be selected based on loyalties and connections. Honorable members, this is a reality.
Honorable Minister, the reality is you'll need an extension. Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, go ahead, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, you see, so this is the day of elevation. I heard one person referring to president and so. Honorable member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In essence, what I'm trying to say is that we must fix the low morale and political interference. As part of the 400 million allocated to rebuild the breakdown police station, part of it should go towards an inquiry, any sort of inquiry into that mysterious fire. You cannot simply rebuild without answer. So it is in this context, sir, that I say that you can allocate millions, billions, zillions, but it will make absolutely no sense. Ranks will not respond to calls to provide protection for the citizenry if there's no guarantee that their efforts will be rewarded and recognized. And this is a reality. If you go on the ground and speak to them, you will see that this is indeed a reality. The low morale permeates the entire discipline forces. The 795 billion allocated for the construction of the police station, I would say, sir, it is a very good thing. If there's something good in the budget, I'll point it out. And I say this is a good thing. Who would argue with that? However, Mr. Speaker, you could construct the largest police station, but if the men and women within those stations are not comfortable and that they are in fear of politicization, there can be absolutely no progress. The firefighters are still upset about the promotion list being subjected to political directions. The nation has never seen this level of mysterious fire. It seems every day there is a fire. Fire comes, places burn down to the ground. The minister inserts himself in all the ongoings and make loose allegations. There are no public reports, and we wait for the next fire and the next round of allegations and the conclusions by the Minister of Fireology. Mr. Speaker, it pains me to see that every time there is a fire, the minister reaches on the scene before the fire service, professionals, and even attempt to direct who should hold the hose. Sir, this is gross incompetence, and the micromanagement of the highest order is indicative of the political interference. So I say to you to take your feet off of the necks of the professional men and women. Let the public service system work, and professionals will emerge. And I assure you, professionals will emerge based on merit, and the right people will be in the right place. So you won't have to leave your office dripping in sweat and incompetence at every fire scene. Allow the systems to work. End the political interference. The 2021 budget allocated 120 million for the installation of 139 fire hydrants. Yet we continue to see fire daily. This year, 100 million has been allocated. Should we expect an improvement or more of the same? This government, sir, simply fails to understand the concept of the development of human capital. It is not all good and well to only focus on infrastructure and to throw money at every problem. You must focus on the morale of the professionals who occupy those buildings. And we're happy to see that the APNU AFC Safe Security Program has received the sum of 2.5 billion. We are elated that the government has had no choice but to continue what we have started. Our only concern rests with the fact that based on the modus operandi, we cannot say that the cameras will be used for crime fighting. Mr. Speaker, 120 million has been budgeted for training of ranks. And I urge the Honorable Minister to ensure that the ranks are trained on the SOPs to deal with high-speed chase. There must be risk assessment and clear SOPs of risk and chase And let us learn from yesterday's tragic accident. This is a request that I've received from the people of Region 5 and 6. In conclusion, sir, I will say that I cannot go on record supporting any measure that hurts Guyana badly. I will simply not be a part of the destruction for generations to come. As a consequence, I cannot support the budget in its current form. However, I recognize that we on this side of the House will continue to talk as much as we are allowed to, but the government will continue what they want to do. But the only solution lies in an election. So I say to my Guyanese brothers and sisters who are listening to us, get ready. Get ready to exercise your powerful franchise and let us stop the destruction of our country. And it starts first with a clean voters list. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now, for the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, the Honorable Member, Mr. Horatio Ben. Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come to enjoin the debate on the 2022 budget and to give my unequivocal support to its passage. And in so doing, also I want to congratulate Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh and his team for the diligent work that he has done with his team to bring this budget to the House. I also want to congratulate and thank the members, the staff of the ministry, the PS May Thomas, and all other staff who work very hard to bring the data, the information, over many long hours in respect of fashioning the budget of the Ministry of Home Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I have to point out that every time Dr. Singh brings a budget to this House, it has always been bigger and better. And particularly at this time, with the advent of the oil and gas revenue, and with the return of the PPPC to government, we have the finances of our country again in safe, reliable, and incorruptible hands. And I would say that the guidance of the President, the Prime Minister, and the Vice President and ministers of the government in giving information and consultation of this budget is invaluable when you read it and when you look at the data, the interventions, and the measures in the budget. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed regrettable that Dr. Singh's predecessor in the office of the Ministry of Finance brought the management of the finances of this country into a ruinous state. By comparison, that beyond the imposition of negative and regressive taxes, overseeing the closure of sugar estates, the throttling of rice and malicious attacks on forest investment, bauxite and other mineral development to the detriment of the economy and the social and economic well-being of thousands of Guyanese of every race, ethnicity, and social and economic status. That foreign minister of finance has earned the unenviable reputation of the only one in the Western Hemisphere, the only one in the Western Hemisphere who have overseen the deliberate dismantling of a vibrant economy in the shortest possible time. No earthquake, no flood, no tsunami, no volcanic eruption was required, or even a war was required to bring our country and its finances to the state that we met when we returned to power in this country. Mr. Speaker, all the experts in the Granger administration, the absentee leader of the APF, the UAFC, in that time, Granger himself, including our member Kemraj Ramachan, a relic of that administration, could not, along with other flotsam and jetsam, worked at creating, did not object, did not have any position, did not weigh in on the positive impacts, the positive interventions of doing the right thing for the Guyanese people and its economy in their time in office. And perhaps naturally, Mr. Speaker, it is indeed regrettable the former ministers of finance's actions in government are attracting the attention of the specialized organized crime unit. Mr. Speaker, I want to try to deal with some of the utterances done by the shadow of the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Honorable Geeta Chandan Edmond. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable lady stood here and spoke about setting up an inter-ministerial committee on security. The Honorable Ministers, perhaps our shadow minister, is completely unaware, perhaps, that there is a National Security Council, that there are committees at the top level of the government which deal with the national security of the country. Completely unaware. And nobody, including the Honorable Member Ramjatan, could have informed her at any point in time in respect of that simple fact. And it is strange too that the Honorable Member is suggesting an inter-ministerial committee for national security. I thought perhaps that she would have recommended participation of the APNU AFC in issues of national security. But I want to say to the Honorable Member that the APNU was invited to join with us on the National Commission of Law and Order, and I hope that she would be there where we could discuss some of the issues she has concerns about in more intimate circumstances. And the Honorable Member, I'm disappointed when she speaks on these issues. In fact, I'm forced to think perhaps that I need to reimagine the Honorable Member. The Honorable Member has railed against issues of cybersecurity for an act which they put in place. About cybercrime, the Honorable Member is avoiding the issue of cybercrime and not wanting to recognize cybercrime as cybercrime when persons affiliated with AP and UAFC are delinquent in respect of those issues. The honorable member has come here to this house, irrespective of the information which is public knowledge, and suggested and said that she is aware of great disaffection in the discipline services. I would want to remind the honorable member, or to inform her if she is completely unaware, that it is the interventions of the AP and UAFC in respect of actions of certain members of the discipline services which brought this country to a point where we would have gone the slippery slope of destruction, where members of the police forces and some other members were involved in aiding and abetting the rigging of elections, assaulting members of the opposition and others, and creating an environment which is unsafe, fearful, and extremely insecure for all the people of this country, even for their own supporters. And it had to be with the intervention and the supervision of international community, the CARICOM team, over a long recon period to make sure Guyana was brought back on the correct path of democracy, safety, and security for each and every one of our Guyanese people. But here it is, lots of rhetoric about these things of safety and security, lots of rhetoric about crime and poverty. And yes, of course, there's a link between crime and poverty, but how is it now, perhaps looking at the statistics, that we are aware that one of the regions which has great difficulties and the lowest improvement in terms of security is Region 6. Region 6, where the sugar industry was devastated by the AP and UAFC in public, supported by Honorable Member Kemraj Ramjatan. 7,000 workers went home without a daily bread, and multiply that by 4 or 5 families, and we can understand why Region 6 has made the least improvement in terms of security. But here it is, they can come to this house and brass face speak about poverty, the association between poverty and crime. And they don't understand or don't make the connection between the growing of marijuana on the Kanji Creek and on the Berbice River as a result of the destruction of the sugar industry. They don't make the connection between the encouragement they gave to the blocking of the Berbice River to prevent the bauxite shipments coming down to the transshipment at Crab Island. 1,000 workers went home without a job. And these persons, honorable members, by convention of the House, of course, come here and want to lecture us and speak about how good they were at these things and how bad we are in even proposing measures to change the situation which we found when we come. Mr. Speaker, the gentlemen, the honorable gentlemen and women have to take stock of what they say and the impacts of what they say. If it is they go to New York and go on a stand and participate with people who will say, Georgetown will burn down. Georgetown will burn down if the PBP don't come out of power. And here they come and talk about me perhaps going out when there's a fire to try to encourage people to do a better professional job. Here it is, they want inquiries into the arson of the Brigdan police station, which has forced us to spend as a beginning, as a first tranche, $400 million to build a new multi-story, multi-level, modern facility. But we wish we would have had that $400 million to spend on other things for our security in the country, rather than having now to build that facility. But we will do it. We will do it. Mr. Speaker, it is really regrettable that the honorable members, most of them, mostly with the exception of the Deputy Speaker, would stand up here and make presentations of the kind that they make, and continue to make exhibits of themselves in this house. They talk about crime. We talk about their efforts to steal the elections. We had the most recent disgrace in this house, where to prevent the passage of the National Resource Fund bill, they stole the mace, nearly decapitated the speaker, broke the mace, and they did that not only here, but they did it here, live, direct, virtual, in the face of a national audience and an international audience, to the disgrace of the country, to the disgrace of our country. And where they could sit and skin teeth and catcall in this honorable house. But the reason that they behave like this, Mr. Speaker, the reason that they behave like this is because they are all essentially joined up in the PNCR. And the PNCR has had a history of violence. And the PNCR, once you join with them, seemingly you are unable, Mr. Speaker, if I am to answer that person over there, we might get an altercation, physical, in this house. Mr. Speaker, this is the way they behave. They can't change. It's in their DNA. It's in their DNA. They can't change. Violence, insults, vulgarity. That's what you represent in the floor of this house. For our country. For our country. And when we talk about one nation, one Guyana, and unity, what we have to fight against to bring this country to the position where it could move forward, in the new environment, where we have the proceeds from oil and gas. We have to make sure that, as was said by other speakers from this side of the house, that they never come back to power in this country. Never come back to power. Mr. Speaker, because you stole the 2015 elections, you started rigging since then. Mr. Speaker, I want to recall the efforts over successful PVPC governments to pursue the eventual discovery of oil during a time when there was much skepticism, derision, and laughter in some quarters, while the Guyanese people as a whole kept quiet but fervent hope and faith in wishing success to the endeavors. While President Janet Jagan, as Minister of Petroleum, determined and signed the first exploration agreements with ESSO Exploration, the PNC was busy on Vlissingen Road, walking Punshi, and ramping up illegal protests and other activities, which went well into the Jagdeo administration, leading to politically inspired murder, riots, and mayhem over practically all of Guyana, with tragic results, and which led to much lesser development that we could have hoped for. And in spite of all the efforts, to the contrary, and the lack of interest in consulting, oil was discovered in 2015 under the Ramatar PVPC administration. And what did the opposition PNC say then? They said it was an elections gimmick, that oil was not found.
Yes, I remember the story. This guy, Enrico
They have never had the profound understanding of the real care or interest required in the implications of the discovery, nor in the importance of preparing Guyana for the discovery of oil. And their 5 years, which they misspent in office, has resulted in our being much less than prepared than we should have been, now that the industry has been realized and is on the go. And so while they reveled in the trappings of office and took flight to Texas and jet-setted to various Caribbean islands, the diligence in making agreements and in positioning Guyana to optimize its participation in the new industry failed miserably. Now finally out of office, they pontificate as experts. Their mouths roll with oil and oil. And they're only interested here because they don't want to have us. They don't want us to benefit from the development of the oil and gas discovery. They don't even want us to pass a National Resource Fund Act. And so the antics in this house, the violence which took place when they tried to steal the maize, when they attempted to steal the maize, all was an exhibition in retrogression, in backwardness, in insults, and in their real interest in the zero-sum game, which I've spoken about before in respect of their attitude with respect to Guyana's development. And so, when these things happen, we need to paraphrase Brutus. What was said of Brutus in Caesars, Shakespeare's Caesars, the fault is both in your stars and yourselves. And the only recommendation I could give to the young people who can be saved over there is to exit and leave that coalition, that wreck of a party, that you still have time to depart from them and to make a good, positive contribution to our country. And I could speak about it because I've worked as a geologist, exploring for oil, working in bauxite, in gold. I've been the Commissioner of Geology and Mines, the chairman of the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission. I signed with President Janet Jagan the first exploration agreement with ESO, and I can speak of these things. And I can say now that I feel a great sense of personal vindication when we see the landscape of Guyana changing right now in Georgetown, on the East Bank, all over the country, in respect of the oil development and other developments. I don't know what any one of you could speak of over there. I don't know what you can speak of over there. The Honorable Member Henry stood up here in this house and said that the Wapishana were not consulted on the road. And I am aware that there was a social and economic study linked to the Mott MacDonald feasibility study for that road, where consultations were held with the communities, both the Makushi and the Wapishana in the south. And the Honorable Member also stood up here and said the Milo Falls project, which I worked on as Minister of Public Works, and which the APNU AFC shut down, which would have brought cheap power to the first place in Guyana, which has the greatest support for the APNU AFC. Linden would have made power cheaper there, would have brought energy and development there, and they shut it down. Zero-sum game. And the Honorable Member Henry says that the water dry at some times and the water trickling over the falls. Well, even the great Gurilam in Venezuela had to be shut down some years ago because of an extensive drought. And when we are wet in Guyana, it's dry in Brazil, which is why we have the opportunity to export power to Brazil from Tortuga in the upper Mazaruni when we get that development. And that one would expect that if you have a dam that is managed, you will have water to run and manage power delivery up to 165 megawatts from a Milo Falls. But, Mr. Speaker, those who are wedded to a zero-sum game, do not have the ability to work, to make the kind of contribution to take the country forward. So let us have the kind of discourse which will take the country forward. Mr. Speaker, some persons, some NGOs recently had a forum, Moray House, where they talked about, I can talk about many things, I don't know what you could talk about. That's why he's not in the work. Moray House Forum spoke. Mr. Speaker, I leave that for another thing, because when firearms were being sold from the office of the Minister of Public Security, that was destabilizing of the country and makes things difficult for us. That's the game we're in. I am speaking what the facts are. Mr. Speaker, I have to report quickly on the issue of security and the work of the ministry that in spite of all that has been said in Guyana, serious crime has been reduced by 20%. Serious crime has been reduced by 20%. The instance of fires has been reduced by 30%. What is different now is that there are arson attacks on government buildings, particularly police stations. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in more than 16 years, road deaths have dropped below 100 in Guyana. And while we make mention of that fact, I have to say that, of course, we at the ministry are distressed, and I am personally distressed at the accident at the Mahaika Bridge yesterday. And of course, we want to pass on our condolences to the family of Sharida Prasad, Christopher Bagbandat, who died, and also wish Constables Tucker, Sam, and Johnson a speedy recovery. And that this incident and the requisite reviews will be done in respect of that matter.
Honorable Minister, while we review that, we will take an extension to you.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for the honourable member to have 5 members to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Mr.
and
Speaker,
conclude in 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, during the time of the past Minister of Public Security, now exiting the room, maybe he's going to make a contribution at the ablutions area. I want to suggest that he doesn't flush because he might disappear. Because in his time, from the period 2017 to 2020, 36,000 persons passed through Guyana. 94% of all who arrived from a particular country and disappeared. And when we talk about people smuggling and trafficking in persons, we have to look at these statistics. For another set of people, 35,000 people, 87% of all who arrived in the country between 2017 and 2020, 2017, yes, disappeared, cannot be accounted for. And one would want perhaps to deny that there wasn't an organized smuggling network being run by persons at the highest level in the APNU-AFC regime, overseen by Honorable Member Kemraj Ramjatan.
Honorable Minister, you may want to withdraw that because it's imputing on the honorable member.
Just to say, I was moving on the fact that the gentleman was responsible for the sector and receives the same statistics I received, but I...
Yeah, Honorable Minister, basically what I heard was a smuggler ring overseen by. So please, thank you.
Presided over perhaps is a better word. Mr. Speaker, we have had great effort by other agencies of the ministry in respect of the fight against narco trafficking, firearms, illegal firearms, and in respect of making cases by the Soku, where at this moment there are 77 cases totaling $75 million, which are up for referral to the courts, and another $4.3 billion in respect of money laundering cases, which are going to be referred to the courts. Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly speak about an initiative coming from the ministry in respect of helping persons who exit the prisons re-enter normal life with the ability to take care of themselves and in reintegrating with their families. And so, in an overall program calling Increasing the Peace in Guyana, we are looking amongst many of the measures in having a fresh start for prisoners, having them trained, having them been given the tools to start out, to relaunch activities, because we have all kinds of craftsmen and professions in the prisons, and we want to reduce the level of recidivism in the prisons, which are at 13% overall and 9% for first-time offenders. But importantly, as I said before at some time in this House, if we're going to have peace in Guyana, it has to start from the floor of this House. And it has to start from democratic, polite exchange with those who are elected to this honorable House, on all sides of the House. And we need full partnership and better understanding of the initiatives which are being proposed by the government, by the honorable member Ashley Singh, in respect of pulling us out of poverty and passing on a better, viable, and more secure life to the new generation of Guyanese who will replace us. And we have a responsibility to pass on that better life to the next generations. But, Mr. Speaker, this wouldn't happen if we continue with this type of behavior. It wouldn't happen if we have the type of presentations, the naysayers, the zero-sum game from the other side. It wouldn't happen if they really can't come up with a leader. Mr. Speaker, yes, I know that you are grateful and happy that my time is up. I will, in any event, keep passing on this message. I know you don't want to hear us. I know your only interest was in barbershop chairs. And you want to come and talk here about security and crime. Mr. Speaker, we need to take a national pause. We need to have some retrospection and introspection on the question of how we go forward in Guyana. And while we wait for it, but we can't wait too long, we have to move ahead. We want to here and now commend this budget to this honorable House for rapid, quick, and emphatic consideration and passage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Home Affairs. And now I call on the Honorable Member, Dr. Karen Cummings, to make her presentation.
You can proceed.
Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable members, members of the media, and visitors, good afternoon to you all. Today, I rise to join my colleagues on this side of the House to register my disappointment at this 552.9 billion budget under the theme, steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana. This budget, which is the same as two previous budgets, except that this current one has seen an increase of 44% more than the former, and has capitalized on monies from the Natural Resource Fund, NRF. This budget is dismal, unexciting, unstimulating, insensitive to the needs of the average citizen. It is anti-poor, heavy on infrastructure, but light on people's welfare. And there is the absence and lack of evidence of strategic medium to long-term planning. This budget is a wish dream, but wishes do not catch fish. Our people need land, housing, jobs, and fundings available for investing in entrepreneurship for the next generation. Mr. Speaker, the budget contradicts reality. In listening to the minister as he read the budget, I was wondering if I were listening to a version of some fable. The Honorable Member Ashley Kumar Singh tells stories that can be amusing but unreal. In paragraph 1.3 of his budget presentation, the minister said, where there was once economic contraction, there is now economic expansion. And where there has been job losses, there is now job creation. Quote, open and close quote. In the typical characteristic of the fable, its remarks on occasions veered from reality. For example, in talking about economic contraction, Kumar, the honorable member, did not tell the Guyanese that the last time the Guyana economy contracted, it was under the PPPC government. And that interestingly, the honorable member had been a part of that regime. And what the honorable member did not say about unemployment was that when the coalition was in government, unemployment was as low as 12.8% in the first quarter of 2020. No one must take my word for it. I look at the Guyana Labor Force Survey as published by the Bureau of Statistics as indicated that the unemployment rate was over 15% at the last report in 2021. Yet the honorable member stands before the National Assembly and says that there is job creation. My math tells me that 15 was greater than 12. So to me, that shows contempt for the people of this country. So the budget contradicts reality. This budget is full of exaggeration about the accomplishments of this government. The honorable member, the senior minister in the office of the president with responsibility for finance, speaks to the growth rate of the non-oil economy. The largest growth rates are found among the smallest industries in the economy. Mr. Speaker, that is the only part of the issue. One of the largest growth rates is found in the accommodation and food industry. And this growth is a direct result of the demand coming mainly from the oil and gas industry. Therefore, it has absolutely nothing to do with any policy of the government. That industry will grow if the oil and gas production increases. Further, 5 of the industries with the highest growth are so small, Mr. Speaker, that collectively they account for about 2% of the economy. Under the same section, paragraph 1.3, Mr. Speaker, it is interesting that the minister would stand and talk about democracy in the same paragraph and stated that within the last 18 months, democracy has prevailed. I am tempted to ask you, Mr. Speaker, if these words, though they may not be unparliamentary, should not be expunged from the record of this National Assembly. As you may be aware, Mr. Speaker, that none of the persons leading his party were democratically elected. We had elections the other day. They were handpicked. Yet the honorable member stands in this noble assembly with a straight face and tries to lecture to my party about democracy. The advice to be given would be that the members of his party must first practice what they preach. Mr. Speaker, while actively championing local content provisions for local companies, this government has been actively blocking other local businesses from enjoying economic freedom and competing in their own economy. With this practice, the promise to ensure Guyanese businesses can compete successfully under the new local content framework is biased and rings hollow. Local content, therefore, means nothing. If a government decides who should participate in the economy and who should not, well, this act is despicable and must stop now and must go. Mr. Speaker, please permit me for a while to highlight some of the recommendations of the APNU-AFC coalition detailed to ensure development should not only mean an increase in material wealth for a particular section of society, but must include the welfare of the entire populace. As an oil-rich country, we are saying that poverty among our citizens should end forever in Guyana. The question to be asked, Mr. Speaker, would be, what is this regime comprehensive anti-poverty strategy based on the fact-finding National Poverty Survey? And how do you plan to lift the working poor out of poverty and misery? Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister Ashley Kumar Singh has claimed that there has been more disposable income to the populace, but has failed to explain the difference between disposable income and purchasing power. We on this side of the divide are saying to you, sir, to conceive of work-paying initiatives. We are giving the goodly minister a few recommendations because you claim we come here without recommendations. So that in his wrapping up, he will tell this noble assembly that these important revisions would be made. We are saying to him, be bold, confront these challenges steadfastly as you make the necessary adjustments to the budget before its passage in this noble assembly. Mr. Speaker, as an oil-producing state, we are positing that as the minimum, there should be 25% salary increase for all public servants stat. Let there be no taxes on the minimum wage, which should be no less than $125,000. Yes, Mr. Speaker, and using the colloquial parlance, We are an oil-producing state. When compared to the sister CARICOM countries that just export banana or rely on tourism. Mr. Speaker, Guyana has been blessed with a plethora of oil finds, with gold, bauxite, manganese, sugar, plus the non-oil sector, such as forestry, fishing, the other mining and quarrying subsectors, comprising of diamond and sand and stone mining, and according to the minister, are on upward trajectory. Therefore, let the minimum wage increase even more, maybe to 130,000 in the pockets of the citizens. Number 3, let the tax threshold be equitable and fair. Can we do it, MPs? Yes, we can, honorable members. The APNU-AFC coalition further recommends that a people-centered approach be considered to include a credit-earned income tax credit to improve the life and livelihood of the elderly, the disabled, and home-based caregivers. Mr. Speaker, page 17, section G, 3.46, talks about the prudent debt management of this regime. Hence, there should be enough fiscal space to accommodate and to assist the poor and vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, there must be a people-centered vision. Yes, a focused approach while addressing Guyanese with varied circumstances. The low-income families, children in single-parent homes, frontline workers, and the residents in the hinterland communities, among others. At number 5 in our recommendation, Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC coalition is requesting that there be small business grants of up to 5 million per business. In other words, no Guyanese must be left behind. I reiterate that the goodly finance minister, the honorable member, should give clarity to the Guyana populace and let the Guyanese citizen know that though in his presentation of this budget 2022, the honorable member sought with great effort to allow for an improvement in disposable income, which is good, but the truth is that the honorable member has now realized that many persons would not have any purchasing power, and it is not too late, sir, to fix this anomaly. In addition, the APNU-AFC coalition supporters asked me, they want to know what the financing priorities of the National Resource Fund, the NRF, what are they? What are the priorities? And what are the projects to be financed using this fund? Since none has been identified. Mr. Speaker, I have noticed that the honorable ministers emphasize the one Guyana concept. I'm assuming that the honorable member is aware that Guyana's motto reads one people, one nation, one destiny. However, as the minister strives to build this oneness, the honorable member has not been steadfast in addressing the challenges of a section of the populace that still has pink slips from the COVID-19 grant rollout, or the portion of persons who are unable to obtain the much needed flood relief. It is our wish, Mr. Speaker, to hand over the list of the names of Guyanese who were unable to obtain such grants soonest. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2025, what will Guyana look like? What will it be like? Mr. Speaker, in this budget, there has been no evidence of the use of the logical model. Come on, Finance Minister. What are the performances that are being evaluated? There is no evidence of outcomes and data to support the outcomes. Mr. Speaker, as this budget agenda skips and flips, yet our people need a budget that fits. How are the people in the hinterland going to benefit from taxpayers' dollars? Mr. Speaker, I must turn my attention to the health sector. investing in our people. Section 4115. It talks about leveraging public-private partnerships. However, the Ministry of Health, MOH, currently does not have the technical infrastructure, Frank, Honorable Member, to be stored over such highly complex partnerships, which often involve performance-based contracting. The evidence under the PPPC in 2011, while the present Minister of Health was garnering no experience in healthcare leadership, as he was the Minister of Youth and Sport and Culture at the time, his current advisor failed to successfully administer a service level agreement between the Ministry of Health and the Linden Hospital Complex. This led to the PPPC giving up on further use of such complex health financing method between the two entities. Mr. Speaker, the greatest risk with public-private partnerships is that if the contracting ministry or agency does not have the ability to administer and monitor such partnerships, then the service provider would be placed in a position where the Ministry of Health could be easily fleeced. And in healthcare, this would mean delivering less health services with poor quality for higher prices, with a spin-off leading ultimately to a greater number of untimely deaths, disabilities, and illnesses from disease complications, thus increasing the morbidity and mortality, which becomes a public health burden. At 4116, an allocation of $73.2 billion is earmarked to be spent to achieve the outcomes for the intervention to modernize the health sector and manage the pandemic. However, the Ministry of Health has failed to produce any consolidated report that would identify the results achieved from the expenditure of their 2020 and 2021 budgetary allocations. Thus, it is not advisable that the Parliament should increase the Ministry of Health budget by over 36.8%, $19.7 billion, when they have failed to demonstrate in a clear and data-driven way the outputs, the outcomes, and impacts of past allocations. Budgets must be results-based, performance-focused, and it has been alleged that the Ministry of Health in this regard has no proven track record over the past year. Facilities and equipment, 4117. Mr. Speaker, the flagship spending of the sum of $2.3 billion in 2022 to modernize and expand facilities, including the Festival City, Polyclinic, Diamond Diagnostic Center, and Letham Hospital, are undertakings that were piloted by the APNU-AFC coalition government during our term of office. The PPPC merely inherited these projects that were in their final stages. It is our wish on this side of the house, of the divide, that these projects be completed at the shortest possible time. The Honorable Senior Minister Kumar, with responsibility for finance in the Office of the President, has reported that the sum of $19 billion was expended for the purchase of medical and non-medical equipment. But here we stand again, with no results or performance measures from the Ministry of Health on the outcomes and impacts of this investment. In our quest to demonstrate best practices, and according to Diakonu et al. 2017, in the article titled Globalization and Health, we must be wary of a medical device and equipment that are unfit for purpose. The authors further stated that undiscerning procurement processes are at the heart of this issue. Some questions to be asked, Mr. Speaker, when considering facilities and equipment are or include: what percentage of the items were delivered on time? What percentage is operational? What was the lead time between their delivery and operationalization? How many people benefited and in what way? How was this investment, how it impact the lives of the ordinary Guyanese? Are Guyanese healthier with a better quality of life? The Honorable House should be expected not to give monies for which the returns are not adjudged. 4118 section. Note is made of the need of additional regional hospitals. However, these additional regional hospitals must be built in areas where they could facilitate access to care and impose minimum geographic hardships for the admission for the least number of persons. Regrettably, we are unsure if this is the case for the proposed regional hospitals to be built and to be constructed at Anna Regina, Tushen, Enmore, Bad Settlement, and number 75 Village Quarantine. What about Buxton on the East Coast? What about Mahaika? To our minds, this singling out of locations based on voter population should be disallowed, as it would be a clear violation of the constitutional rights of all to access health care services under Article 24 of the Constitution. In addition, it bars Guyana from achieving the goal of health for all people everywhere, that is universal health care coverage. Health should not be politicized, and thus the location for the hospital must not be determined if the area is PPPC or APNU, stronghold or not. Thus, we ask for the evidence that justify the selection of those sites. In addition, Mr. Speaker, according to the Honourable Member, these regional hospitals on page 48 are expected to catapult healthcare delivery beyond current levels. The West Demerara and Bartica regional hospitals are slated for upgrades. So a relevant question would be, Mr. Speaker, if these regional hospitals have problems, West Demerara and so on, with human resources and remuneration for healthcare workers, where shall and in what way shall the regional hospitals at Anna Regina, Tushen, and Morbat number 75 appear? 4119. There has been the proposed expenditure of $359.3 million for laparoscopic surgical equipment for GPHC. Of course, the provision of surgical care is essential to public health, though the prominence should be on primary care and preventative medicine. That is where the effort should be. But we know the new emphasis now is on procedures and dollars. However, the spending of $359.3 million for laparoscopic equipment for GPHC needs to be justified. Across Guyana, people face great challenges in accessing essential surgical services. And for Guyana to meet this challenge, according to Vancel et al., there needs to be approximately 10 fully equipped such devices and well-trained staff operating theaters per 100,000. So while currently we only have about 2 per 100,000 population. Therefore, to enhance our national referral hospital by providing laparoscopic surgical equipment at the cost of $359.3 million would not meet this challenge. Rather, this move would only serve to widen the disparities between the demand for surgical services and the supply of infrastructure along the hinterland and coastland divide. In addition, significant disparities along ethnic lines at surgical department at GPHC and within the surgical training program need to be addressed, Honorable Member and the Minister of Health. You know, these folks tell me these things, and I think this is the forum for me to tell you. It has been alleged that young Black doctors who are aspiring to be surgeons are unlikely to get into surgical residency program, not because of a lack of intellect, but because you might not be of the right race. To this end, and to comfort and remedy this situation, we are asking for a race disparity and remuneration audit into the admitting of residents and the hiring of registrars, be it junior and senior consultants. Mr. Speaker, As the Shadow Minister of Health, I'm going somewhere, and I'm telling it as it is, like I feel it, because of a certain section of the populace. Section 4:120. Human resources constitute an important health system component as the work done in the sector is performed by and for the people. On average, 50% of health expenditure should go towards the health workforce. This would require approximately $36.6 billion out of the proposed $73.2 billion to be spent on those directly engaged our healthcare workers. However, summing up in the distribution of the proposed allocation for the 2022 budget, $47.34 billion will not be spent on healthcare workers. So we asked the government side of this House how much of the remaining $25.86 billion will be allocated on our hard-working healthcare workers who have toiled so hard during the pandemic, risking not only their lives, but that of their families. Is there any mercy, understanding, and reward for our healthcare workers? Health workers are long overdue for a meaningful salary increase and risk allowance. Also, it would be timely now to review the on-call rate, with a view of increasing same. Some it's 4,000, 5,000, maybe Diamond and Georgetown is different. And the uniform allowance, the on-call, risk allowance. So if you can look at that, maybe move it from 20,000 to 50,000. So you can address that, Honorable Minister. 4121. The performance of health services is not determined by solitary numbers of a simple count of the persons screened for just one major cause of disease burden, as presented by the Honorable Senior Minister with responsibility for finance. The performance of health services is measured by health outcomes and the impact of those outcomes. Hence, the APNU-AFC Coalition would like to see soon the scaling up of the diabetic clinic, not only at Lusignan, but throughout the administrative regions. And just to remind the Health Minister, Dr. Frank Anthony, the Honorable Member, of some examples of some performance indicators we on this side of the Assembly are talking about. It's not just like that, we're just talking wild. And these indicators include, but not limited to, the percent of children under 5 with acute respiratory infection taken to a health facility, the unmet needs for family planning, knowledge, attitudes, and practices regarding key health issues and services, the percent of women who seek care for specific health intervention by source and income group, life expectancy at birth, the existence of other processes of assuring quality of care besides supervision, the maternal mortality rates, the under 5 and neonatal mortality rate, the existence of national COVID-19 plan, just to name a few indicators. The acquisition of 2 ambulances, 4122, for emergency use is unable to adequately bridge the gap in emergency medical services. The people of Guyana need more, such as a trauma center in Region 4, and an ambulance service that extends beyond Lilienthal on the East Coast and Agricola on the east bank of the Marara. Also, the accident and emergency rooms across all our regional and district hospitals need to be adequately equipped and staffed, more so in the hinterland, where access to the National Referral Hospital poses a significant challenge. Access poses a significant challenge. Mr. Speaker, given Medivac by air is a significant consumer of health expenditure and critical to the saving of lives of our brothers and sisters in the hinterland, there is a real need to explore a government of the Guyana Air Ambulance Service. And looking at emergency medicine, Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC Coalition recommends the building of a level 3 trauma center, which would be essential because of an increase of oil and gas companies and the fabrication of heavy-duty machinery. We must be prepared for mass casualty, God forbid. Mr. Speaker, the members on this side of the National Assembly are saying that with the emerging oil economy, there must be a strategic shift into a new approach, a fresh approach is needed. No more working in silo, but working together with a sense of integration, considering human capital and intersectoral linkages for growth and development. Mental health, 4123. The global experience has taught us that medicating and hospitalizing persons with mental health illnesses should not be an option or should be of last resort. Leading scientists and international organizations concerned with health, such as the World Health Organization, WHO, have recommended that countries shift away from institutionalized care for mental health. I have been advised, Mr. Speaker, that currently 10 to 15% of Guyanese have experienced some form of mental illness at one time, and more so in this COVID time. And 3 to 5% have a chronic mental disorder, according to the Government Information Agency, February 2017. Additionally, it has been noted by those who are engaged in research that unipolar depression stands as the 5th largest contributor to disease burden in Guyana, with approximately 20,000 Guyanese suffering from severe mental disorders. That doesn't include mental retardation, alcohol abuse, and epilepsy.
Honorable member, your time is up. You will need an extension.
Thank you. Comrade Chairman, I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thus, given the substantial real need for mental health services as evidenced by the above statistics, the relatively high costs associated with the provision of comprehensive mental health care, the $538 million that have been allocated to procure drugs and to augment mental health would be insufficient. And in fact, would only serve to strain the health budget with no real improvement of the mental health of Guyanese. To date, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health has failed to produce any report, as I mentioned before, on the COVID-19 pandemic, showing the competent handling and management of the public health threat. Under the PPPC, Guyana has seen the highest recorded cases of infection each day and month. Guyana experienced 2 deadly waves of COVID-19, each more deadlier than the other in 2021 and 2022. To date, the death toll stands at a whopping 1,176 deaths, confirmed cases 60,385, with 8,399 Guyanese on home isolation. Thus, even $6.8 billion have been allocated in the 2022 budget. We must be assured that the PPCC will utilize the resources effectively. The AP and UAFC coalition firmly believes that there should be an assiduous effort to train traditional birth attendants and also boost the single-trained midwives program to provide better outcomes for mother and child so as to achieve the global maternal-maternity ratio and the child mortality ratio and the neonatal mortality ratio. Mr. Speaker, the maternal waiting homes at Maruka, Cato, and New Amsterdam, this project had begun under our stewardship, and it is our wish that tireless efforts would be made for the completion of these waiting homes to ensure that there is zero maternal, child, and neonatal mortality. The AP and UAFC coalition looks forward to a reduction in teenage pregnancy as part of a comprehensive program in our schools across Guyana, where they would be adequately and accurately counseled, even in the context of peer interaction. It is our wish that the Safe Space Initiative, or youth-friendly spaces, be sustained, and that there be evaluation to assess the effectiveness of such an important and life-changing program. We welcome the $154 million to reduce unplanned pregnancy and expansion of the contraceptive program. We are happy for the promotion of the menstrual hygiene by the First Lady. However, as we wait a report of the success of this program and look forward to the inclusion and scaling up of such programs to cater especially for the vulnerable and poor. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the budget cannot be supported in its current form, as the small man cannot be the real man. The bulk of the population would not benefit from this budget 2022, which lacks a human face. The transformational approach posited and proposed by the senior minister in the office of the president with responsibility of finance allows the Guyanese to eat from the natural resource fund before there is any earning. Mr. Speaker, there's also no evidence of an exit strategy and no comprehensive plan to reduce the deaths from this COVID-19 public health threat. The budget feeds the rich, Mr. Speaker, and kills the poor. When is this government going to care about the people's welfare by being fair? The APNU AFC coalition looks forward to taking back the helm of government to ensure that there is transparency, accountability, effectiveness in the public health sector, and overall, a good life for all Guyanese. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. It's now the turn for the Honorable Minister of Health, the Honorable Dr. Frank Anthony, to make his presentation. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I rise this afternoon to support Budget 2022 under the theme, Steadfast Against All Challenges, Resolute in Building Our One Guyana. First of all, allow me to commend my colleague, Dr. Ashni Singh, and his team at the Ministry of Finance for putting together a fair, balanced, and transformative budget. This is going to lift us into the 21st century and beyond. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt in my mind and in the minds of the Guyanese people that the APNU AFC's policies were reckless, and it has wreaked havoc on our economy and has hurt thousands of people across this country. No one was spared of their callousness. They took away, as we recall, the Because We Care grant from the young, innocent school children. They took away the jobs from the sugar workers. And as if that was not enough, they took away the jobs from the CSOs. They took away the bonuses from the police, the army, the fire service, the prison service. All the annual bonuses disappeared under the APNU AFC. And of course, the pensioners were not spared because they also took away electricity and water benefits. Mr. Speaker, there's a big philosophical difference between the PPPC and the APNU AFC. We are here to serve the people of Guyana. While they were there, they served themselves and their cronies. This budget, Mr. Speaker, restores fairness by giving back expanded benefits to the young people, the old people, and the working people of our country. Mr. Speaker, this budget is also a balanced one. It provides the right policy mix, bringing relief to vulnerable people while incentivizing businesses to create jobs. It is not one or the other. It is doing both so that the whole country can benefit. But we have heard repeatedly here over the last several days that we should give away and give away this and give away that. But we didn't hear any thought from the opposition of how we are going to create jobs, how we are going to grow the economy so that we can make it sustainable. This, Mr. Speaker, is a recipe for disaster. Just recall the PNC's track record. Just recall the PNC's management every time they were in government. Their economic model left us drowning in poverty on the Barnum, on the Hoyt, and on the Granger. Mr. Speaker, this government the PPPC government does not apologize for working with businesses, be they big, medium, or small. Businesses are the engines of growth and the creators of job and prosperity in our country. And with the PPPC sound policy and prudence and stewardship, we have steered Guyana back to prosperity. Under the leadership of President Ali and this government and its budget, we are going to lead the peoples of this country to collective prosperity. Not one set of people or that set of people, but all the people will be led to prosperity. This budget, it sets the foundation on which the future of Guyana will be built. It is not just the sheer size of the budget, it is about the content of the budget that is genuinely transformative. Mr. Speaker, when you go into the budget and you look at the contents, you would see the enormous investments that are being made in health, in education, in housing, and in social well-being of the people of this country. You would see the investments being made in the traditional sectors such as agriculture, construction of bridges, roads, hotels, and so many other things that our country needs. And it's not only that, Mr. Speaker. While we look at the traditional, we have also looked at the next generation of projects in the oil and gas sector, the gas to shore pipeline that is going to help us to get cheap energy in this country. Affordable energy, Mr. Speaker, is necessary if we are going to industrialize and move this country forward. Mr. Speaker, but here we are in these debates with the PNC and AFC, and I don't know if they still have the APNU. They have been here at their best, worst behavior, stirring all kinds of political mischief, with patent misrepresentations and failing on all counts on what it means to be honorable in this House. Mr. Speaker, we have heard from them fairy tales and fictional characters, and we heard about some Tamana and Sunita, fictional characters worthy of going for the Guyana Prize for Literature, which the Honorable Charles Ramsden has just resuscitated. But it's not only that, Mr. Speaker. All of a sudden, the members on that side of the House have suddenly found empathy. They are now lamenting. They are now lamenting all kinds of things, but their lamentations would fool no one. If anything, these absurd presentations that we have heard, the kinds of race baiting, and we just heard some of that from the Honorable Dr. Cummins, these kinds of juvenile tantrums that we have seen here would only serve to widen the credibility gap between themselves and the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, it is sad to see how much the palm tree has withered. But then again, why are we surprised? Agriculture was never their forte, so we shouldn't be surprised. Mr. Speaker, we just heard from the Honorable Dr. Cummins about things that we should be doing in the health sector. But under the APNU AFC and their stint from 2015 to 2020, the health sector was in the ICU. The whole health sector was in the ICU. It was a period distinguished by scandals in procurement. And we remember how there was a man in a basement in New York who was selling medicines to the APNU AFC government. We remember all the scandals of how they were going to procure drugs and medical supplies. And we recall that when we just got into government in 2020, that one of the things that we had to do was to throw away close to $10 billion Guyana dollars of expired drugs. That is the track record. While there were shortages across this country and people could not access basic medicines. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, there were scandals in drug storage. And we recall the Sussex Street bond, how you had a bottom house, and in the bottom house, they were paying $14 million per month for bottom house storage. But not only that, some of you would recall the Auditor General report when they rented 7 rooms at Ocean View Hotel so that they can store drugs and medicine. And when they did the audit, what did they find? They find expired drugs, cockroaches, rats, and everything infesting the storage area. But that was not to be undone. They had another offsite somewhere in Water Street where they were storing lubricants. All of that is in the Auditor General's report. And they come here today to try to lecture us on how to run the health sector. Mr. Speaker, there were also scandals in the infrastructure projects that the APNU AFC did. Recall how much money they were spending on the head office of the Ministry of Health. Millions and millions of dollars was wasted, and we had to fire the contractor before we can get progress on that building. Recall what happened at Ocean View. To say hospital, but what was there? And I want to remind the people of this country what we took over. First of all, what we took over was a building that was not even ready to be a hospital. And guess what? It had no electricity, it had no water, it had no sewage, it had no oxygen, it had no equipment, it had no bed, and they called that a hospital. But that is not all. That is not all. What was even funny is that while the thing had nothing, 3 times they changed the name of the hospital. 3 times they changed the name. And then finally, they got Mr. Granger to go over there to open the hospital. And what they opened was a shell. Nothing was inside. But Mr. Speaker, we took that and we were able to turn it around, to buy the ICU equipment, the ventilators, bring them in so that we can get hospital. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what kind of barefacedness you would call this, when people can come here and try to lecture us about some of these things. We had during the APNU period. You had Dr. George Norton, you had Dr. George Norton, you had Dr. Karen Cummins, and then you had Valda Lawrence. 3 ministers. And I'm surprised that when Dr. Cummings was a minister, that she didn't know all these things that she was just talking about. I am surprised because none of it that she was pontificating about just now, that she was able to do while she was a minister in the Ministry of Health. But let's address some of the points that she raised. First of all, she spoke about the allocation to the sector. Well, I am proud that this PPPC government has given $73.2 billion for health in this budget. This is the largest single allocation, the largest single allocation of resources. But guess what? On the other side, Dr. Cummings that she is disappointed in the budget. But guess what? When she was the minister in the Ministry of Health, the Honorable Winston Jordan, then the finance minister, when he gave some paltry sums of money, the Honorable Karen Cummings was loud in praise for him. So she said, when they got 33.3 billion, she said, whoa, what a whopping amount that is going to the health sector. Well, when they got the allocation, again, she made some comments along the same vein. But here it is, the largest allocation to the health sector, and she is disappointed now. Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of behavior that we get from these honorable members. This is the kind of behavior when they come here and they try to tell us that this, what is in this budget, is not going to help people. The honorable member came here and she said to us, go into public-private partnerships that we... Well, apparently when the honorable minister was there, she didn't realize that you had a public-private partnership with CHI, the Caribbean Heart Institute. And under this government, we have been able to increase surgeries, cardiac surgery, for the patients that need cardiac surgery. But not only that, we are also going to ensure that we broaden, we can get partners so that we can provide services to people of this country. That one of the things Dr. Ashley Singh spoke about was dialysis. And that was because when somebody was diagnosed with end-stage renal failure and they had to get dialysis, it was a one-off payment of $360,000. After that, they had to find the resources to continue dialysis. Many of these patients, they could not afford it. And that was why we decided that we are going to ensure that we help these patients by providing them with $600,000 per annum. Not only that, the medicines that they would need to make sure their blood levels are good. Epigen, Mr. Speaker, We are going to provide that from the Ministry of Health. And we are going to make sure that they can get that. And that's another 9,000 Guyana dollars. And sometimes every month they would need that sort of medicine. In addition to that, every 3 months, they are required to do a set of laboratory tests, and we are also going to provide that at our hospitals. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? The honorable member talked about partnerships and us not being able to manage these partnerships. Most of the dialysis that is done today is done by NGOs and private sector partners. And we are going to partner with them to make sure that this service is delivered to every single dialysis patient. Mr. Speaker, we heard from the honorable member about chronic diseases, and in particular, she spoke about mental health. Well, one of the things that we saw happen during their stint in mental health was the creation of a mental health unit. And the mental health unit is supposed to help with suicide. You had about 21 persons who were employed in that unit, and they are supposed to be going out into the communities that are affected by suicide. But guess what? The places that got suicide is in Region 6, Region 2, parts of Region 5 and 4, and maybe some in Region 3. But the unit is centralized. And these persons were employed to help persons prevent suicide. They are not going out to the regions. And there was no hiring of anybody in those regions to help with the prevention of suicide. If we are going to really have an impact on suicide, we have to decentralize the response to make sure that we are closer to where the problem exists. And that is what we are going to do, not the centralized business that they had. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, very shortly, we will be bringing to this House 2 pieces of legislation, one dealing with suicide prevention and the other one dealing with mental health services. And I hope that when it comes to this House, that the honorable member on that side would give us the support. But when we talk about mental health in this country, we have been partnering with Columbia University. And if the member does not know, just last year, right in this hall, we had an international psychiatry conference with some of the best minds in psychiatry coming to Guyana, talking to us, delivering papers, and they continue to work with us and will be working with us for the next 5 years in mental health and in psychiatry. That is what we have been doing, Mr. Speaker. If we look at the other chronic diseases, like diabetes, we have said and we have set a policy that we want to find all the persons who are affected by diabetes. We want to ensure that we are able to control their blood sugar. We want to ensure that we are able to control the high blood pressure. And if they are 40 years and over, we want to make sure that we can give them statins. As part of that program, Mr. Speaker, we have been collaborating with PAHO WHO, and we introduced a program last year called HEARTS. What that is going to do is to decrease the risk of getting these chronic non-communicable diseases And also, we have changed many of the algorithms required to treat patients with these diseases. And we have bought medications that are going to be more effective in treating these patients. This year, Mr. Speaker, we are going to roll out that program to more than 80 health centers across this country. That is the shape of progress, Honorable Member. Mr. Speaker, it's not only in diabetes and hypertension. We have also been looking at how we can extend cancer care. And as you would know, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we celebrate World Cancer Day. And one of the programs that we will be rolling out in a very comprehensive way is to make sure that we can reduce the incidence of cervical cancer in Guyana. We have to develop a program where we can do primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. And for primary prevention of cervical cancer, which happens to be the second most prevalent cancer among women, the first being breast cancer. But if we focus on cervical cancer, it is a preventable disease. It is a disease that if young people get an injection, that it can be prevented. And there have been attempts. The first time we started that program, it was started under the Honorable Dr. Barry Ramsaran. But when it was started under Dr. Ramsaran, we did not get the support of the PNC at that time. They campaigned against it. And what happened? It resulted in a lot of young women not getting their vaccines. When they got into office, they tried to start the program, and it ended up not taking off. But I hope that this time around, because this year we are going to start a massive program to give HPV vaccination to girls between 9 and 14 years of age, and I hope we can enlist their support. Mr. Speaker, for secondary prevention of cervical cancer, one of the things that we want to do is to extend screening to make sure that women 30 years and older can access screening. And therefore, we'll be having more VIA clinics, more pap smear, and we will be introducing HPV tests so that we can screen for cervical cancer. And at the tertiary stage, we are going to create more access to ensure that people who need surgery can get surgery. Those who need chemotherapy can get that. And those who need radiation therapy will be able to access that as well. That is how we are looking at this thing in a holistic way. Not a little piece there and a little piece there, and then they don't fit together. And this is what we'll be doing for cervical cancer. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the most prevalent cancer among men is prostate cancer. And one of the things that we'll be introducing with the resources that has been allocated in this year's budget is PSAs. Because for the first time we now have the money to be able to buy that machine, and we'll be doing PSAs in the public sector. Hopefully, we'll get the men to come out so that we can screen them and we can make sure that we can prevent prostate cancer. Mr. Speaker, you know, one of the things, Mr. Speaker, in this budget, one of the main things in this budget that is going to transform the health sector is the hospitals that we will be building. There are 6 new hospitals. 6 new hospitals. The first one, let's start from region number 2. It would be in Anna, Regina. It is the most populated area in region 2. Why should they not have a hospital there? And that is what we are addressing. So we will be putting that hospital in Anna Regina. Mr. Speaker, in Region 3, where is the growth pole in Region 3? You have Tushin, you have Parika, you have all those communities around there, where there are lots of people who are living around there because of the housing development. And we need to make sure that they have access to health care. And that is why we are going to put a hospital at the Kendron. We look hard to find land, and that's where government land is located. So we are going to put the hospital there. And we make no apologies for that. And then when we come in Region 4, the Georgetown Public Hospital has always been seen as the national referral hospital, but also the regional hospital for Region 4. We want to change that. We want to ensure that Georgetown Hospital can remain a national referral hospital and do the complicated cases. And that is why in Region 4 and the 2 corridors, we will be making 2 new regional hospitals. One on the East Bank at Diamond, and the other one would be on the East Coast at Enmore.
Honorable Minister, we're going to have to give you an extension to tell us where you're going to place the others.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask that the honourable member be given 5 more minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Minister of Health, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the 2 in Region 4, Mr. Speaker, we are going to build a new hospital in Region 5 at Bath Settlement. Again, that's where the population is located. That's where the population is located, while at the same time, Honorable Member, we are doing a lot of renovation works right now in Maikoni. Maikoni, over the last year, got a new accident and emergency, new theaters, and they're all functional with recovery areas. You should go out some more, Honorable Member. You would see the development that is happening in the health sector. And then we go to Region 6. And in Region 6, we are going to replace the Skeldon Hospital with a brand new hospital at number 75. What would these hospitals look like, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we recognize that many of the outpatients, they're not comfortable for patients. Many of the accident and emergency, some of them do not have the necessary equipment so that when people come there, they can be attended to. We don't have modern equipment and infrastructure. In this country, in the public sector, we have about 3 CT scans. Each one of these regional hospitals would have their own CT scans. Each one of them would be equipped with digital x-rays. Each one of them would have ultrasound so that people do not have to travel from all parts of the country to come to Georgetown to get access to these things. But it's not only that, Mr. Speaker. All these devices are going to be internet enabled. What that means is that when you do a CT scan in Skeldon or in Anna Regina, it goes up in the cloud, it will be pulled down at Georgetown Hospital, read by the experts at the hospital, and you can have a very professional interpretation of those results. Laboratories, modern laboratories would be at this hospital, or these hospitals. But it's not only that, Mr. Speaker. This country right now, our hospital, regional hospital stock is about 9 hospitals. Already we fix up Latem. We have just completed Mabarua. We are also finishing off the district hospital at Lenora. We just finished the Diamond Diagnostic Center, and all of these are now operational. But in addition to all of that, one of the things that we'll be doing, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that West Demerara Hospital is also fully rehabilitated. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to another flagship program that we have in the sector, and that is the maternal and child hospital that we will be building. This hospital, Mr. Speaker, would ensure that we take healthcare to the next level. All the high-risk mothers would have access to service at this particular hospital. And every subspecialty in pediatrics would be offered at this hospital. So if you have children with cancer or with any other illness, they'll be able to come there and get specialty service. So this is what we are doing. When we talk about transformation, we're not just talking, we are ensuring that we can deliver on this transformation that we spoke about. And I heard the honorable member talking about human resources, and I just want to say very quickly that we have partnerships with Harvard, we have partnerships with Johns Hopkins University, we have partnerships with York University, McMaster's, we have with Northwell, the hospital chain, we have with Mayo Clinic, we have with Mount Sinai. All of these are world-class partners that are going to help us to develop this sector. Mr. Speaker, this is what Budget 2022 brings to the people of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Our next contributor is the Honorable Annette Ferguson.
Mr. Speaker, a pleasant evening to you. But before I get into my actual presentation, I must say how disappointed I am after hearing the Honorable Minister of Health. While health is important, he, 35 minutes of his presentation, he spoke about buildings and buildings and buildings, but nothing on COVID, as a pandemic our country is grappling with. You clearly see where their priority lies. Mr. Speaker, it is a distinct pleasure for me to join with my colleagues from this side of the House to contribute to this year's budget debates, themed, and I quote, "Steadfast against all challenges, resolute in building our one Guyana," unquote. Moved by Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, totaling a whopping 552.9 billion Guyana dollars, which he painstakingly read for 5 hours, 15 minutes. Sir, I like many other Guyanese, were expectant of a budget that was resolute. A budget that would build confidence and capacity in the average Guyanese citizen or a resident to improve human development. But admittedly, I, like many Guyanese, were truly taken aback, utterly surprised, since the budget failed to meet our expectations. It failed at explicitly stating what are the challenges. It is steadfast against strategies the regime has in place addressing these challenges. Instead, we were entertained for 5 hours, 15 minutes. How a few will be enriched through a few infrastructural projects, and we just heard a few, and a few cash handouts, which they intend to distribute. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is riddled with amount to massive corruption, disparity, and discrimination. It's about greed and making their friends, elites, families, and cronies, Mr. Honorable Prime Minister, richer than they are. Sir, may I take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to all frontline workers who continue to perform their duties as we battle COVID-19. My condolences to families who have lost loved ones due to the incompetence, mismanagement of the regime's handling of the pandemic. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh has failed to tell the Guyanese population during his marathon 5 hours, 15 minutes presentation about the deficits attributed to the last 2 budgets presented by his installed regime, and what is the projected deficit for 2020 likely to be. Well, sir, though I am not a trained economist by profession and will not profess to be, but having basic knowledge of ECN 110 and 120 respectively, I will endeavor to provide to the people of Guyana the overall surplus deficit of central government's revenue and expenditure for the years 2020, 2021, and 2022, recorded in Volume 3 of the budget estimates. 2020, $86 billion. 2021, they had a projection of $76 billion, but relates to the $30 billion bond. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? In many instances, vague and rudely responses were provided, such as check the budget speech of 2021 or its estimates. This, sir, I consider to be an absurdity from the honorable member, and such attitude should not be tolerated by you, not you, the substantive speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remind the members on this side of the House, regardless of which side of the aisle we sit, we are representing constituents, and by right, it is our task as elected representatives to seek after information on matters and issues affecting our people, which include detailed accounting of taxpayers' dollars. This is not PPPC monies. This is the people of Guyana's money. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is my fervent hope to see a change in behavior by members for the new 2022. Sir, you will agree with me that budget 2022 would not have been possible without the involvement and engagement of the thousands of public servants who provided their skills, expertise, knowledge, training, and competencies in ensuring timelines and targets for budget 2022 were met. We
Honorable members, while we do tolerate heckling to some degree, I would simply ask that you keep it at least a level where I can hear the honorable member's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your protection. We are all cognizant that our hard-working public servants who keep the wheels of government turning over the last 18 months operated and functioned under strenuous conditions due to COVID-19, while simultaneously enduring the oppression of an uncaring and reckless installed administration, which failed to express any empathy towards them or to remunerate them handsomely. Nevertheless, they were given a paltry taxable 7% increase in salaries. To you public servants, whether you're here in this honorable house or you're listening to me across the airwaves, on my own personal behalf, kindly accept my commendation for your sterling support and contributions to Budget 2022, and be reassured that the coalition administration will return to government and provide you that good life which we started in May of 2015. Mr. Speaker, over the last 3 days of these budget debates, my colleagues on the opposite side spoke gloriously about Budget 2022 and deemed it people-centered. Poor people budget, just to name a few, but a sticking record of pre-March 2020 rhetoric. Sir, many of the members failed to provide an overview of their sector's performance for 2021 and defend with substance their sector's allocation for 2022 and Guyanese's expectations from this oil budget. Sir, what I do know is that many are sorely disappointed and snubbed at the installed regime's description of Budget 2022. While I support the views and opinions given by many right-thinking Guyanese, sir, I will describe Budget 2022 as delusional and hopeless for the poor. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 fails to address issues faced by single mothers who are struggling daily to make ends meet for their families. The young man who trades his business in the busy streets selling water, drinks, and other implements to ensure food is put on the table. What does Budget 2022 has for him? The vendors down Border Market, Starbrook Square, Water Street, Regent Street, Rob Street, and in all the communities. What does Budget 22 have for them? For our hard-working public servants, what does Budget 22 have for them? Were there widespread consultations with these categories I've just alluded to ensure what they would want to see in Budget 2022 to better their lives? My simple response to those questions, Mr. Speaker, is that Budget 2022 has nothing, absolutely nothing to offer them. But in contrast, it has 6 billion recorded for a failing industry, Gaisuku. What a waste of money. A few members on the opposite side quoted from the books of John and Proverbs, but they must be reminded of the words contained in Proverbs 31, verses 8 and 9 and from the NIV. And this is what I will quote. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all for all who are destitute. Verse 9, speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and needy. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what we on this side of the House have been doing and will continue to do. Mr. Speaker, this is the third budget by the installed regime in less than 2 years, where billions of taxpayers' monies have been approved. The question we must ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, is whether the circumstances, whether the situations of the people in Agricola, in Albistown, in Linden, in Queenstown, in Atcheweb, in Laying Avenue, whether their situations have changed. Mr. Speaker, I'm on the ground and I can tell you nothing has changed for these ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, due to time constraints imposed on me, I will outline the following why I cannot give my blessings to Budget 2022 in its current format. And my desire is for the installed cabal to adopt a few recommendations I will proffer. Mr. Speaker, when I look at Budget 2022, in the introductory remarks, you heard about hooliganism. We were called all sorts of names. But you know what? They forget what transpired in September of 2019, where they were about to overturn my colleague's vehicle. The gentleman who now sits as the installed president of this nation, he was equally guilty of what my colleague went through. We saw what went on in this house in 2018 with my goodly bishop friend. We come a long way. We saw what my friend Priya Malik Chan performed. We saw what transpired on the 5th of March, where Guyanese.
Honorable member, I think the standing orders are very clear. It's comrade or honorable member.
My goodly comrade, the Honorable Bishop Edgehill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We recall what transpired in Lusignan and Bath. So when you call in hooligan, look in the mirror. Mr. Speaker, you're talking about democracy, but I will tell you, you have neglected to give Guyanese the constitutionally due local government elections in 2021. You failed to consult with the leader of the opposition on national issues. Are you talking about democracy? Mr. Speaker, Article 13 is very, very clear when it comes to consultation. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? I would personally say the budgets presented by the installed regime to this House all lacks vision. It lacks direction and it lacks planning. It fails to provide an assessment of the performance of the sectors over the last year. It was an operation where numbers were plugged, Rodrigues, copied and pasted. If we are to comparatively assess budgets presented by the two administrations over the last 6 years, 8 months, sir, truth be told, The coalition's 5 budgets provided a clear-cut direction for Guyana, Guyanese, and the environment. They don't like to hear this term, the Green State Development Strategy, to deliver the good life. While the PPPC's budgets focused more on enriching a few, which can be termed mega projects and their elites. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have so much to say from this book, but I'm going to put this one aside. But I will now turn my attention to the sector that is dear to my heart, and that is the housing sector. The housing sector, where a lot of corruption going on, Mr. Speaker, but we will talk about that later. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my focus, as I said before, to the sector for which I have parliamentary responsibility, the housing and water sector. Before doing so, sir, you want to know? Ask Jack Dio. That's why I have him wear a gati. And if he don't watch, you will be the next. I must rebut the false accusation and misinformation peddled by the Honorable Parag. And I want you to listen to me carefully. Who in her presentation made reference of PPPC's transparency on house lots distribution. That is, allottees were allowed to put their hands in an envelope to select a number. But what she failed to tell the people of this nation, whether the minister, the last minister of housing, who now sits at the helm of this nation, whether who is yet to prove evidence of his certifications where his qualifications are concerned, allowed for the wannabe vice president, who is vice president, was allowed to put his hand in an envelope to select his 2 acres of house lots, which equates to 2 house lots and paid on the market value. You best watch your mouth, because I'll come after you. What do you call such an action, Parag? If you are suffering from amnesia, let me remind you, Parag, currently there are cabinet members, honorable member, there are cabinet members who were also provided allocations in that very area. Prado Vale too. You should find out from them whether they too put the hand in bag or an envelope to select their allocation. Priya, I am touching you, and you know that many of them, some of them sold their properties for 100 million and more. What do you call that, Parag? Do you call that transparency? Do you call that transparency? Honorable member Kwame, Honorable Member Kwame, thank you. I think when the chair has the floor, sir, there should be silence in the House. Honorable Annette Ferguson, I will remind you once again of the standing orders that the members in this House are referred to as either honorable or comrade. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know when your blood hot up, you know, you just get things, sir. So sorry about that. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? Let me publicly use myself as an example so we could set the record straight. I was given an allocation. I paid for my allocation. I put my hand into a brown envelope and I selected my house lot as against what the honorable wannabe vice president did not do. Mr. Speaker, let us be very, very serious. Housing is a major problem in this nation. Just before coming to this podium, there was a young lady who reached out to me, and I must let her story be heard here today. And this is what she had to say to me. I said to her, listen to me, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, dear. No, I asked the question, can you provide an update with your house lot? She said, good afternoon, in response. The last I was told is they are not ready with the paperwork for those lands. This month is 2 years since I got my allocation letter. I asked which area. She called an area I wouldn't name here on the East Bank. I said, cool. Have you received your agreement? When last you visited? I have here a copy of her allocation letter dated 2nd of February 2020. We have they've paid in full. We have all of our receipts. We really need access to our land. And this is what she said. All infrastructure are in place. And I'm acquainted with the area. All infrastructure are in place. Water, road, electricity. So I don't know what is the problem. Why can't we get our agreement or sale or transport to build their homes? Is it because they were given an allocation under the coalition government that they're being treated like this, Colin Crowell and Madam and Honorable Rodriguez? This is high-class wickedness. High-class wickedness, and this is just one example. Sir, it was painful and disgusting to see where the housing sector was when it was led by the PPP's former Minister of Housing, current installed president. On assumption to office in 2015, the coalition government was tasked to restructure the sector to reflect equity and reduce the backlog of applications for house lots and housing. Therefore, may I inform this honorable House, particularly the honorable minister, the honorable members who sit at the helm of the housing and water sector, to seek to be correctly informed by researching the position paper done by the coalition government. This paper detailed what we found in the housing sector. What we found in the housing sector. The coalition government in November 2017, Mr. Speaker, did an assessment. And this is what our findings are. Pre-May 2015, throughout the 2 decades of the then PPPC government, the housing delivery approach was primarily site and services schemes. Over a year ago, budget 2021, I reported that approximately 60,000 service lots were developed and distributed since the 90s. I challenge my friends across the aisle to refute, and in so doing, they must provide the evidence. Sir, pre-May 2015, they were in government for 23 years. It was alarming to see applications not current but pending as far as 1992, 1993, 1994, up to when they left office in May of 2020. At the end of 2016, Mr. Speaker, the total number of pending applications at the CHPA was 56,566. Sir, that comprised 44.25% applicants who were pre-qualified for a house lot, but no offer was made. But you know what, sir? This document here, the forensic audit that we did in 2017, proved all the wrongs that were being done in the housing sector. What a shame. Sir, the coalition was not overreaching.
Honorable member, I would have to ask you to retract that word.
I so do, sir. Untruth. Sir, the coalition was not overreaching when its expectations by plucking, with its expectations by plucking wild numbers from the air to boast that 50,000 house lots will be allocated, as we continue to hear on a daily basis. Oh, we are yet to hear what are the honorable members' vision for the Ministry of Housing.
Honorable member, my sincere apologies. I will interrupt you. In order to hear about these fantastic house lots, you will have to get a 5-minute extension.
Comrade Speaker, I do move that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think 30 minutes has been exhausted so quickly. The coalition in 2017 set a realistic performance indicators through medium-term strategy from 2017 to 2021 to provide at least 10,000 of various housing solutions. So we're not saying 50,000 every time you open your mouth, 50,000, but what we see happening these days, sir, is that papers, when they're giving allocation, all that the people are receiving, is a piece of paper, but they cannot access the lands. But I also need, Mr. Speaker, to rebut what I heard on the program Budget in Focus. And this is what the Honorable Rodriguez had to say. Honorable member, sir, that they give out the opposition, when we were in government, we never give allocation. We never do roads. We never installed lights in communities. But this document tells the story. I ain't got time. Mr. Speaker, what we were told is that the government distributed some 10,000 plus house lots, but for 2021. But when I asked the question to the Honorable Minister Colin Crowell, the areas, and this is what he provided. I will just do a sample. Edinburgh, 3 different figures were given, 292. And when I checked what I have here, sir, I will use Williamsburg. Williamsburg in region number 6, sir, on the current team, this is what was provided to us in this honorable house through questioning. 105 lots, 39 lots, 147. Mr. Speaker, when I check my total, what I have, 400 house lots we had given out just before leaving government. So therefore, what I am getting, Mr. Speaker, is that we have duplication of numbers being given to allottees. But I will go vigorously after the housing sector. Have no shame. Mr. Speaker, quickly, the water sector, I know that they have about 4.9 billion for the water sector. But even before I move to the water sector, when the honorable ministers, whether Colin Crowell or Rodriguez, come after me, they will have to say to the nation and to this house that their projection for 2021 was $1.9 billion as it relates to sale of assets. That's lands and all kind of things. When I checked their budget, the statutory appendix T on page 872, if my memory serves me accurate, the ministry sold assets totaling 5.1, I think over $5 billion. So the minister will have to say to us, where were these lands? To whom these lands were sold to? But quickly, sir, I do believe that for the water sector, a lot must be done, because many schools are out of water, and the ministry has failed to conduct an assessment to determine what is best possible for these schools. So I urge the ministers to ensure that a thorough assessment of the schools are done. Mr. Speaker, my recommendation to the honorable members is that we need to treat the housing and water sector with seriousness. The ministers...
Honorable member, I gave you the 1 minute warning. I'll give you another minute to wrap up.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister Colin Crowell in 2021 promised single window. He promised to bring the amendment as it relates to the Condominium, Act. We're yet to see these things. I trust that the minister in the 2022 budget will be able to address the squatting situation in our country. My recommendation to the honorable ministers, Mr. Speaker, is that with the oil industry, the government should allow for lands to be made available to Guyanese at cheaper cost, or in some instances, low, without them having to pay. Government must consider subsidizing houses for low-income owners. The time has come for the government to partner with the credit union, with cooperatives, so that we can provide affordable housing to our people. That being said, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, as I prepare to conclude on my presentation, I must iterate that Budget 2022 lacks substance, vision, and directions on the improvement of ordinary Guyanese lives. If I am to give my support to the budget 2022, I will be doing so with a heavy heart, acting duplicitously and hypocritically to my constituents and Guyanese to whom I represent, knowing quite frankly that it will not aid in shaping or making their lives better. I will be equally guilty as the installed regime that has presented it. Sir, I therefore conclude by saying that I cannot support Budget 2022 and would urge the regime to revisit its measures and make the necessary adjustments. May God richly bless us all. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, just before,
Honorable.
there's an important announcement I wish to make.
Honorable Member.
The cocoa at success on the Essequibo coast is currently breached, and I would call on the Minister of Public Works to attend to it, sir. Thank you very much. That information just came in.
Order, please, order. Honorable Annette Ferguson, you quoted some documents through your presentation. We look forward to you laying those over to the House at your earliest opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I now call on the Honorable Minister within the Ministry of Housing, Minister Suzanne Rodriguez, to make her contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I hope the Honorable Annette Ferguson will take her seat because class is in session. The Honorable Member Annette Ferguson was physically absent from the debates all week until today. I can only assume, sir, that she took 3 days to prepare that litany that she just delivered. However, Mr. Speaker, I think she would have done a greater service to the opposition if she had forfeited that speech and made a second attempt to grab the mace. Mr. Speaker, let me deal condignly with some of the comments made by the Honorable Member. She spoke about greed, but the Honorable Member Ferguson forgot conveniently that she didn't only try to snatch the mace, she also snatched a scholarship for herself while she was a sitting minister of government. Then she went on social media and carried on with a rant. Scholarship, scholarship, scholarship.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Comrade Speaker, reference to standing order, imputing improper motive on the honourable member.
Honorable Minister, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. She got a scholarship for herself, denying hundreds or thousands of Guyanese the same opportunity, yet she has the audacity to come to this House and speak about greed. Mr. Speaker, she also spoke about local government elections and that the PPPC is not calling local government elections. Mr. Speaker, she's clearly delusional, a word that she used in her presentation. Perhaps she is confusing the period, Honorable Member Ferguson, perhaps she's confusing the period of when the APNU-AFC was in office and they controlled GCOM. Mr. Speaker, no government holds or conducts elections or local government elections. When the Guyana Elections Commission is ready to hold its elections, we are happy to participate in those elections and we will deliver the same trashing that we did at the last 2 local government elections.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Ferguson also told us a story, and we heard a lot of stories in this House over the last 4 days. She held up an allocation letter for an allottee that received her allocation February 2nd, 2020. They delivered those house lots, as we have made public, almost 2,000 house lots in the year 2020, during the period when they were a caretaker government. But if you have, Mr. Speaker, common sense will tell you, if you have this letter and you were making a point that the allottee cannot access her land or she has not been given possession of her land, why wouldn't you state the area? Why not give full disclosure? You're standing in this house, give full disclosure. You know why she didn't give full disclosure? Because she knows why. She knows the problem with that area. She doesn't have to call the name of the area. I can call the name of the area.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a...
Honorable Member, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, standing order 40B. Speak to the issue of elucidation. And that this honorable member is misleading the national...
Honorable Member, you would have to ask, I think, the Honorable Minister if she is willing to yield time to you to elucidate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the area is perseverance. And the honorable member, as the last minister with responsibility for housing and water during the APNU AFC, was fully aware that that area has a legal problem in terms of the description of the area. And it has to be corrected through the courts. The honorable member and her government did nothing in the 5 years that they were there to make that correction, Mr. Speaker. We are doing so now. All of the documents have been prepared and the area will be sorted out in terms of the name. And those allottees will be granted access and will be able to take possession of their lands in that area. We will fix it, sir, as we fix everything else. Mr. Speaker, we heard a lot of dreams, fantasies, we heard Shakespeare, we heard biblical scriptures. But, Mr. Speaker, I am yet to hear a single constructive, coherent, thought-provoking, or even a logical criticism of Budget 2021. They can't seem to make up their minds, sir, whether they want more or they want less. One says, mash brakes. The other one says, we need more. You didn't do enough. The public servants need more. Increase the threshold. More cash grants. Their presentations were riddled with inconsistencies. One of the other criticisms was a lack of consultation. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious they didn't even consult among themselves the line that they want to take when they come here to debate this budget. This budget 2022, represents a dramatic increase from budget 2021. Our government has managed to find a fiscal space, and many of you would remember where that term fiscal space came from. The then Minister of Finance, Winston Jordan, used that term when he said he couldn't find the fiscal space to continue the cash grant for the school children. But we have found the fiscal space, sir, to bring to this House the largest budget, and we did so without introducing any new tax or without increasing taxes. As a matter of fact, sir, we have removed taxes and reduced in certain areas as well. And we were able to do this because we understand what it means to prioritize. We have our priorities in order, sir, and when we say to the nation we are going to do something, we ensure that we do it. In spite of all of the tax reliefs and social programs which support our men, women, and children, we are not burdening this generation with increased taxes, and neither are we saddling our future generations with debt. The APNU AFC does a very curious thing. They boast about the collection of taxation. They love to boast and they love to hold up newspaper articles with bold headings of hundreds of billions of dollars in tax collection. But that is their philosophy, sir. That is their ideology, to tax the nation into poverty. Who pays the taxes? It is the ordinary man and woman who pays the taxes that the APNU AFC administration gloats about. And they did so in government, and they continue to hold that line, even in opposition. And that is because that they sincerely believe that that is the way to run government, to tax the ordinary people. And that's the way they believe that they can develop a country. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Amanza Desir spoke about following the money. And she did so and insinuated that there was something sinister about the allocations that are made in this budget. But, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Honorable Member Desir. Let us follow the money, sir. Follow the money in infrastructure and energy for us to modernize our country and cut the cost of electricity in half. Let us follow the money in education so we can qualify our people. Let us follow the money in health so that we can build new facilities and ensure there is quality health care for the sick. Let us follow the money in security so we can keep our people and our country safe. Let us follow the money in agriculture so we can guarantee food security and create jobs in our traditional sector. Let us follow the money in housing, in water, and in sanitation so we can continue our work in providing affordable housing, clean water, and sanitation for all. Mr. Speaker, the opposition has all the solutions now. They had an epiphany, sir, and they know how to fix and solve all the problems now that they are in opposition. They didn't know to fix or solve anything when they were in government. They know who should be getting what, and they know how much, etc. The mass giveaway of money that they talk about is unsustainable, and they know that. And they will not be allowed to come to this House, to this honorable House, and mislead people into thinking that they can receive.
Honorable Minister, mislead is not parliamentary. So please withdraw those two misleads.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is disinformation, and it is reckless, and it is irresponsible. The Honorable Member, Jurita Finance, who is dubbed the finance guru for the APNU AFC, came to this House with critiques that could best be described as pseudo-intellectual arguments. She came, sir, with some shallow arguments that clearly came from Google articles. She came to this House and she did not, sir, she didn't speak about economics. She didn't speak about trickle-down economics. She spoke about cut and paste economics. That is what she spoke about when she came to this House. Her insipid arguments lacked depth. There was no sophistication to her arguments. There was no critical analysis. It is easy to speak in a blanket way about cash distribution because it may be popular among people, but it is not sustainable, sir. We have to plan for the post-oil economy. There will be steep increases in growth rates due to the windfall of oil money. And we have to utilize that windfall, sir, to build capacity for future non-oil growth. Investing in renewable energy, pursuing the targets set out in our low-carbon development strategy, in education, in training, in tourism. Through the local content legislation, we will build capacity for longevity and sustainability. The expected growth in real GDP of 47.5%. This does not happen by accident. This is unheard of anywhere else in the world. The growth in the construction sector, the growth in the production of sand that the Honorable Minister Ashley Singh spoke about, the growth in manufacturing, the growth in export, the growth in real estate loans. These things do not happen by accident, Mr. Speaker. It is the result of careful planning and implementation of our government's policies. The growth in the construction sector in 2021 is directly correlated to our infrastructure programs and our housing program. The $5 billion increase in real estate loans issued by commercial banks is directly correlated to our policy increase in mortgage ceilings and mortgage interest relief. These direct results is because of careful state planning and prudent management of the economy. We will not be reckless, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every time we come to this House and we speak of a new project, or the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Attorney General introduces a new bill, we hear a chant from the other side. Coalition program, coalition project, that started under the coalition. Well, Mr. Speaker, if that were true, then it is an indictment of their own failed record of being incapable of passing any laws and implementing any of those projects. Another criticism I heard about is about implementation. So they were incapable of critiquing the budget, so they plant seeds of doubt about capacity. That is like putting the cart before the horse, Mr. Speaker. Watch the ride, Honorable Member, watch the ride. The people elected us to do the work. You do not have to worry about implementation. Let us worry about that. We have a proven track record of implementation and delivery of projects. Watch and learn. You must learn to do things. You must learn to do things. There is a big difference between you and us. Do not compare yourselves to us. You are not in our league. You are comparing oranges and apples, chalk and cheese. Don't go there. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 is carefully aligned with our manifesto and with the vision our government has set out for the development and transformation of our country. To this end, the people of our country can be assured that all of the policies and programs they voted for in 2020 will be achieved during our first term. Mr. Speaker, with the return of the PPPC to government in 2020, the housing sector has been revitalized and rejuvenated. There is enthusiasm and anticipation, especially among our young applicants, since there is clear and undeniable progress under our government in delivering affordable housing to our people. In order to fully appreciate the accomplishments over the last 18 months in the housing and water sectors, we must examine the state of affairs we inherited. I heard a lot of speakers on the opposite side speak about incompetence. But let me not tell you, sir, but prove to you what real incompetence is. Mr. Speaker, it is well known that the Central Housing and Planning Authority lacked leadership and clear policy direction for years under the APNU AFC administration. The sector was lethargic and non-productive. 7,534 house lots, sir, a meager 7,534 house lots were distributed in 5 years. A figure that we have long surpassed in only 1 year in government. Mr. Speaker, if the honorable member Annette Ferguson or the other housing ministers that were there under their government had been productive, we would not have found a backlog of 70,000 applicants as of the 2nd of August 2020 when we came into government. But Mr. Speaker, there is a deeper reason that house lots, affordable housing was not delivered to the people of our country during the tenure of the APNU AFC administration. And it's something that is not often highlighted, but I will highlight it today. Mr. Speaker, I have here the budgeted allocations for the years 2015 to 2020 under the APNU AFC administration. Mr. Speaker, it's simple. In order to produce anything, in order to produce house lots, in order to have infrastructure in your housing schemes, you need money. If you make a promise, you have to deliver it, you have to budget, you have to plan, you have to make the financial resources available. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2016, when the APNU AFC presented its first budget, the budgeted amount for housing, zero budgeted allocation for housing in 2016. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, the amount allocated to housing, zilch, nothing again, Mr. Speaker. In the year 2018, zero, Mr. Speaker, no monies in the budget for housing. How else, sir, can you produce house lots? How else can you have infrastructure work done in your housing schemes so that our lotties can access their lands? Mr. Speaker, Do you know when? Do you know when they made resources available for housing the first time? In 2019. When they faced a vote of no confidence, that is when they found the first allocation in the budget for housing. That is when they made the first set of money available for housing in 2019, sir. This, sir, is despicable. Mr. Speaker, not only providing house lots, but they neglected to do infrastructure works in the housing areas. And this led to several consequences apart from people not being able to access their house lots. It also led to us not being able, or not for them, and certainly not for us being able to hand over these housing schemes to the NDCs because the infrastructure work was not done in those schemes. I also want the people who are listening to know that the condition of the roads in the housing schemes did not happen overnight, Mr. Speaker. This is why we found the roads in our housing schemes in such a deplorable state, because for 5 years when they were in there, they never made any resources available to continue to maintain those roads in our housing schemes. It was caused by a lazy, visionless, and careless government who failed to make resources available to maintain those schemes. These are the people who spoke about using drone technology to plant rice, and then they said rice is private business. Mr. Speaker, you can't trust anything that these people say. These are the people, can you imagine the APNU AFC promising to deliver health care to the hinterland communities using drone technology? They can't even put some money in the budget to do the roads and the housing schemes, and they're going to deliver health care with drone technology, sir. Pipe dreams. Pipe dreams. Mr. Speaker, the lack of infrastructure in housing schemes also led to the slow occupancy within the schemes. People cannot access their lots. How else are they going to go and build? Even if they can identify their lands, there is no drainage network, there was no water, no electricity. So that led to the slow occupancy in housing schemes. Not only were people denied infrastructure, sir, they were denied home ownership. They were denied home ownership. Mr. Speaker, another member, I think it was the Honorable Flew Best, that spoke about the marginalization of the work that we do and the marginalization of certain communities. And she mentioned Mocha and she mentioned Caneville in Grove. But I want to remind the honorable member that it was the PPPC government who built the road in Mocha. And it is the PPPC government who is currently constructing a 4-lane highway that will pass through Mocha, will pass through Caneville, will pass through all of the areas that she mentioned on the East Bank, thereby bringing development to those communities, sir. We don't circumvent any community. We go into all of those communities, especially the vulnerable communities, and we take development to them. And then, Mr. Speaker, yes, let's talk about something that they did. Let's talk about something that they did. When they do something, sir, it becomes a total flop. A total flop, sir. Take, for example, the failed duplexes. The failed duplexes. You know, it's regrettable that I can't talk about the record of the Honorable Annette Ferguson because I can't find any articles on her. She didn't do anything. So this article, this was when the Honorable Valerie Patterson was the minister then. Mr. Speaker, they came up with a bright idea to deliver housing units, the duplex units, which has two occupancies, has two houses in one on one portion of land. And sir, when they introduced this housing solution, they failed to amend the legislation to ensure that the allottees who would get one of these duplexes would be able to get their title. Our laws, sir, do not provide for that, and they did not amend the law to ensure that these people can have title or transport to their land. Mr. Speaker, they charge $6.8 million for a duplex. This is more than our allottees are paying for a low-income house now, where they're on a plot of land by themselves and they can have a title to their land. And this was back in 2017. Sir, we had to resort, sir, to ensuring that the people can live in the duplexes. And now, sir, the APNU AFC has reduced the Central Housing and Planning Authority to a landlord. The people now have to pay rent because we cannot give them title. An agency, sir, that was founded in 1947 to deliver affordable housing to the people of Guyana and to transfer freehold title has been reduced to a landlord under the APNU AFC administration.
Honorable member, to continue, you will need an extension. But before I ask, I'm hearing words like criminal, foolish, nonsense, wicked in the noise that is emanating from the chambers. Please, don't let us disintegrate as we approach the final hour today. Honorable Minister Teixeira.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that the honorable member be given 5 more minutes to conclude her presentation.
Directly on the hour of 8, Honorable Minister, you can continue for 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, turning my attention to the Guyana Water Inc. Our government inherited a potable water sector that was faced with significant challenges as a result of bad governance. These include a low treated water coverage, high water losses or non-revenue water, unacceptable service levels in many coastal communities and housing areas, poorly maintained water infrastructure, and a low customer metered coverage. Simply put, sir, the quality of service did not meet the expectations of the Guyanese populace. Further, the company's financial position was in a dire state as it could not meet its financial obligations to suppliers, and restocking of basic materials was unavailable. Mr. Speaker, when we took office, the Guyana Water Inc. owed GPL $7 billion, sir. The company's ineffective leadership and lavish spending led to an increase in operating costs by $1.1 billion in the 5 years that they were in office. The bank balances decreased during those 5 years by $1.8 billion. There were 2 tariff increases under the APNU AFC, 2 water tariff increases, one in 2018 and one in 2019, which totaled 87%, sir, increase, 87% increase in water tariffs under the APNU AFC. The coalition did that, but they love poor people. An amount totaling $800 million was owed to suppliers. 4 years, financial statements were not audited. We are completing those, sir, from 2017 to now. The public procurement rules were being breached by the director then, Richard Van West Charles, to facilitate the purchase of a questionable water treatment chemical, Sequest, for iron content. Mr. Speaker, $1.8 billion was spent to procure this product, and the product was found to be ineffective in treating water in most of the wells. Mr. Speaker, so much for the transparency and accountability that that the APNU speaks of. As a matter of fact, sir, the only transparent thing the coalition ever did was transparently rig elections. Mr. Speaker, no receipts or paper trail for those transactions were ever found. Over 5,000 customers were denied service connections because the basic inventory levels were not available, sir. Mr. Speaker, the most ridiculous one yet, the Guyana Water Inc. had a container on John Finance Wharf with well maintenance parts since 2017, sir. You know when it was cleared? When we came into government. It was cleared in September of 2020. It was parked on the wharf for all those years, sir. Nobody bothered to clear it so that we can ensure that we do the maintenance on our water treatment plants. Mr. Speaker, both the housing and water sectors reeked with incompetence and corruption. Mr. Speaker, the ministry's goal is to provide a better quality of life for all. In this vein, we take into consideration the commitments made by the People's Progressive Party civic government in its Elections Manifesto 2020. These promises are as follows: create 10,000 house lots annually, invest in supporting infrastructure in existing and new housing schemes, reverse VAT on building materials, facilitate affordable financing for home ownership, promote home ownership, particularly among youths and young professionals through tax and other incentives, promote partnerships and incentivize private sector involvement. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report to this House that to date, we have already accomplished all of the commitments I just listed from our manifesto, including the allocation of 10,000 house lots. And out of that, sir, 3,926 house lots went to women. Women in their own right. Women as the sole applicant with no co-applicant on their application. 3,926 women received their allocation. Mr. Speaker, there are so many programs that I can stand here and elaborate on. Our core home program, our housing construction program, our community employment stimulation program, where we are in vulnerable communities, giving jobs to people to build building blocks to participate in the construction sector. Mr. Speaker, we will also see the building of new water treatment plants. And I can go on. I know that my time is up, sir. And Mr. Speaker, to sum up, our competence, capability, experience, and track record on implementation and execution should bring comfort and assure all Guyanese that the plans, programs, policies, and projects contained in Budget 2022 are achievable and will be achieved. Thank you very much, sir. I fully endorse Budget 2022 and commend it for passage in this House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we now invite the Honorable Member, Mr. Sanjeev Tatadin, to make his contribution to Budget Debate 2022. Honorable Member, you can proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me, as the first order of business, to thank the Honorable Minister Ashni Kumar Singh and his staff for the hard work in preparing and presenting this budget to this House. Let me say at the outset that I fully support this budget and I commend it to this House for passing. Mr. Speaker, there are turning points in the history of every country. This budget is one such turning point. History will judge this budget as the budget that started the transformation of Guyana. My friends in the opposition, most of whom have left already, should be careful on which side of this debate they stand. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this budget will transform Guyana. It is a budget to transform Guyana from the place that it is now to the place that we all want to see it to be. It lays the framework, the building blocks, pillar by pillar, to make the transformation of Guyana possible. Mr. Speaker, transformation in Guyana is already underway. Any citizen who is honest and objective will agree that that process has already started. But, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, I'm just going to ask the honorable members on your side, like the honorable member, Ms. Ferguson, I want to enjoy your nice voice.
transformation, Mr. Speaker, we can't flip a switch. We can't wave a wand. It's a process. We have to engage and embrace a process. We have to deliberate upon this process. We arrive to the process of how to go about transformation after careful deliberation, calculations, and consideration. Clearly, this is what His Excellency the President and his government has done. And this is the first step of that transformative agenda that Guyana will experience. Now, Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said in this House over the past 4 days. We have, I hope it's an allowed word, but we have nasty rhetoric. We have things that have been said of installed governments. We have things that have been said that have no meaning. We have things that are not true, half-truths, twisted versions of events. But you see, when I said that, Mr. Speaker, nobody on this side of the House spoke. The members on the opposition side are all quick to deny that this is what was said. Mr. Speaker, I have not heard in this House from the opposition benches anything resembling a recommendation, a critique, or an offer as to what should happen to transform Guyana. We have heard the tearing down. We have heard the snide remarks, but we haven't heard what is a recommendation that should be considered. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson, spoke about democracy. Respectfully, Ms. Ferguson, you have no right to speak of democracy. Democracy has never been an obstacle to a group of persons as it is to the members who sit in the opposition benches. The Deputy Speaker accepted. Mr. Speaker, right now we have no leader of the opposition. Why we don't have a leader of the opposition? because the democratic process by which a leader of the party is elected stands in the way of whoever is here and stands in his way of getting here. We've heard versions of a resignation. We've heard versions of space that must be made, resignations that must take place, all kinds of chicanery. But the simple democratic process of holding an election among themselves is creating all sorts of mayhem. Now, Mr. Speaker, the transformation of Guyana has to be through various projects. I'll illustrate it with just a few. Electricity, for example. Everyone in Guyana would admit electricity is a major problem. It has always been. The supply is irregular and expensive. In Guyana, the cost of a kilowatt hour is about 32 cents a kilowatt hour. Montserrat is the only place that it's higher at 40. The cost in Trinidad, for example, is on a volcano, but Trinidad has an electricity cost of approximately 5 US cents a kilowatt hour. Depending...
Just a comment, your volcano comment, I think you should withdraw. Montserrat on the 20th of February will celebrate 70 years of elections. Elections to the legislature.
No, they have a volcano. That's why the electricity is expensive. A volcano. But, Mr. Speaker, the cost of electricity and the supply of electricity drives the world. So, depending on which research you accept, you have various formula about how much manpower hours are lost, how much productive hours could be spent, what could be achieved, and this is all nicely quantified. There can be no disputing that in Guyana, the higher cost is a disadvantage. The irregular cost is a pain and a disadvantage. This budget faces that problem frontally. The problem is addressed in two major projects that I wish to refer to. There are, of course, several projects. There's a solar project, there is a Mokomoko Hydro, but there is the Gas to Shore project and the Amalia Falls project. Now, these two projects address electricity frontally. Their aim and objective is to reduce the cost of electricity. That, Mr. Speaker, transforms this country. It makes for every household less money to be spent on electricity, and for every opportunity, entrepreneur, manufacturer, they can take advantage of it and they can engage in productive commercial activities. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member, Mr. Patterson, who produces reports that apparently were obtained when he was a Minister of Government and no one else seems to have, and he produces research that he was again privy to when he held office. He respectfully, Mr. Speaker, wrongly assesses the project. The Gas to Shore project cannot be measured by its cost. It has to be measured by its economic impact, its gain, and its development. If we reduce the cost of electricity, we will create industries, manufacturing industries, simple industries that require electricity. That in itself will generate income for the country. So you can't be that myopic. You couldn't have sat in government that long and not realize that the way Guyana as a poor country cannot grade projects simply on cost. It is the economic impact and benefit that must be ascertained. The identical problem, as the learned Attorney General said, exists with sugar. The complaints of the honorable members on the other side about cost is overly simplistic and does not consider Guyana for the place that it is. Guyana is a poor country. We need to get on the path to be the country that we should be, that we want to be. But we can't do that in a vacuum. We have to go through a process. This electricity is part of that process. The same, respectfully, Mr. Speaker, is what the Amalia Falls project means. It means cheap electricity being produced in a way that can go long into the future without great increase in cost. So the future of Guyana, the further generations, can benefit from that. Now, Mr. Speaker, another pillar that is frontally addressed in the budget is roads. Roads have to be built. We can say all we want about the road projects, but without road projects, people spend too much time in traffic, manpower hours are lost, family time is lost, and people are sitting in their cars burning fuel, which has another impact. But we could ignore that for a minute, Your Honor. Mr. Speaker. We look at it from the point of view. A road network means easier access to more land. More land means more development. More development means transformation. This is how it happens. So we have to build a road network, a proper road network. I mean, the claim of the honorable members in the opposition as to what they constructed was a roundabout that didn't do what a roundabout is supposed to be. A roundabout should have an entry and an exit. They created a bypass to the exit. So the car that's exiting has to stop. That's a recipe for, we should call it the pato boat. Maybe that's a name that it should have. They did. Integral in a road network, Mr. Speaker, are bridges. The Demerara Harbor Bridge, Mr. Speaker, on its website indicates that 18,000 vehicles a day traverse the bridge. It estimates on average 4 people in each vehicle. Some it's less, some it's more, like minibuses. So we're talking about 65,000 on average a day that use the bridge. The bridge is closed to vehicular traffic with the tide, so the time moves. Those of us who live across the river, they understand the hardship that creates. And if you live on the East Bank, then the traffic is backed up while people are waiting for the bridge to reopen to traffic. Maritime traffic use the bridge, which is why this happens. So, Mr. Speaker, it is beyond doubt that if we get a bridge that is of a high span, that doesn't have to open, then the flow of traffic is easier. We save manpower hours. We transform Guyana. People can commute easier. But the APNU AFC came up with a genius idea for the bridge. 3 lanes. We're not sure which 2 are going in which direction. This is a genius idea. It means essentially that what you should do is, let us say you come across to the Georgetown side with 2 lanes. The Attorney General took the words out of my mouth. One side has got to be reversing. And then you should perhaps take the boat over when you go back, so that you will benefit from coming back from the 2 lanes this way. Preposterous.
Honorable member, might be preposterous, but in order for all of us to continue to hear your sweet voice, you need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for the honourable member to have 5 minutes more, please.
Honourable member, you may continue for the next 5 minutes and conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we have this preposterous bridge. Thank God they didn't build it. Can you imagine this country for generations reversing in one lane across the bridge? Mr. Speaker, thank God that did not happen. But this budget provides a much more rational, orthodox, I should say, solution. The bridge is to be high span and it'll have 4 lanes, 2 lanes going in each direction. There is no requirement that we reverse. So, and Mr. Speaker, we have to understand the underpinning of how transformation takes place. You need the infrastructure. We're a poor country. We still have to help people. So there's an entire raft of measures that are being introduced that help to alleviate or to make income, more disposable income available. The increase in the tax threshold, not taxing income, interest for when you put your money in the bank, cash grants that are given, school grants that are given. These things, Mr. Speaker, it's easy to sit down and say it should be more. It is easy to do that. But poor countries, like poor people, always have to manage their budgets. You can't spend what you don't have. Simple as that. And you can't build at the same time. You can't improve your asset base as an individual and, in fact, as a country, if what you want to do is to spend. The 2 things have got to be balanced. So you need to get the infrastructure projects to move the country forward and to transform it to what you want, but you still can do some and to assist people by giving them more disposable income. So we took away the taxes because taxes really put the income into the hands of the government. The disposable income puts this into the hands of the people. Spend as you like, as it were. But in transformational programs, Mr. Speaker, your record is important. And as much as I don't want to single out honorable members in the opposition, there are things that we must not forget. We were told that the people of Guyana are really the stakeholders in the oil and gas, and they should be informed, and reports should be published, and hymns should be sung, and bhajans about what's going on in oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, they signed the production sharing agreements. They didn't tell anybody for 2 years. Now, regrettably, as it turns out, maybe they didn't even tell themselves for 2 years. And maybe they didn't know they had signed. It was signed and witnessed by members of the opposition and their spouses. That's how close-knit it was. They collected $18 million as a sign-in bonus. They didn't tell anybody. They didn't account for it either. 2 years. They passed the cybercrime bill, and now they don't want you to implement it. What are the police to do, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Granger insisted on this bill. What are the police to do? The police have to enforce the law. It is the law. They tried to rig the elections. Well, thank God they got caught for that, Mr. Speaker, or we would have had the reversing bridge. They have disrupted the budget presentation in the last house, not wanting to contribute, banging on tables. They stole your mace, Mr. Speaker. They tried to steal your mace a few weeks ago. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised they have no leader. They have no vision. They have no objection that is rational to this budget. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and once again, I commend this budget to the House for passing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And I know you mentioned hymns and bhajans, and you would want me to add qasidas too. Honorable members, this concludes our business for today. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to 10 a.m. tomorrow, Friday, the 4th of February, 2021.
Honorable members, the Assembly now stands adjourned to 10 a.m. February 4th.